Podium Audio presents Poisonous Kiss, Book 3 of Venomous Gods, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Emery Erickson and Walker Williams.
Chapter 1. Fumi. In one chilling instant, the room plunges into darkness. God damn it, Cassidy swears from somewhere to my left. I squeeze my eyelids shut, blinded by the overhead lights flickering back on, trying to calm my racing heart. With a groan, I slowly open my eyes again, refocusing on the mountains of legal files strewn over the table in front of me. Okay, seriously, fuck this, Cassidy mutters. She stops waving her hands frantically to turn the sensor-activated lights back on. With a scowl, she slams the file in front of her shut. That's a sign. We've officially been down here way too long. The break in concentration from the automatic lights turnings off is like shattering an evil spell. I groan, rolling my shoulders as I realize how sore I am from sitting hunched over for God knows how many hours. My eyes burn from scouring deposition transcripts, and I make a face as I drop my pen and crack the knuckles in my cramped-up hand. Cassidy is right. If the motion sensor lights down here in the overflow file storage room in the sub-basement turn off while you're down here, it means you've been in one statue-like position for way too long. Across the ancient conference table from me, Felix shoves his hands up his face and through his sandy brown, slightly tousled hair. He glances at his watch and groans. Fucking hell, it's 8. I say we call it, Cassidy sighs. Agreed, Felix nods. He lifts his brows toward me with a grin. What do you think, Fumi? I wrinkle my nose. I think we haven't found what we were supposed to find yet. I know, Captain Buzzkill. Instantly, both of my coworkers' faces fall. Cassidy groans as she flops the legal file back open in front of her. And that, class, is how you make equity partner, she mutters, glaring down at the papers. Felix makes a face, rubbing his jaw as he sinks back in his chair and eyes me. That's a point. It's shitty enough that Cass and I pulled a bullshit job like records deep diving, but that's literally why paralegals exist. Who the hell did you piss off to be saddled with this? I roll my eyes. It's part of the job, Felix. The partners want everything airtight for the Marshall case, which means crossing every T, dotting every I, and cross-referencing all 21 hours of deposition transcripts to make sure our pathological liar of a client actually told the truth for once in her life. Cassidy mutters, glaring at the pages in front of her. Seriously, Felix is right. How did you wind up down here in the trenches? Because my last name isn't Crown or Black? My friend grins. Fair. On one hand, yes, it is kind of bullshit that I'm pulling late-night cram sessions again like I'm some junior partner fresh out of law school. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Even at a terrific firm like Crown & Black, even when you've recently made equity partner in that firm, unless your name is on the building, you do what you have to do. Sure, on the surface, it sounds and looks amazing to be named an equity partner at one of, if not the most prestigious law firms in New York at 27 years old. But, unfortunately, my recent promotion has only made me even more stressed. It's more work, it's more attention on me from the name partners, it's more chances to screw up. Also, being an equity partner means you share equity in the firm itself, as in, when the firm makes money, you do too. But it's not an ATM. For one, I don't even start seeing any of this equity until the next freaking fiscal year. But for two, this is the big one. Becoming an equity partner means buying in to the firm, like a co-op. You want to talk stress? I make pretty great money at Crown & Black. But 2 months ago, I cut the biggest check of my life by far to my employer. It was roughly for every single cent I had saved. No pressure. So yes, when the powers that be say, hey, we want you to do dumb grunt work poring over old depositions looking for instances when our client perjured herself, you don't ask questions, and you certainly don't complain. Still, I thought you and Taylor were tight. Cassidy means Taylor Crown, aka the Crown in Crown and Black. And sure, Taylor and I are friends, but she's still my boss. She's not the one who exiled us down here, Felix mutters darkly. I make a face. No, it's not Taylor who sent us down here to the salt mines to slave away all night at a job usually dumped on interns. Boss or not, if this was her decision, I would have definitely called in some friend favors to get out of it. The same goes for Alistair Black, the second name partner of the firm. He and I aren't close like I am with Taylor, but he is engaged to my good friend Eloise. And again, I would have absolutely used that to weasel my way out of this. Except the banishment to the Siberia of the sub-basement storage stacks wasn't decreed by Taylor or Alistair. This would be his doing. Gabriel Black. The three name partners of Crown and Black all seem to fit very specific roles. Taylor is the warm and welcoming one. She's the lawyer who's going to hold your hand and guide you across that finish line while the crowd cheers. If warmth and compassion isn't your style, there's Alistair, who's more of a mad dog on a short leash type of attorney. Aggressive, loud, and supremely cocky, Alistair will come out swinging like Mike Tyson when he's in your corner. That brings us to Gabriel, and he's the tricky one to define. I say that because there seems to be two distinctly different opinions on Gabriel Black. Opinion number one, which is held by almost every person on Earth who ever meets him, he's a golden god. He's Atticus Finch come to life, a champion of the underdog, a fighter for the people, charming but reserved, surgical and precise in his understanding of the law with an ability to win almost every case he's ever had. But then there's opinion number two, which is, he creeps me out. Cassidy rolls her eyes at Felix. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. Never repeat that. What? Felix shrugs. The guy's a control freak. No one is that precise with life. Dude's a psychopath. Back me up here, Fumi. As a rule, I make a point of not siding with Felix on anything if I can help it. At least not publicly. But in this case, I mean, he's not entirely wrong. I feel like a lunatic for even thinking it. But there's something about Gabriel that makes the back of my neck tingle. It's like he's too perfectly in balance, too in control, he's hot as fuck. Cassidy giggles. Don't be jealous now, Felix. Felix scowls. I pointedly ignore the way his eyes swivel to me. Like I said, he's not entirely wrong. There is something about Gabriel that drags a cold blade down my spine, especially on the few occasions we've been alone together, even if it was just riding the elevator up to the office. He intrigues me. He speaks to me, even if he doesn't ever actually literally speak to me. It's like there's this darkness behind his charm and good guy persona that sneaks over my walls and sinks dark claws into my most private thoughts. And yes, a lot of that is definitely because hot as fuck, Cassidy groans. Y'all, I would let that man do unspeakable things to me. Right, Fumi? I don't say anything, partly because I can still feel Felix's eyes on me, and I'm not that heartless. But I do feel the corners of my lips curl up. Yeah, no arguments here. He might be a cold, calculating legal machine, and he might be so much of a robotic control freak that we have a little nickname for him behind his back. But I'm on Team Cassidy with this one. Gabriel is gorgeous, and rich and successful, and, of course, my boss. As such, he remains and will forever remain a forbidden fantasy. Even though he might, does, give me a little dose of the shivers. Fumi, Felix grins at me. Do the voice. I wrinkle my nose. Nah, I'm good. Oh, come on, Cassidy laughs. It's fucking hilarious. It started as something I just did in my head, or to myself when I was alone, especially if I'd had a Gabriel run-in that day. Because of his coldly robotic surgical precision and his control freak ways, I started mocking him in private using a robot voice which I dubbed Mr. Roboto in a hat tip to the old 80s song. Then I got drunk at happy hour one night with these two and accidentally let it out. Since then, they hound me all the time to hear it. I don't like doing it at work, guys. Felix rolls his eyes and grins. Come on, Fumi. It's not like we're up in the break room in the middle of lunch. It's almost 9 at night, and we're in fucking Siberia. Do the voice. Mr. Roboto, Mr. Roboto, Cassidy chants, drumming her fists on the table. Finally, I relent, sighing. Okay. They both grin in anticipation as I clear my throat. I am Mr. Roboto, I drone in a mechanical monotone. I am a legal machine. Do your job, or you will be terminated. I stop when I see the cold, pale expressions on both of their faces and the horrified looks in their eyes. Eyes which are no longer looking at me, but rather past me. Oh shit. I feel the cold sensation dragging up my spine even before I turn around. And when I do, pure dread pulls in my stomach as my eyes drag up to his gorgeous, stoic face. Fuck me. Gabriel looks at me coolly, his chiseled jaw set tight and his perfect lips unsmiling. His eyes, hazel green flecked with gold, shimmer in the overhead lights of the sub-basement as they focus sharply on me. His usual uniform of an expertly tailored Tom Ford suit hugs his broad shoulders, firm chest, and strong biceps. The whole basement falls silent. I swallow thickly. Mr. Black? Ms. Yamaguchi? His voice is like velvet and whiskey, somehow both rough at the edges and exquisitely polished all at the same time. It's a voice that signifies power and prestige, a voice that commands a room without once being raised. I swallow again, scanning for discrepancies in Miss Marshall's deposition. He doesn't vocally respond. He just dips his strong chin slightly in acknowledgement. So far, I try again. So far, so. I trail off. Good, he murmurs. I nod. Excellent. He growls quietly. Stick with it. If there's something in there, Sorensen and his team will find it. So make sure we find it first, so we're not caught with our pants down. Yes, sir, Mr. Black, Felix blurts, a forced cockiness in his voice that shows, badly. We're on it. Gabriel ignores him, his eyes still hooked into mine. I'm heading out, but call me if you find anything. The three of us nod mutely. Gabriel lets his eyes settle on me another second or two. Then he's turning on his heel and walking with a casual and yet commanding stride back to the elevator none of us heard a minute ago. It's not until the doors close with a ding that all three of us exhale. Unspeakable things, Cassidy sighs. 3 hours later, we're finally breathing fresh air as we step out onto Madison Avenue. Cassidy rubs her eyes and cracks her neck. Well done, team, she sighs. Now, I'm going to go home and crash so hard. Night, y'all. Felix and I say goodnight to her as she hails a cab and slides into the back seat. I'm not surprised when Felix turns to me with what I'm sure he thinks is a suave and mysterious expression on his face. So, he shrugs. You want to grab a drink? Yeah, we've danced this dance before. Felix is a nice guy and all, and he's not unattractive. He's actually pretty cute in a way. But he's really not my type. Plus, he's a coworker. Unfortunately, 6 or 7 months ago, in a moment of alcohol-fueled loneliness and self-pity, I agreed to go home with him after a night out. It was probably the 4th time he'd asked, and that evening he got me at just the right low point. Nothing much happened. We made out, and I was almost immediately turned off. Because I'm broken. Ultimately, there's something wrong with me. Felix is a nice guy. He's cute. He's a junior partner at Crown and Black, and he's a genuinely good person. But he also kissed me like he was asking permission with every furtive stroke of his tongue, and touched me so lightly it was as if he worried he was allergic to me. And neither of those things do it for me. What does it for me is the exact opposite. The things I want in a man and crave from him are dark. Not okay. Something to be kept hidden and never admitted to. Bad. I ended up leaving Felix's apartment roughly 7 minutes after I arrived without having removed any article of clothing but my shoes. I apologized, and I swore to him it was just because we're coworkers, but there's been this awkward shuffling dance between us ever since. I venture smiling, but I should get home to my dad. He nods quickly and his brow furrows. How's he doing? My dad, Hideo, has stage 2 lung cancer thanks to a lifetime of Lucky Strike cigarettes. He also lives with me as I'm his primary caregiver these days. I make very good money at Crown and Black, but cancer treatment costs a fortune, and our insurance is a nightmare. Plus, I've just given almost every cent I had back to Crown and Black to buy the equity shares. So for the last year, he's been living with me while he goes through treatment. He's good. I smile. Thanks for asking. No problem. Felix's brow furrows. Fumi, I need to go, Felix, I say quietly. Yeah, no, for sure. He shrugs too casually. See you tomorrow, then. I smile and wave down a cab. I've been taking the subway after work to try and trim my costs a little, but it's late. Let's call it a luxury I can afford. It also gets me away from the awkward tension between Felix and I quicker than walking the block and a half to the 6 train. Night! Slipping into the cab and giving the driver directions, I pull out my e-reader and open up the latest Emily Shiner thriller. Free time is not a luxury I have much of, between the demands of work and taking care of Dad. But when I do have a minute or two, this is usually what I do for escape. Lose myself in thrillers and true crime books. Taylor loves to give me shit for it. So does Dad. But whatever. I like being slightly creeped out sometimes, when it's on my own terms and conditions. I manage half a chapter as the cab weaves its way east into Alphabet City. When I made junior partner at Crown and Black, I splurged on this insanely gorgeous place in the West Village. I was even occasionally touring even swankier places in anticipation of making equity partner. But then Dad got sick, and the bills started piling up, and I moved into a much more modest, i.e. affordable, place in the much less glamorous Alphabet City, on the eastern edge of Manhattan. I thank the driver and step out, shouldering my bag. Then I frown when my gaze lands on the front door to my building, which is ajar, and the lower glass panel cracked into a spiderweb design. Fucking kids. I scowl at the door as I step inside and lock it behind me, making a note to call the super tomorrow morning. I trudge up the 4 flights to the 2-bedroom apartment I share with my dad. Just as I reach for the door, my blood runs cold. Like the one downstairs, the door to my apartment is also ajar. Fear stabs into me as I reach for my phone. Dad? I nudge the door open, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. Dad, where? It happens so fast, I barely register it. 1 second, I'm staring at my dad in shock and horror, trying to figure out why he's on the floor on his hands and knees and where all those tattoos on his back came from. The next moment, I'm being yanked inside. I gasp as I go sprawling to the floor next to my father. Fumi-chan! My father lunges for me, as if to shield me, then grunts when a booted foot kicks him hard in the ribs. I scream and try to grapple my way toward him, heedless of the hands yanking me back and the different male voices barking English and Japanese. Suddenly, I go still when I feel the cold metal blade touch the side of my neck. Fumi! My dad chokes, fear in his wide eyes. Fumi, don't hurt her! Stop! With a clarity almost as sharp as the blade resting against my throat, my eyes focus as the whole apartment goes quiet. My gaze slips up the long, slightly curved blade of the sword, to the rounded hilt and the tattooed hand adorned with rings holding it. My eyes drag over the black leather of the man's jacket sleeve, all the way up to his handsome but cruel face, split by a wicked smile, with his black hair slicked back. Konbanwa, Yamaguchi-san. The Japanese man purrs, his lips curling devilishly. My throat bobs, my heart thudding. There's a lockbox behind the blender in the cupboard above the refrigerator, I whisper quietly. There's $5,000 cash in there. The man begins to laugh coldly. For the first time, I allow myself to focus on the entire room, and my heart sinks. It's not just the man with the cruel smile and the fucking samurai sword against my neck. There are 4 other men with guns. I eye the tattoo ink on their necks, wrists, and the backs of their hands, and tense. That's Yakuza ink. What the fuck is the Yakuza doing in my living room? My eyes drop to my father. He's wincing and his face is bruised, but he doesn't look badly hurt. My brows furrow as my gaze slips to his shirt, ripped halfway off his body. My father never shows his bare torso to me. Not once, not ever. When he was young, he was badly burned in a fire, and he's always told me the scars make him feel self-conscious. But right now, it's not scar tissue that my eyes are locked onto. It's the fact that his entire back is covered in traditional Japanese tattoos. The fuck? Ms. Yamaguchi. My watch! I choke out, my eyes dropping to the Rolex Taylor bought me as a gift when I made equity partner. It's a date just 36. No, the man growls quietly. It's a $10,000. I'm not interested in robbing you, the man snarls with sudden viciousness. I'm here to take back what was stolen from me. My face pales. In confusion, my eyes dart to my father's. I don't see terror in his eyes. Weirdly, I see a sort of dark fury. Fury and something else that takes me a second to place. Remorse. I drag my gaze back to the man looming over me. I don't know what you... My name is Takato Ito, he mutters. Is the name familiar to you? My brows knit. No, I answer truthfully. Takato smiles. Then, perhaps you know my uncle, Orochi. I don't know who you are, I scream. But whatever you want, just take it. I can get you more money. Takato starts to laugh heartily. The men around him join in as I shrink under their venomous looks. Oh, I know you will, Fumi. Or else... I gasp, and my father makes a move to lurch toward me before he's yanked back as Takato lifts my chin with the tip of his viciously sharp samurai blade. His lips curl into a smile. No, he muses. Not you. Too proud. Too brave. He chuckles. No, it won't be you. My face turns white as he turns and touches the blade to my father's neck. No! I try and scramble across the floor toward my father, but the men behind me grab my arms and yank me back. He's sick, I plead. Don't hurt. Be silent, Takato hisses sharply. He sucks on his teeth, his cheeks hollowing and giving him an even more sinister look. Please, I choke quietly. Please, whatever you want, I'll give it. What I want, Takato snaps, is the $5 million your father stole from my family 25 years ago. My mouth falls open. What? My father was a truck driver. Fumi. My gaze snaps to my father's. He's still looking at me with this haunted expression in his eyes, his mouth grim. Dad? I whisper quietly. That's what I want, Miss Yamaguchi, Takato growls. Or should I say, Miss Mori. What? You have 1 month to get it to me. If you don't, I'll come back here and cut off your father's hands, then his feet, then his head. 1 piece for every day after the month you don't have that money. My entire body goes numb as I stare up at him in horror. And when I run out of pieces of Hideo, Takato grins darkly. He slowly drags the sword away from my father, ignoring the way he roars and tries to fight the men holding him, and holds the razor-sharp tip of the sword an inch or two from my exposed throat as his dark eyes glint. I'll let my blade taste pieces of you until you pay me. Do we understand each other? I shudder. Please, I don't know what. Takato spins, turning the sword in his hand. In one motion, just as the blood-curdling scream rips from my throat, he slams the sword down, right through the back of my father's hand and into the floor. I scream over and over as Takato slides the blade out again, letting blood spill onto the hardwood floor. I shrug off the men gripping my shoulders and rush to my father. He groans in pain, cradling his bleeding hand as I sob against him and blindly press my hands to his wounded one. Do we understand each other? My pulse thuds like lead in my veins. I turn, my chest heaving as I stare in horror and fury up at the man. $5 million. You have 1 month. He smiles, grabs a folded blanket from my dad's favorite chair, and wipes his blade clean before sliding it back into a lacquered sheath. It was so nice to see you again, Fumi. All I can do is shake in fear and hold my father's bleeding hand as the men grin at me, turn, and silently file out of the door.
Chapter 2. Gabriel. Saying that I relish the feel of his windpipe crumbling under my grip makes me sound like a sociopath. But then if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's usually a fucking duck. Salvatore weakly slaps at my hands as they tighten around his throat. For a second, one particularly sharp nail of his hooks into my skin, but a quick punch to his nose makes him lose that advantage just as quickly. His eyes bulge grotesquely as he stares up into my face. His lips burble and flap, even though he can't say shit with his air completely shut off and his voice box virtually crushed. Those lips are trying to form a word. You know why. I growl quietly, not doing a thing to hide the malice in my tone. He means, why are you doing this, not why is this happening? Sal might be a monstrous piece of shit, but he's no idiot, which is how he was able to get away with his horrors for so long, not to mention escape justice for them. For a time. Point is, Sal is well aware of why someone might break into his home and throttle him with their bare hands. What he might be genuinely confused about is why that person is me, although it appears he does remember me from my time across the aisle from his own legal counsel during his travesty of a trial. Justice, as they say, is blind. Sometimes, though, she should keep her fucking eyes open. Because it's not so much that she's blind, it's that she's been blindfolded by greed and evil, by money, by the right words. That's where I come in, to be Justice's eyes when her own go dim. I'm not egotistical enough to call myself Justice. What I do isn't out of any misguided and narcissistic opinion that I'm an avenging angel or that I'm playing judge, jury, and executioner. It's just that sometimes Justice gets bird shit in her eye and flinches at the wrong time. Sometimes evil is allowed to go unpunished when the scales tip the wrong way. I fix those scales, restore balance. And tonight, that means I'm choking the life out of Salvatore Avella. Slowly. There are much faster and easier ways of killing a man besides crushing his windpipe with your hands. But at the risk of sounding like a complete sociopath, again, where's the fun in doing it too quickly or from a distance? When I act as Justice's wingman, I want the monsters I put down to know in their very soul, in their very last moments, that it was me. And I want them to know why. Otherwise, what's the point? Salvatore's eyes bulge wider, as if they're about to pop out of his head. His face is suffused red, his flabby lips turning purple as he desperately tries to draw in oxygen. For a moment, I consider allowing him a single breath, just to prolong it, to give him brief, fleeting hope of survival, if only so I can watch it drain from his eyes when I tighten my grip again. But no, I'm not the monster here. He is. A year ago, Salvatore was busted in a child predator sting. The scum used his position as an administrator at a well-known private school here in Manhattan to groom and abuse children. And if that wasn't monstrous enough, he facilitated even more abuse and evil by allowing other monsters in his dark, sick circle to prey on them as well. In a just world, Sal would be strung up by his balls and dipped headfirst into hydrofluoric acid over and over until his skin melted off, before being made to swallow his own severed dick. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Unfortunately, we don't always live in a just world. In Sal's case, justice was miscarried because some of his predator friends were higher-ups in the Department of Justice. Favors were called in, evidence was purposefully mishandled, and justice got a sharp fucking stick in the eye. Instead of being sent to prison to be skinned alive the second he hit Gen Pop, Sal walked free on a technicality. The other pieces of shit that aided this travesty of justice have already been dealt with, slowly, over the last 6 months. I deliberately left Sal for last because I wanted him to dread this day. I wanted him to see those headlines about accidents and untimely deaths, and to fear the vengeance stalking the shadows. In a few minutes, the last ones in which the world suffers Sal's existence, this will all be over. A hacker friend of mine is on standby to get into Sal's domestic and offshore accounts and route that money to about a dozen shell companies before being distributed anonymously to college funds I've taken the liberty of setting up for his victims. It won't undo what happened to them, but it's a start. Remembering those heart-breaking witness statements I watched over and over during Sal's trial brings a fresh surge of raging acid to my veins. Crown and Black represented 5 of Sal's victims pro bono, and when I think back to the moment the jury was unable to return a guilty verdict, my hands tighten and tighten and tighten. Sal's mouth drops open, his left eye turns blood red as the vessels pop. "Rot in hell," I hiss quietly. My forearms bulge as my grip clenches like iron. Finally, Sal's eyes dim and roll back. I let him drop to the floor with a satisfying thud. Rolling my shoulders, I crack my knuckles and slide my phone out of my suit jacket pocket. Kratos answers on the first ring. "Done. Done. Good. I'm ready downstairs once you walk out. All cameras in the lobby and outside the bodega across the street have been disabled." Kratos Drakos is the second youngest brother of the Drakos Greek mafia family. Crown and Black handles a lot of his oldest brother Ares' legitimate and not so legitimate legal needs, which is how Kratos and my brother Alistair became friends. They both also like to participate in New York's underground fight clubs. A few months ago, I recruited Kratos to my little side project. The giant of a Dracos brother didn't need much convincing to help destroy true evil that escapes justice. He is very, very good at what he does. Also, like me, he prefers to keep this side of himself hidden from his friends and family. That's a win-win. A few minutes after I leave, Kratos will slip in and make all this look like a botched break-in. He'll also leave enough confusing evidence, fingerprints of dead people, hair samples from famous movie stars, to thoroughly fuck any investigation into Sal's demise, burying the case cold. Just another day's work playing blind Lady Justice's guide dog. Perfect. Call me when it's done. Yup, he rumbles. Talk soon, Gabriel. I take one last look at the dead piece of shit on the floor. A smile creeps over my lips. There's a darkness in me. Always has been. Over the years, I've found a few different ways of releasing the pressure of it. Destroying predators who escape justice might not be my favorite, but god damn I enjoy it. Rot in hell, fucker, I spit, and then I turn, stride out the door, and disappear into the night. Whatever darkness is still within me recedes as I step out of the cab back at my place and look up at the brownstone. I'm hosting a dinner tonight, and I can see through the lit-up windows that my family and friends have already arrived. Alistair and his fiancée, Eloise, our sister Tempest and her husband Dante, who owns and operates the infamous Club Venom, Taylor, who's like an honorary sister to Alistair and me, Dante's little sister Bianca, Alistair's, Tempest's, and my young aunt Maeve. A few months ago, Alistair and I got Maeve out from under the abusive influence of her parents, our grandfather Charles and his young trophy wife Caroline. For a while, she was living with me while she finished high school, but she's graduated now and moved into her first apartment with some friends before she starts NYU in the fall. Time passes, and the people around you grow up and start their own lives, families and adventures, which is why I look forward to these family dinners so much. Tonight, though, is about more than just catching up. As if on cue, a sleek black Porsche pulls up to the curb next to me. The engine turns off, and an attractive blonde in a fashionable outfit and towering heels slips out from behind the wheel. Meredith, I nod as she approaches, her Louis Vuitton bag over her shoulder and her heels clicking smartly on the sidewalk. Gabriel, she smiles. She arches a brow, nodding past me to the smiling, laughing group of people inside. You ready to do this? Meredith is the head of operations for Empire Political Consultants. She's also about to become my campaign manager. It's hard to pinpoint when I decided to try this path. Part of it comes from wondering what's next, I suppose. I'm at the top of my game, with nearly a perfect trial record, and a firm that Alistair, Taylor, and I have nurtured into one of, if not the most, prestigious law firm in New York. Where do you go from there? There's always a judgeship, teaching at law school, or hell, a seat on the state Supreme Court. But I'm also only 34 years old, and all of those things scream put out to pasture. Yeah, no. So instead, this is the path I'm taking. Alistair and Taylor have both suspected for months that I'm up to something. They even have an idea that it's political in nature, since they know I've been talking with Meredith. Tonight, everyone's going to find out just how high I've set my sights. I shrug. It's past time they all knew Meredith. She nods. We've talked about your brother or Taylor putting up roadblocks to your potentially leaving the firm. If that comes up, it won't. Her brows knit. You know, I prefer to be prepared for anything. Should we run through some of the lines we tried with the focus group? We can start with pushback from Taylor. Meredith, I shake my head. There's not going to be pushback, trust me. How can you be so sure? I fix her with a look, because if it was Taylor or Alistair running, I wouldn't put up any roadblocks for them. She smiles. Well, before you start sharing, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a manila legal envelope. The NDAs we put together, I know they're all family and friends, but I have to insist that we maintain media silence until you announce, Meredith, I got it. I smirk, taking the file from her hands. I notice her pointed silence and the crease in her brow. What? She exhales slowly and glances away. There's, Meredith? She takes a breath and levels her gaze at me. We ran some more focus groups. I roll my eyes. At a certain point, I have to actually run a campaign, you know, not just focus groups. Har har, Meredith snorts. Then her smile quickly fades. Gabriel, just tell me whose ass I need to kiss. Her mouth twists. It's slightly more involved than that. Shit. I don't like the hard look on her face, or the absence of her usual sarcasm. Meredith, what the fuck is— You won't win, Gabriel. Let it never be said that my campaign manager beats around the bush. My brows furrow. What the hell do you mean I won't win? Under current conditions, there's no scenario where you beat Hall in the polls. My jaw grinds. Meredith, I'm so close to getting the court documents unsealed. Yeah, we ran that scandal through the computer models. We even made it look worse than we suspect it probably is. It moves the needle, yes, but not enough for you to beat a well-loved politician who's also the incumbent. The man is a— It doesn't matter, Gabriel, she sighs. She brings a manicured hand up to pinch the bridge of her nose. You're seriously telling me I can't win against a fucking nakedly corrupt— You can't win against him because he has something you don't. I scowl. What is that? A magical fucking unicorn? Better, she says flatly. He's got a wife. The sidewalk goes silent as I stare gobsmacked at her. You're saying— I'm saying, for all your success, charisma, and charm, and all your ideals, you simply cannot beat a sitting married incumbent as a single man. Period. Full stop. Voters don't trust a single guy. That's absurd, I hiss. No, that's politics, she says with a heavy sigh. My teeth grind as I whirl, fury on my face. Fucking hell, I seethe. So just like that, it's game over. Meredith is silent. When I turn back, she's got a slightly devious look on her face. I never said that, Gabriel, she says cautiously. I just said you can't win as a bachelor. I go still. Meredith's brows raise as she coughs delicately. Connecting the dots yet? What the fuck? I stare at her. You're joking. Comedy and political consultation rarely go well together, Gabriel. What exactly are you suggesting? She spreads her palms. I'm suggesting that if you want to play with the big boys, and if you actually want this, then you need to find a wife like yesterday. I sigh. I'm not even seeing anyone, which is what we're going to change this week. Meaning you go in there and tell your family what's about to go down, and I do my job and find you a prop wife. A prop wife, I deadpan. Exactly. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Meredith smirks. Please, this is nothing compared to some of the shit I've seen. I'll call you tomorrow morning. She nods at the folder of NDAs in my hand. Really, don't forget those. She turns and walks back to the driver's side door of her Porsche. Welcome to politics, Mr. Black. You need to find a wife like yesterday? I stare at the taillights of Meredith's car as she drives off into the night. What the fuck? I take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Then I turn back to the brownstone. Time enough to deal with this insane plan tomorrow. For now, it's time to rip off a giant Band-Aid. About time you showed up. The rest of them look up at Alistair's words when I walk into the dining room. Maeve runs over and gives me a big hug. Tempest kisses my cheek, and Dante gives me a firm handshake before clapping me on the back. Taylor eyes the folder in my hand. What you got there? I clear my throat. Let's all sit. Taylor and Alistair arch brows at each other. My brother turns and frowns at me curiously. What's with the ultra-serious expression? You look like you just killed someone. I doubt it. I don't slip up like that. It's funny when people compare the two of us. I end up looking like the light brother, the good one, and Alistair comes off as the dark one. Reality is a bit different. Soon the whole group is finding somewhere to sit around the dinner table. Shauna, my new housekeeper and cook, steps out of the kitchen with a tray of wine glasses. When she sees all the curious faces and the way I appear to be holding court, she turns to leave, but I stop her. Actually, this concerns you too, Shauna. Mr. Black? Grab a chair, please. Looking confused, she finds a seat next to Maeve as I clear my throat and open the envelope. A few of you have guessed that I've been talking with a political consulting group about potentially running for public office. It feels like the next step for me, and obviously Taylor, Alistair, and I will have a much bigger conversation about all of this later. But I wanted to break the news to all of you at once. Let me guess, Alistair smirks. Head of sanitation. He taps his chin. No, hang on. He grins. Head meter maid. Gabriel, I swear to fuck, if you start booting my car for those bullshit parking tickets... Eloise elbows him sharply in the side. Will you let him talk? I nod my thanks at my future sister-in-law before I start to walk around the table, laying one of the thick, multi-page NDAs in front of each of them. This isn't set in stone, I say quietly as I make my way around. But tonight, I wanted to have the first of probably several discussions. What the fuck? I stop. All of them are staring at the front page of their NDA. Slowly, my brother raises his eyes to mine, his brows arched sharply. You're running for fucking governor?
Chapter 3. Fumi.
I should have told you, Fumi-chan.
After leaving the hospital, where they stitched up Dad's hand, there wasn't a chance in hell I was going back to our apartment, with the kicked-in front door and the terrifying memories of guns and a fucking samurai sword. So, home tonight is a room at the Marriott in Midtown. I've never seen my father cry, ever. So when the moisture beads in the corners of his eyes and his good hand lands on one of mine, something in my chest breaks a little. Dad...
I'm not that man anymore, Fumi,
he says quietly, squeezing my hand. He looks away, his jaw tightening as he chokes back emotion.
She saved me, you know, your mother.
I've heard the story before. How my father, who was still living in Japan and working a brutal job he hated, traveled to San Francisco for work. How he stumbled across a little jazz bar in the outer Sunset area and was captivated by Mom's voice crooning from inside. That's the night my Korean-Italian mother, Bella, stole his heart. 3 months later, they were married. A year to the day after he first walked into that bar, they had me. 2 years later, his job brought him back to Kyoto, and Mom and I followed. 3 years after that, after Mom died in the car accident, Dad and I moved back to the U.S., to Seattle. The story is a familiar one, but something horrible in the back of my mind whispers I'm about to hear a version I'm not sure I want to know.
That man.
My dad's mouth tightens.
Takato Ito.
His eyes swivel to mine, hardening a little.
His uncle is Orochi Ito, head of the Hatokai Yakuza based in Kyoto.
I swallow a lump in my throat, along with the question I've been dreading asking. How do you know that? Dad worked in shipping logistics in Japan. He always said that the job was soul-crushing, and that the only good part of it was driving the delivery trucks. So after he left, and we came to Seattle, that's what he did. Drove delivery trucks for a Japanese bakery. It's one of the few happy memories I have from that time, when I was 5 and still heartbroken from losing my mom and leaving Japan. As sad as I was, whenever he came home and picked me up from our neighbor Mrs. Kim across the hall, he always smelled like the most delicious castella cakes, dorayaki, and mochi. By the time I was 12, Dad had tired of the gloominess of Seattle and we moved across the country to New York. Dad ended up getting another delivery driver job, this time for an Asian candy company. When he got home after that job, the smell on him was too sweet now. Saccharine. Manufactured. I never said anything, because he was so much happier in New York than in Seattle. Honestly, eventually I was too. But I really missed his job at the bakery with the castella cakes and mochi. Dad, I squeeze his good hand, our eyes locking. How do you know that? I whisper. About his uncle being a Yakuza boss.
Fumi.
Why did he call me Miss Mori? I can feel the panic rising in my voice. And what the hell was with the $5 million? Where did you get...
Because that's your name. Because I stole it from his uncle. And because I never worked in shipping logistics.
The admissions tumble from his mouth one after the other, half snarled, half choked out. The second they land, the room falls incredibly silent. I gulp, my pulse skipping. You... I shake my head. What are you saying? Dad looks away, taking a deep breath.
I was a very, very different man before I met your mother, Fumi-chan.
He growls quietly. Slowly, he pulls his hand from mine and sits up. His legs swing over the edge of the bed. Dad, you need to lie down.
What I need to do is beg your forgiveness, Fumi,
he says quietly. He holds my gaze fiercely before he stands and turns. He lifts the back of the Yankees hoodie he's been wearing since we left the hospital, and my hand flies to my mouth. Holy shit. I caught a glimpse of the tattoos at our apartment through his ripped shirt, but in the hospital they changed him into a gown, and I haven't seen them since. But now, I'm staring at them from a foot away. What the fuck? Dad's entire back, from his shoulders down to his waist, is covered in an ornate, beautiful, terrifying tapestry of tattoo ink. Cherry blossoms and a koi dragon wind down the left side, while a warrior, water, and another dragon fill the right. In the middle, uniting the whole thing, is an intricate design of 2 crossed samurai swords and a fearsome oni mask right in the center of his back. Dad, he exhales heavily, pulling the hoodie back down. He turns, sitting on the side of the bed and rubbing the stubble on his chin before he pushes his hand through his silvered hair.
You have a family legacy I am not proud of, daughter.
I shudder, and the question falls from my lips, even if I'm pretty sure I know the answer after seeing that tattoo. Were you in the Yakuza? I whisper.
No.
I start to exhale.
I was the Yakuza.
My face drains of color. Dad's face twists with emotion as he takes my hand.
I was directionless as a young man. Angry, impulsive. I grew up very, very poor, Fumi. But there was a way to rise above it all. I started small and worked my way up until I was a wakagashira, like a lieutenant. When the oyabun I worked for died, I made my play. I had the loyalty of his men and the knowledge of his empire. I took both of those things and made them my own.
His face is stony as he looks away.
Yamaguchi was my mother's maiden name. My birth name is Mori. The empire I ran was the Morikai Yakuza, and Kyoto was entirely mine.
He turns back to me, and his face softens as his eyes tear up again.
But then, I traveled to San Francisco. I took a walk to clear my head after a business meeting, got lost, and then was found by your mother and her voice.
He smiles broadly, despite the sadness in his eyes, and reaches for my hand again.
I was different after that night. Before, all I knew was violence and death. Your mother showed me something more. I married her, because of course I did. And then, when you came along, little Fumi-chan,
He squeezes my hand.
I was done. I wanted to give up the whole thing. The money, the cars, the big houses, all of it. To have a normal life with you and your mother.
I swallow, my pulse thudding.
I took aside my top wakagashira and told him my plans to exit. He would take over, I said, and I would walk away from the whole thing. What I didn't know was that he was already plotting to stab me in the back. He told my rival, Orochi Ito of the Hatokai, about my intentions. Orochi saw his opportunity, made his move.
I flinch when my father swears viciously and turns away, his jaw locked.
Your mother was on her way to pick you up at school when they ran her off the road. I heard what happened, knew that she was dead, and picked you up myself. Orochi and I had been in the middle of some business dealings to purchase property together, despite our rivalry. I suppose he forgot that we both had access to the account.
Dad looks me in the eye and takes my hand again.
It takes money to disappear, Fumi-chan, to get new identities, to grease the wheels with U.S. immigration, to start a new life. I emptied that account with the equivalent of $5 million, and you and I left Japan 2 days later with just the clothes on our backs.
My heart breaks as a tear slides down his cheek.
I tried so hard to give you a new life, Fumi.
He chokes.
I tried to leave the past behind and be a new man.
He slowly shakes his head as he starts to cry.
But now, that past has caught up with us.
What do we do now? I murmur quietly. My dad raises a grim face to me.
I find us $5 million.
Fumi? Earth to Fumi? I blink and shove away the fog that's been circling my head all weekend. My gaze raises to Elsa, who smiles quizzically at me as she leans over the counter in the Crown and Black break room. You gonna leave any room for coffee in that cup? I blink slowly, still coming out of my haze as I drop my eyes to the mug that's almost full of half and half. Fuck. Sorry, I shake my head. Case of the Mondays, I guess. More like a case of having the entire narrative of my life altered in radically jarring ways this past weekend. A case of finding out my mother was murdered 22 years ago, that my father used to be a vicious, ruthless crime boss, and I do mean ruthless. There wasn't much, but I poked about online and found some old news articles about the Morikai in Kyoto 30 years ago. When I realize I'm staring at the floor between Elsa's feet, I try to shake off the fog again. Sorry, I mumble. It was a weird weekend. My friend nods, her face sad and sympathetic, as she steps closer to me and lays a hand on my shoulder. How's your dad? She says quietly. Part of me wants to snap, just dandy for a former Yakuza boss, how's yours? But that would be in extremely poor taste. First, because Elsa's father was a monster, and second, because he's dead. But he was a Bratva autoritet. Honestly, if there's anyone who would actually get what all of these revelations about my dad is doing to my head, it'd be Elsa. But I don't say anything about any of that, or the $5 million I somehow need to find. He's okay. I smile wanly. Treatments are going well. They'll run his numbers again in a few weeks to see if there's any improvement or if they need to up his meds. I'm so sorry, Fumi. I shake my head again. He's gonna be fine. Atta girl, she smiles, giving me a hug. I turn to dump out my mug of cream and pour some actual coffee into it. How was your weekend? Oh, just fine. Hades took Nora to some big car show over in Jersey on Saturday, so I had all the alone time I could ask for. Then on Sunday, Nora disappeared into teenager land, so Hades and I had the house to ourselves. It was great. I grin as I turn back to her and lean against the counter. My social life, especially my love life, might be trash. But until that changes, I live vicariously through the fairy tale world of friends like Elsa. Elsa with the amazing marriage to a guy who fits her perfectly. Okay, Hades Drakos is technically speaking Greek mafia for anyone trying to nitpick what the dictionary definition of perfect husband is. But he's perfect for her, and it's almost sickening how in love they are. Plus bonus points that Hades gets along with Elsa's much younger sister Nora like peas in a pod. The glass door to the break room opens. Elsa and I both turn as Cassidy walks in. "Hey," I smile. "How was your weekend?" "Oh, you mean after Mr. Roboto banished us to Siberia?" Elsa makes a face. "Ouch. Yeah, I heard you guys got stuck with that deposition duty. How was it?" 21 hours of Devon Marshall lamenting the state of her trust fund, bemoaning her dad's refusal to buy her a castle in England, and whining about all the rich, snobby douchebags she sleeps with who turn out to be, wait for it, rich, snobby douchebags. Seriously riveting stuff, Elsa. You missed out. She giggles. "Yeah, sounds like it." She snorts. "Mr. Roboto, huh?" "Do you like my nickname, Human Woman?" I blurt mechanically, jerking my arms around in a robot dance. Elsa and Cassidy crack up. "That's gonna get you in trouble." Elsa snickers. "Well, I need to get to work." "Later, lady," I say as she takes her coffee and walks out of the break room. Cassidy arches a pointed brow at me. "You never replied to my text on Friday night asking if you got home safe, and now I'm worried about any decisions you may or may not have made." I frown. "Sorry, I must have missed it. My dad..." I clear my throat. "Weird weekend." I yank out my phone and click on her unread text from Friday night. "Cassidy, please tell me you were strong and didn't go home with Felix." My face turns scarlet as I yank my gaze up to her grinning face. "Cassidy," I admonish. "Well?" She giggles. "No," I mutter, making a face. "No times 100. So, that's a no. That's a hell no. No offense to Felix." She smirks. "Well, some offense to Felix. If you could kiss him once. Cass, come on," I mumble, glancing past her even though there's no one even close to the break room. "All right, I'm dropping it." Her face suddenly changes. "Oh shit, I forgot to ask." "What's up?" "Remember that pro bono case Crown and Black took on like a year ago, representing a group of CSA survivors against Salvatore Avella?" I shudder. "The private school admin? Yeah." I grimace. "I remember that case. The creep walked, didn't he?" "Yeah," Cassidy spits. "Well, in other news, guess who was killed in his apartment in a botched break-in this weekend?" My jaw drops. "You're shitting me." "Nope. Karma is a bitch, girl." I whistle low, shaking my head. That's insane. It gets crazier. I've got that source inside the NYPD, so I called him this morning to ask about it. He told me they've already pulled matching prints and hair samples from the scene. Damn, that's fast. Wait till you hear who the suspects are. I frown. Who? Jimi Hendrix, Tennessee Williams, and Christian Dior. My brow furrows. Wait, what? Right? There were exact prints of theirs all over the apartment, plus hair samples from Brad Pitt, Jason Patric, Ron Eldard, and Billy Crudup. Like, the Brad Pitt, Billy Crudup, yup, the actors, who are now, according to the DNA evidence, suspects in the murder of a piece of shit. The wheels start turning inside my head. How did Salvatore die? She makes a face. Strangled. Gruesome, right? A smile curls the corners of my lips. Cassidy gives me a weird look. Okay, I think you're enjoying this way too much. You need to lay off the true crime. Someone's got a sense of humor. She frowns. What? Jimi Hendrix, Tennessee Williams, and Christian Dior all died by asphyxiation, choking. And those actors were all in the movie Sleepers. They played men who'd been sexually abused as kids by a predator who'd walked. Cassidy stares at me. Are you fucking for real right now? Yes? Wow. She shakes her head. She gives me a look. That's seriously impressive, Fumi. I don't even think my guy at the NYPD had connected those dots when he told me earlier. Well, feel free to pass it on. She trails off, biting her lip and blushing as her gaze shifts past me to the hall outside. I turn. Instantly, I feel my cheeks heat. Oh my. As if being wildly successful, rich, and ludicrously handsome wasn't enough, Gabriel Black also has the audacity to look insanely good in a suit. I mean, most people look good in suits. Even an average guy can seriously up his game with a well-tailored one. But some men just seem to be able to take it to another level. Some men wear them in a way that's pure porn for those of us who find hot men in good suits attractive. Some men like Gabriel. God, can you imagine fucking him? I roll my eyes as Cassidy rips me from my impure thoughts about our boss. I turn to her and sigh. Dude, do you need some water? Oh, I got a thirst, girl, but it ain't for water. She grins. Then she waves it off. Nah, I'm just being weird. I mean, he's hot as fuck, but it'd be like screwing an actual robot. Can you even imagine that man in bed? She grabs me and I shriek with laughter as she starts to hump my hip with super awkward, jarringly mechanical thrusts. You are legit insane, I snort, shoving her away as my face reddens. At the same time, as ridiculous as it is to get dry humped by my friend in full view of half the office, what with the big glass break room walls and all, it feels good to laugh. If nothing else, it takes my mind off the fact that a psychopath with a sword is threatening to kill me and my dad unless we magically come up with $5 million. I hope I'm not interrupting a tender moment, ladies. I cringe, my face crumpling in embarrassment. Turning, I smile weakly at Taylor, who's standing in the doorway looking half amused. And I can tell she's being generous there. No, my apologies, Miss Crown. Cassidy mumbles, her face ashen. Just inside joke. Taylor smiles. Well, let's maybe keep the sexual harassment lawsuits at bay for the morning, shall we? Of course, Miss Crown, my friend mutters, dropping her gaze. I should get back to work anyway. Taylor smiles at Cass as she shuffles past her out of the break room. Oh, Cassidy, thanks for the late work on Friday. I really appreciate you going over those deposition transcripts. That puts a pleased little grin back on Cassidy's face as she slips out and heads back to her office. Sorry about that, I mumble. Taylor just shakes her head. Don't worry about it. Then she grins. Can I assume that was imitating who I think it was? I plead the fifth. She guffaws. Well, unless you're swamped right now, care to plead an early lunch? I'm sitting down with Christina Daniels at Per Se in half an hour. I'd love for you to join. Being invited to have lunch at a Michelin-starred restaurant with my boss/career idol and one of the firm's wealthiest clients? Yeah, I can think of worse ways to take my mind off having to find $5 million in my couch cushions. I'd love to, I grin. Oh, before she arrives, Taylor pulls her gaze from the front entrance of Per Se and to me sitting next to her. Are you still good for that meeting with Drazen Krylov tomorrow night at Venom? If you'd told me in law school that I would be asked by my boss to attend a business meeting with a former warlord turned Bratva kingpin at a kink club, no less, I'd have laughed in your face. But that's what I'm doing tomorrow. Aside from being a huge presence in the Bratva world, Drazen is also a Crown and Black client, and the reason we're holding our meeting with him at Club Venom is less salacious than you'd think. A lot of our clients operate in a certain, less-than-legal world. As such, having sit-downs with them at the firm or at a fancy restaurant the way we might with a regular client like Christina Daniels is tricky. Venom, with its ironclad security, strict dress code that literally includes wearing a mask, and zero cell phone policy, is actually a fantastic place to have such meetings. As a result, Taylor, Gabriel, and Alistair all have memberships to the exclusive and notorious club. Not to play, at least not that I've heard, strictly for business reasons. Dante Sartore, the owner of the club, has recently extended that work membership deal to a few others at Crown and Black. Elsa, Eloise, and myself, for example. I've only been once for about 10 minutes accompanying Taylor, but holy fuck. Think of the wildest, most X-rated scene you could imagine playing out in a situation like Eyes Wide Shut. Now quadruple whatever you're imagining, and you're halfway to what Club Venom is really like. Yeah. Tomorrow's a go. I'm all set with the notes I'm going to go over with him. Taylor turns to flash me a grin. Perfect. Oh, she's here. Hi. We turn and smile at Christina Daniels as she swoops past the maitre d' and click-clacks her way across the dining room in sky-high stilettos. Christina is one of the firm's legitimate clients, as in, she's not mafia. Actually, Christina isn't much of anything, except for a 30-year-old trust fund socialite who sits on the boards of like a dozen charities. I bite back the idea of straight up asking her if she might have a spare $5 million lying around in a drawer somewhere. Honestly, she probably does. How are you, Christina? Taylor smiles, supremely professional as she stands and shakes Christina's hand. I do the same before we all settle into our seats. Good, Christina beams. Thanks for meeting me on such short notice. Taylor spreads her arms humbly. We're always at your service, Christina. Was there something specific you wanted to talk about? It sounded urgent on the phone. Yeah, Christina bites her lips, glancing around. Can we talk business here, like confidential lawyer stuff? There's only one other table here now, and they're seated on the other side of the restaurant. Also, I already know Taylor's secret signal when she's talking business with a client at a restaurant who knows her. She keeps her water glass upside down on the table. The staff knows to stay away until it's turned upright, because Taylor is a badass like that. Of course, Taylor smiles. What's going on? Well, I wanted to ask what you thought about this. Christina yanks a crumpled contract of some kind out of her bag. When she drops it on the table in front of her, I spot the NDA at the top of it. I got this through my publicist over the weekend, and since you work with him... Christina turns the NDA around and shoves it across the table toward Taylor and me. Is this legit? I glance at the NDA. Taylor instantly scoops it up and brings it close to her face. Asshole, she mutters under her breath as her eyes fly over the page. You crazy, stupid... Miss Crown? Taylor bites back something sour in her mouth. She lowers the NDA and levels a practiced smile at Christina. It's legit. She clears her throat and glances at me. And for the record, this meeting falls strictly under attorney-client privilege. I'm still not sure who and what we're talking about. Gabriel is really running for public office? My head snaps around, my eyes widening. It would appear so, Taylor says cautiously. And this contract, I mean, yes, Taylor hisses through her teeth, looking pissed. Yeah, it's real. Christina giggles. He's seriously going to pay some girl $4 million to marry him? It's like a record scratch as the music stops. My jaw drops as my eyes dart to the NDA in front of us. Before Taylor can pick it up again, I grab it and let my eyes slide over the words. Holy fuck. I mean, it's not like I need his $4 million, Christina laughs. But I mean, it could be fun. Christina? Taylor's mouth thins. I need to advise you that I haven't read Mr. Black's proposed contract thoroughly, and I don't know how legally binding it is, or what sort of precedent there is, not to mention the legal, regulatory, and moral concerns given that you're a client of ours. Fair. Still, Christina shrugs. I think I'll go to these tryouts of his, or whatever he's calling them, on Wednesday anyway. She grins as she turns to me. Fun, right? Totally. What the actual fucking fuck? Gabriel, my robotic, gorgeous boss, is holding fucking auditions for a woman to marry him for some sort of political race? And he's going to pay this woman $4 million fucking dollars? Every voice in my head screams how insane this is, how wrong, and that even thinking about it is a great way to torch my career. Every voice in my head, but one, that is. And that one little voice, however quiet and alone, makes a very, very good point. I don't exactly have to worry about torching my career if a psycho with a samurai sword comes calling and slices off my head. When you think of it that way, suddenly this terrible idea becomes a viable one. Well, still terrible, but doable. It's crazy, but it might be crazy enough to work. And I'm desperate enough to try on crazy for a while and see how it fits. Chapter 4. Fumi. When I was 10, my dad took me to see the Grand Canyon. It had always been on his bucket list, and I suppose on mine too, after hearing him talk about it so much. I'd seen pictures, of course, but the Grand Canyon is one of those places where photos just don't do it justice. It's not until you're standing on the very edge, staring out at the sheer breathtaking magnitude of it with your breath caught in your throat, that it fully hits you. Club Venom is a lot like that. I'd heard about Venom in whispers and rumors. Eloise had blushingly told me about the decadence of the place, and even Taylor had turned a little pink while trying to prepare me for my first meeting here. But, like the Grand Canyon, stories don't cut it. Calling it a sex club doesn't do it justice. Words like exclusive or palace of sin don't really paint a full picture either. Because Venom doesn't feel like a nightclub at all. It feels like you're stepping into another world. You don't have to be involved in the criminal underworld to hang out here, but that's certainly Venom's target clientele. The rich, powerful, dark, and deviant of New York City. Venom is where they come to play. It's like a nightclub meets kink club meets Caligula. The matte black and gold Venetian carnival masks are mandatory. Names are heavily discouraged. Fantasy, however, is very much encouraged. Right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of some otherworldly erotic fantasy. It's probably the orgy going down, pardon the pun, about 30 feet away that sets the tone. The main lounge area of Venom, where I'm currently sitting waiting for Drazen Krylov, is a large, ornate, but tasteful room with low, sexy lighting full of sumptuous deep reds, matte blacks, and gold accents. Gilded chandeliers hang from gorgeous inlaid ceilings. Dark, sultry techno music pumps through hidden speakers. Around the perimeter are scattered couches and chairs for guests and a couple of bars. Masked waitstaff weave discreetly in and out of your peripheral vision with trays of champagne. The club's blood-red emblem of a viper leers from one of the matte black walls. But, yeah, it's the middle of the room that has my and pretty much everyone else's attention. I mean, it's sort of hard to ignore. The first time I walked in here with Taylor, I almost had a heart attack when various guests started disrobing and moving to the couches and beds in the middle of the lounge area. I'd love to say I'm totally cool with it this time, but that would be a lie. The truth is, it's taking everything I have not to stare with my jaw on the ground, and I'm epically failing at it. But cut me some slack here. On the main bed in the middle of the room, a redhead writhes wildly as two muscled and tattooed men devour her. One of them has his lips wrapped around one of her nipples, and the other has her legs shoved up high and wide apart, his mouth buried between them. My face turns crimson as I watch the man at her breasts move away, fisting his thick cock before kneeling next to her head. She twists, and I suck in my breath as her mouth moves over his crown. The other man moves up between her legs, throwing them over his muscled shoulders before he sinks his dick into her pussy. Welcome to Club Venom. May I take your order? The wildest part is, the threesome isn't even the craziest thing on display right now. Next to them, on the very same bed, 3 women moan as they take turns swallowing the swollen cock of a huge guy with Russian bratva ink. On one of the couches next to the bed, a gorgeous, dark-skinned woman bounces on the cock of a muscled man with gorgeous tattoos. As I watch, my jaw drops a little more when a second man moves up behind her, spreads her cheeks, and eases his lubed dick into her asshole. Holy fuck. Blushing fiercely, I turn away and awkwardly ask the bartender at the bar I'm sitting at for another glass of champagne. I don't plan on drinking it. I mean, current activities aside, this is a business meeting. But frankly, it's an excuse to avert my eyes for a moment. I thank the bartender, blushing again when I hear a particularly vocal woman shrieking wildly behind me. The rough, masculine grunts of more than one man follow, and I feel my face heat as my thighs grow slick.
Miss?
Startled, I whirl toward the presence behind me. The man is wearing a simple black suit and a matte black mask, signifying he's one of the staff here. Yes? I try to smile through the blush on my face, tucking a strand of my lavender silver wig behind my ear. Yes, the masks are a good start, but the thought of someone recognizing me here or seeing me in court later and realizing where they'd seen me before is terrifying. So, same as the first time I came, I'm here tonight with an extra layer of anonymity in the form of the wig covering my jet black hair. The man dips his chin.
Mr. Krylov sends his deepest apologies. Something came up at the last minute and he's unable to make it to your meeting.
Damn it. I nod back. Okay, thanks for the heads up. When he leaves, I sigh. Well, silver lining, I'm in a pretty lousy headspace for a client meeting anyway. I make my way past the writhing mass of humanity in the middle of the room and head for the exit. After picking my way through 2 smaller lounges full of sexual debauchery, I step out into the main lobby of Club Venom. All I'm thinking about is what I heard at that lunch with Christina Daniels yesterday. Gabriel is running for some sort of political office, and he needs a fake wife. I get it. You don't have to be a poli-sci major to know that single people rarely win elections. They're viewed as less trustworthy, less able to commit to things, flighty, untethered. None of those is a good look for a politician trying to get elected. So, whatever Gabriel is running for, he wants it badly enough that he's willing to pay someone $4 million to be his wife for the cameras. I chew on my lip, thinking that one through for the millionth time. Showing up to those auditions tomorrow would be career suicide. Just being there would put me in a terrible light to the partners. I mean, I'm an equity partner now. I'm part of the firm and its image. Prancing around an audition to be the fake wife of one of the named partners for a fee is a really bad idea. But so is getting decapitated. How was your evening, miss? I smile politely at the woman standing behind the concierge desk. Short, but enjoyable. Thanks. I slip off my mask and wristband, handing them to her before pulling off my wig and stuffing it into my bag that she's just retrieved for me. Is there a restroom through the curtain on your right, miss? First door on the left. I thank her, collecting my stuff and slipping down the hall. Inside, I fire off a quick text to Taylor explaining that Drazen had to reschedule. Then I fix my hair, take a breath, and leave the bathroom. Good evening, Mr. Black. I'm just about to step out from behind the dark red velvet curtain and back into the foyer when I hear it. I stiffen, my heart leaping. I sink against the wall, my pulse thudding. No, it can't.
Good evening, Marissa.
My throat closes a little. It is Gabriel. Here. Just to make sure, I hook a finger into the edge of the curtain and peel it back an inch. His back is to me as he talks to the concierge, but I hear that deep, velvety voice and see those broad, muscled shoulders under a Tom Ford suit every day. Fuck me. Then I shake my head. I mean, I'm here too. It's no big deal for Gabriel to be at Club Venom. Like me, he's probably here for a meeting of some, would you like your work or play mask tonight, Mr. Black? What?
Play.
Of course, Mr. Black. One moment, please.
Thank you, Marissa.
There's something different about him tonight. A darker edge to his voice, a tenseness to his shoulders, an energy surrounding him that isn't usually there. I shiver, peeking through the small gap as Marissa disappears through a curtain behind her desk and reappears holding a mask. My breath catches. While they're all black and gold, everyone's mask is unique at Venom. I asked Taylor about it when I came with her before, and apparently some members have their masks tailored to their own specifications. My eyes land on Gabriel's as he holds it in his hands. It's in the shape of a devil, leering, scary. It's also entirely matte black except for the golden horns that curve up past his hair and golden fangs that curve dangerously down toward his jaw. A shiver rips up my spine as I watch him slip it on. Your usual wristband tonight, sir? Yes, thank you, Marissa. Those bands are another facet of Club Venom. It being a kink club, the different colors signify different interests, so that like-minded members can find each other out there. Taylor gave me a quick rundown when we were here last time. For instance, the white and gold one I just returned to Marissa signifies I'm just an observer. But the red and black one I watch Gabriel slip onto his wrist has my breath catching and my pulse thudding in my ears. For all our jokes about him being Mr. Roboto, my face suddenly sizzles as my eyes lock on the red and black wristband. Red means sadomasochism. The black lines across it signify a dom. Something wicked pulls in my core. Something dark and hungry gnaws at my insides. Though I don't really currently or historically have much of it, I consider myself, theoretically, a sex-positive person. Whatever consenting adults do behind closed doors is their own business. Kinks are kinks, and people should be able to explore them without shame. Except, I don't exactly practice what I preach, because I think maybe some kinks shouldn't be explored. Some desires shouldn't see the light of day, like mine, especially given what happened to me all those years ago. Gabriel adjusts his mask, thanking Marissa once again before turning and striding through the doors into the belly of the beast that is Club Venom. Here, as they say, is where two roads divide. One road leads me out the front door, into a cab, and back home to my apartment with the 3 shiny new locks on the door. The other leads me to the dark places I shouldn't go, to secret shadows I have no business actually exploring. You know which one wins. Marissa smiles at me as I step out from behind the velvet curtain, slipping my wig back on and handing her my bag again. Change of plans, I mumble awkwardly, my face blooming. I think I'll need that mask again, please. Of course, miss. She disappears and comes back a second later holding the mask I was wearing earlier along with the gold and white observer's wristband. Actually, my face throbs, and I sink my teeth into my bottom lip, avoiding her eyes as I push the wristband back across the sleek top of the concierge desk. Could I have red? Marissa doesn't bat an eye. Of course, Miss Yamaguchi. Will that be red with black or red with gold? Black lines signify a dom, gold ones, a sub. Gold, I mumble, not looking at her. She nods professionally, her face devoid of judgment as she opens a case and pulls out a red band with gold lines and hands it to me. Will there be anything else, Miss Yamaguchi? I shake my head quickly. No, I choke, my pulse roaring in my ears as I slip the band onto my wrist, adjust my mask, and turn back toward the doors that will lead me to sin. Enjoy your night. Chapter 5. Fumi. The orgy has only escalated when I step back into the main lounge. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh and moans of pleasure fill the air as the participants in the middle of the room writhe and thrust. What are you doing? I should leave. The gutsy, devil-may-care attitude I just had out in the main lobby disappears completely once I'm fully immersed again in the dark eroticism of this place. Very quickly, a sense of outsider syndrome creeps into my psyche. You don't belong here. A waiter drifts by with a tray of champagne. Flushed, I grab a flute and take a greedy sip to calm my nerves. My eyes swivel around the room, widening as I drink in the dark and sultry scene unfolding around me. No, that's not why I came back. I'm on a reconnaissance mission. I've spent the last 24 hours thinking nonstop about the NDA Christina showed us and this insane fake wife audition Gabriel is apparently hosting tomorrow. It's not that I want to do it, but I've come to the sobering conclusion that I don't have a choice. There is no other way to pull $5 million out of my ass in the next 3.5 weeks before that psychopath with the sword starts hacking Dad and me into pieces. A small part of me did feel betrayed when I learned the truth about my dad and his background, but gradually, that betrayal has turned into a fierce love. Yes, I was lied to about where I came from and his past, even how my mom died. But I know he did it all to protect me, to give me a new life away from the violence he'd grown up in. I could be angry that my dad stole a ton of money so many years ago, and now because of that, our lives are in danger. But how can I be angry that my dad gave up everything he had and risked it all to get that money and use it to allow us to escape from that world? That's why I'm going to this audition tomorrow. It's my turn to repay the debt. My eyes scan the room, searching for the black and gold devil mask and the man beneath it. What's he here for? I mean, yes, I know he's wearing the black and red wristband, and I know what that means. But is that really why Gabriel Black is at Club Venom tonight? Because Mr. Roboto is secretly a dom into sadomasochism? Or is he looking for a wife? My jaw tightens. Shit. What if that is what he's here for? What if he's getting a jump start on, or hedging his bets for, this audition tomorrow? And he's here looking for some woman who'll take that $4 million before I can make my play tomorrow. You look lost, little kitten. In half a second, my breath sucks in, my spine jerks upright, and my thighs clench. The color drains from my face as the words growl and purr from behind me into my ear. I can feel his presence, an impossible mix of heat and the utter absence of it, like a black hole, right at my back. The slightly spicy, clean scent of him with a hint of bergamot teases over my nose. Little kitten? Then I remember that my mask has cute little cat ears at the top edge of it. Just the same, the way he says kitten, it doesn't feel like a cutesy pet name. It feels like a predator warning its prey that it's dinner time. And that's a sensation I'm not sure should make me quite as warm and tingly as it does. I gasp sharply as his hand wraps around my neck from behind. It's not that tight and not really threatening, but it does feel possessive. Like I'm something that belongs to him, and he's reminding both me and everyone else around us of the fact. Don't talk, Gabriel murmurs into my ear, making me shiver as heat teases down my spine. I have other plans for your mouth. Holy God. My eyes bulge, and I'm infinitely thankful that I'm facing away from him, lest he see how hard he just rattled me. You could end this now. I'm aware of the rules here. Red and gold wristband or not, at any point, anyone can walk away from anyone else and any act they don't wish to participate in. I could so easily turn around and awkwardly let him know, "Hi, it's me, Fumi, your employee. I'm here for a business thing." I could plead ignorant on my choice in wristbands, take the massive awkwardness and embarrassment hit, and slink off. I don't want to end this. Not yet. I'm way too curious now. Just listen, kitten. I shiver, feeling his strong, veined fingers tease over my throat. I have a private room. Gabriel purrs into my ear. I'm going to take you there and put you on your fucking knees. Then I'm going to punish you. He leans in close, and when his teeth graze over my earlobe, my legs turn to jelly. I'm going to hurt you. My breath gets shaky, My skin tingles all over, and I'm acutely aware of my nipples hardening against the silky material of the black cocktail dress I'm wearing. What he just said should terrify me. It should send me running, or at the very least disgust me. It doesn't, and I know damn well why. When I first heard about Venom, and especially after I came here for the first time with Taylor and saw with my own eyes what it was, I felt a spark of something ignite inside of me. I've spent years hiding the dark, depraved fantasies I harbor deep inside of me, locking them away, not showing them to anyone. Those are for me and me alone. Partly because of the shame that comes with them, partly because of the fear of what those desires even mean, given what happened to me when I was 19. But after I came here, part of me wondered, could this be the place to explore that part of myself? I mean, it would be insane to go find someone at a bar or even on Tinder and then try to casually insert into conversation that your fantasy is to be tied up, hurt, used. Insane and dangerous as fuck. I mean, I'm interested in sadomasochism, not being murdered. But Club Venom could be the place to explore it. A place where I can wear a mask and not be regular Fumi, and allow myself to open that black door deep inside me to discover what it feels like to indulge in my ultimate fantasy. Of course, I never have, because I'm a chicken. But when I feel his fingers splay across my throat, feel the heat of him against my back, and hear his dark voice in my ear, when he growls, "I'm going to hurt you," I don't feel fear. I feel excitement. Nervous, anxious, needy excitement. "Don't speak," Gabriel growls. "Just nod or shake your head." My throat bobs under his fingers. My pulse races. Slowly, I nod my chin up and down. "Good girl." His hand slips from my neck. He moves slowly around me, sliding into my peripheral vision before stepping in front of me. His eyes linger on mine, and for a second, I panic. What if he can tell? It's not like Gabriel and I are close, and it's not like we work directly with each other that often. Plus, I'm wearing a mask and the wig. But when his eyes stab into me, still I shiver, wondering if he knows, if he sees behind the mask. His head tilts slightly to the side, his eyes narrowing on me. Again, I get the vibe of a predator sizing up its prey before the chase begins. I take a shaky breath, unable to stop my lip from retreating between my teeth as my gaze slides over his devil mask. Finally, Gabriel nods, his lips curling darkly. "Come." My heart begins to hammer as he takes my hand. We walk right past the orgy, my skin tingling and the blood roaring in my ears. Gabriel leads me through a doorway and into a dimly lit, matte black hallway. We round one corner, then another, moving past doors with the Viper emblem on them, until we finally come to a stop in front of one. My mouth goes dry as Gabriel opens the door. Holy shit. The room is dark and moodily lit, with blood-red walls, black wooden floors, and dark leather couches. A crimson duvet with the gold emblem of a viper on it is spread across a black iron-framed bed. I swallow as my gaze slides across the room, finally landing on a dark wood console on one side with neat rows of toys laid across it. Things that make that savage, needy, deviant beast inside of me stretch awake and purr. A riding crop, a paddle, a whip, plugs of various sizes, an enormous black rubber dong, clamps of some kind, leather cuffs, lengths of rope, a ball gag, and a blindfold. For a second, I'm torn. On one hand, I'm terrified that I am in way over my head. Fantasy is one thing, same as the dark and perhaps shameful internet porn that I watch from time to time. But living it for real, in an actual kink club with a man I am quickly realizing I don't know in the least, is another thing altogether. On the other hand, I shudder when Gabriel's hand lands on the small of my back, firm but not pushy. I can feel the heat of him standing close behind me, and when my eyes flick back to the table with the implements, an icy tingle creeps up my spine. There's no going back now, and even if there was, I don't want to go back. I ignore the sirens blaring in my head. I shove down the voice screaming that this is my fucking boss. My gaze shifts to the coils of dark nylon rope, the cuffs, the ball gag on the table. I shiver as something inside me begs me to remember the last time a man immobilized me, to bring me back to the fear and the darkness and the feeling of being utterly helpless, and not in a good way. This is different. I want to scream at myself. How? The voice inside me screams back. It's my choice this time, I answer. I swallow as the pressure of Gabriel's hand on my back ushers me into the room. The sound of the lock on the door clicking has me sucking in my breath, my face tingling as my nipples tighten.
I'll ask you once again, kitten.
He rasps into my ear.
Do you want to be here?
My head nods up and down.
Good girl.
My teeth sink into my bottom lip as he moves past me, strolling casually across the room to the dark leather couch. Gabriel casually removes his jacket, folds it neatly, and drapes it over the arm. My skin hums with an electric current as he slowly undoes his cuff and rolls the sleeves of his dress shirt in neat, practiced motions up to the elbow. The sinewy muscles of his forearms ripple, the veins throbbing right under his skin as he turns to me.
Come here, kitten.
I tremble, but my feet start to move.
Right here.
He indicates a spot in the center of the room. Dutifully, biting my lip hard to stop myself from shaking, I walk to where he points.
Turn around.
He pulls between my thighs as I do as I'm commanded. When I feel him step closer to me, I tense.
The safe word is freeze.
He growls against the shell of my ear.
Nod if you understand.
My chin nods up and down quickly.
Good girl.
I gasp audibly as the back of his index finger traces up my bare arm. It suddenly occurs to me that even though I've worked at Crown and Black for almost 3 years, tonight is the first time Gabriel's ever touched me. First the hand wrapped around my throat, now the sensual feel of his finger dragging higher and higher up my arm. The finger hooks under the strap of my cocktail dress. He tugs, and my heart lurches before his hand melts away. His footsteps behind me retreat to the side, over to the console table. I turn, my gaze following his hand as it hovers over a plug and then a pair of nipple clamps. I shiver when he moves his hand over the comically enormous dildo, and my insides clench. Then slowly, his hand moves over to the black leather blindfold. That's what he chooses. He turns, and I feel my body throb as his greenish hazel eyes with the gold flecks momentarily meet my dark ones.
Face forward, kitten.
He growls tightly. I nod, quickly obeying. Gabriel moves behind me again, and the blindfold slips over my mask, covering the eye holes and turning my world black. My pulse skyrockets. No, this isn't that place. He isn't that man. I'm in control this time. I can stop this any time with the safe word. Deep down, I know that's why I gravitate to the sort of fantasies I do. My choice in porn, when I watch it, is women in scenarios that were once my actual living nightmare. Because fantasy is a great way to expel the trauma of reality. With porn, I can hit the pause button. Here tonight, a safe word stops the whole thing. Yes, I can tell myself these things 100 times. But when I feel the blindfold tighten around my face and I feel his hand slip under the strap of my dress again, I can't help but tremble.
Are you scared of me, kitten?
I swallow, wondering how I should answer that. But slowly, my head shakes side to side.
Not yet, you're not. You will be.
Fuck me. Why the hell is that so fucking hot? Before I can think any more on that, my body jolts as he slips one strap of my dress off my shoulder. His finger traces lightly over my back, moving up to the other shoulder. That strap slips away too, and suddenly, my breath is quickening as the little black dress slips off me to pool around my stilettos. I inhale sharply at the dark purr of approval from his throat. His hand slides down my bare back, and his fingers slip under the lacy edge of my thong. My pulse roars as he tugs the panties down over my ass. Every cell in my body screams at me to yell the safe word at the top of my lungs and end this insanity that I've blundered into before I go any deeper. But I don't. I've spent years imagining this darkness, staring into it, fantasizing about diving into the abyss before my fear could rip me back from the edge. And now, for the very first time, I'm dipping my toes into the inky void. So I'm not stepping back from the edge. Not yet. Gabriel lowers himself behind me. I can feel his breath on the backs of my thighs as he lifts one leg and then the other, slipping my panties off over my feet, but leaving my heels on. He stands again. Suddenly, something wraps around my throat. I jolt, gasping loudly as I feel metal and leather tight against my skin as something clicks into place at the nape of my neck. Fucking hell. I think he just put a collar on me. I let out a whimper as I feel his lips an inch from my ear.
I've been gentle so far, kitten.
He growls quietly. His hand slips around my throat, sliding up to cut my jaw as his body presses hard against my back.
Remember that safe word,
he rasps darkly.
I'm done being gentle.
Without warning, fire erupts across my bare ass. It takes me a second to register the spank and realize he's just smacked my ass. Hard. His open palm comes again, thwacking smartly against my other cheek and ripping a cry from my throat. He laughs quietly and darkly against my ear.
You're not done yet, are you, kitten?
I shake my head quickly side to side, my pulse thundering in my ears.
Better not be,
he murmurs, stepping around to my front. His fingers slide down the valley between my breasts and then up one slope to pinch one of my nipples without warning. I whimper sharply, gasping as he twists the throbbing peak between his thumb and forefinger. Pain and pleasure ripple through my body as he moves to the other nipple and gives it the same rough, brutal treatment. Shit! I moan as he starts to use both his hands to maul, twist, and tease my nipples until my vision is swimming behind the blindfold and slick heat coats my thighs.
Did I say you could make a fucking sound?
I tense, my heart rate spiking.
Did I?
He breathes. Is he fucking serious? Does he seriously equate a moan to me talking against his order? Fuck! I yelp loudly and fire explodes through my breast as he slaps my nipple. Then, as the initial sting fades, it's replaced with something I've never once felt before. A heated throb that twists and writhes under my skin until my thighs are clenching together.
I asked you a fucking question, kitten.
He slaps my other nipple, making me yelp again as pure liquid fire explodes through my core. Quickly, I shake my head side to side.
And yet,
he rasps, circling me like a shark sensing blood in the water.
You still open that fucking mouth.
Suddenly, something sharp presses to my lips. They part in confusion, then my brows furrow as something soft and lacy pushes into my mouth, gagging me. Sweet fucking God. He just fucking gagged me with my panties. Gabriel moves behind me again. This time, when he spanks my ass, my moans are muffled by the lace.
Get on your fucking knees.
He growls against my ear.
Now.
Shaking, my pulse thundering and my head spinning, I lower myself to my knees as instructed. His hands cut my breasts from behind, and I whimper as he roughly pinches and twists my nipples again. His hands drop, and when they come back up, I gasp as something cold slides over my right nipple, and then tightens.
hard.
I squeal into the lace, writhing as the clamp pinches my nipple in sweet agony. The bite of the second one on my left nipple has my head spinning and pure need leaking between my thighs. I know there's a safe word that gets me out of this. I know I can end this. I'm not going to. Not yet. Because although this is one of the most terrifying moments of my life, it's also perhaps the single hottest. Although the adrenaline and fear rip through my veins like napalm, the throbbing, needy heat between my thighs has me aching for more. I gasp as both clamps tug my nipples at the same time, like they're connected by a handle or a chain that he's pulling.
What an eager little slut.
There are words we're told are bad, just like there are desires we're told are bad even to think about. Words like slut or whore, desires like being hit or punished or hurt. There are words and desires that I've never explored with anyone, out of shame and fear of judgment and fear of men in general. But tonight, I'm letting go. I want to tell myself that it's because I know Gabriel, that even though the man spanking me and slapping my nipples and choking me with my own panties is this nuclear-level dom right now, I know him as the strict but normal Gabriel Black, attorney at law, as the control freak boss who never dates because he's married to his job, as the man who's famous for his zeal for justice and representing the little guy. Except, suddenly, I'm not so sure I do know the real Gabriel Black. Maybe after 3 years of knowing him, I'm only actually meeting the real Gabriel tonight. I whimper as he tugs the clamps again.
Hands behind your back. Now, my little fuck toy.
The way he's talking to me is insane. And yet, I'm hanging off every word, eagerly anticipating what filthy, unspeakable thing he's going to say next. My hands reach behind at the small of my back. When I feel the metal cuffs click around them, my pulse skips.
You can end this any time, kitten.
He purrs.
Say the word, and this is over. Like.
He snaps his fingers loudly right by my ear.
That.
The room goes pin-drop silent. I can feel his eyes on me, daring me to chicken out. Not fucking happening.
Careful, kitten.
He murmurs after a few seconds.
You might run out of chances to get away soon.
Good God.
Spread your legs.
My heart pounds. I wince against the hardwood floor as I spread my knees. Suddenly, his hand is cupping my bare pussy. I gasp sharply, moaning into the lace as he drags a thick finger up through my lips.
So fucking wet,
he murmurs darkly.
What a messy, greedy little whore you are, kitten.
I yelp as he slaps one of my breasts again. Then he suddenly sinks 2 fingers deep into me, my eyes behind the mask and the blindfold flare, my body shaking and clenching around him as his thick fingers curl against my G-spot. He slides them out, then instantly rams them back in. I cry out as lewd, wet, squelching sounds fill the room as Gabriel roughly finger fucks me. The pressure and the pleasure build inside me, ratcheting higher and higher until I'm sure he's going to make me explode. Which is exactly when he removes his fingers.
Greedy girl.
His footsteps move away. For a horrible second, I wonder if this is his thing, getting me so achingly close and then just leaving. Then I hear the rustle of the objects on the table.
I wonder if you could take the large one.
He muses quietly. My chest heaves as I remember the dildo the size of my fucking arm on the table.
I wonder what your greedy, tight little cunt would look like stretched around it while you struggled to take it all.
Fuck me.
Perhaps next time.
He growls meditatively. He walks over and tugs at the clamps again, making me whimper before his hand once again slips between my thighs. I moan eagerly as 2 fingers sink into me, roughly fingering me before they slide back out. Something slick and rubbery eases against my pussy lips, then pushes into me. It nestles right against my G-spot with the second part resting outside my body against my clit. It stays there when he pulls his hand away. Suddenly, it starts to vibrate. Oh, shit. I whimper into my panty gag, writhing on my knees.
If you come before I say you can, kitten, he rasps darkly, there'll be hell to pay. Nod if you understand.
I moan, drool soaking the panties in my mouth as I nod eagerly. I feel him walk behind me. A yelp rips from my throat as he spanks a palm against one ass cheek, then the other. Suddenly his hand slips between them, sinking lower. I tense.
No,
he chuckles darkly.
You don't get to say no, kitten. Gabriel growls. You can say the safe word, and all this stops. Or you can shut your mouth and be a good little slut for me. Which is it?
I shiver, but say nothing.
Good girl.
Suddenly, the vibrations against my clit and my G-spot intensify. I start to moan into the lace, my body shuddering and clenching as his finger eases against my tight back hole. Then slowly, it sinks into me. Sweet fucking God. It makes me feel so fucking full and so fucking dirty in a way that has my skin tingling. Gabriel spanks my ass again, fingering my asshole as the vibrations in my pussy get stronger and stronger. He slips his finger out of me, and immediately, I feel something much harder and slicker pushing against my tight ring. I sputter as what feels like a thin, curved metal toy pushes past any resistance to sink into my ass. My eyes bulge as it twists its way up my asshole, and when I feel him attach what feels like the other end of it to the cuffs at my back, I realize it's got a smooth metal hook of some kind. I yelp as he swats my ass again, reaching around to tug the clamps on my nipples as he stands. Slow steps bring him in front of me. I flush, whimpering into my panties at the feeling of the hard toy hooked deep into my ass and the vibrator making my legs shake. The pulsing vibrations get even harder and faster. I moan, my arms jerking slightly. The movement tugs at the toy in my ass. Fucking hell. It's attached to the cuffs around my wrists.
Such a pretty little fuck toy you are, kitten,
he murmurs darkly.
But I still don't think you're quite full enough.
I gasp, drool dripping down my chin and onto my breasts as he pulls the panties from my lips.
Let's fix that, shall we?
I hear the sound of his zipper. My pulse races as he steps closer.
Open your mouth, kitten.
I'm so close. I know I'm not supposed to come until he says so, but the vibrations rumbling through my core are coming too hard and fast. My mouth opens and I whimper as his swollen head presses against my lips. Then his hand wraps around my throat, and suddenly, his hips press forward. Holy fuck. My lips stretch. My jaw suddenly opens as wide as it can, but even so, I'm suddenly acutely aware of something. Gabriel's cock is fucking huge, and he's not being gentle with it. I shudder, moaning around his massive cock as he pushes into my mouth. He draws back out and taps the swollen head against my tongue.
So fucking pretty on your knees, kitten,
he murmurs.
Now, open your mouth wide so that I can fuck it.
He grabs a fistful of my wig. For a terrifying moment, I'm worried it'll come off, but my mask and his blindfold are tight around it, keeping it in place. He groans, and then I'm moaning and sputtering as his cock rams into the back of my throat. I gag, drool dripping down my chin and onto my nipples as he slides out and then thrusts right back in. This is so wrong. Dirty, demeaning. Letting a man put me on my knees, tie my hands behind my back, and fuck my mouth until spit drips down my face is, objectively, exactly the sort of demeaning, degrading, dirty act I know I should hate. The problem is, I don't. I'm loving it. It's all of it. The surrender of control, submitting to him utterly and letting him use me. I mean, yes, him thrusting into my mouth like it was my pussy does make me feel dirty and degraded. But those feelings don't make me feel like shit. They make me want to come harder than I've ever come in my life.
Good fucking kitten.
Gabriel groans, pumping his thick, swollen cock in and out of the back of my throat.
Such a pretty little slut, choking on my big fat cock.
I moan, gagging and drooling and whimpering on his cock as my mind goes numb. My body turns to molten fire, and the throbbing, needy ache between my legs becomes the entire focus of my universe. I need to come. I need to fucking come. My body tenses. I can feel my arms straining, tugging at the hooked toy in my ass as the vibrator against my clit and G-spot push me to the bleeding edge of my sanity. Gabriel groans, thrusting roughly into my mouth as he holds me by a hank of hair with the other hand wrapped around my throat.
You're going to make me fill this pretty little slut mouth with my cum, kitten.
He grunts. I moan around him, slobbering and choking as my eyes roll back behind my mask.
You're being such a good girl. Such a good, eager little whore.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Come for me, kitten.
It honestly feels like I'm having a seizure. My entire body jerks and spasms, shaking as the release explodes through my core. Stars dot the blackness in front of my eyes. My back arches and my thighs shake as wave after wave of the biggest orgasm of my life slammed through me. Impossibly, Gabriel's thick, hot cock swells even bigger. With a grunt, he pulls out of my gasping, drooling, messy mouth. I moan as hot ropes of cum splatter against my face, my lips, and on my outstretched tongue before dripping onto my chest. With a dark, rasping growl, he buries his cock in the back of my mouth, letting me taste him as he empties his balls down my throat. There are things we're not supposed to like, desires we're not supposed to seek out, words we're not supposed to crave. And suddenly, for the first time, I'm guessing the reason we're told these things. Because now that I've peeked behind the curtain, now that I've tasted the fruit from the tree I'm not supposed to go near, and explored the darkest parts of myself I'm not meant to discover, now I'm not sure I can ever go back to normal ever again. Chapter 6. Fumi. There are moments in life when A becomes B, where what was your reality becomes something new. At the risk of sounding overly dramatic, that's how it feels when I walk into work the next day after spending the previous night being Gabriel's willing, eager, submissive toy. Part of it is the tingling, throbbing, naughty feeling deep inside that I'm keeping a wild secret from everyone. It's like the thrill of an illicit affair without, I suppose, the awful guilt that would go along with it. I feel like I'm an explorer who's just discovered some secret Indiana Jones-style hidden tomb of treasures, and nobody but me knows about it yet. On one hand, last night was just sex. I mean, that's the boring version. But technically, it's correct. But no jury in the world would agree to that characterization of what happened between Gabriel and me if they knew the details. Because last night was not just sex. It was something primal. It was on the bleeding edge of being unhinged, if not downright terrifying. There were points where I was scared. But that's exactly it. That's the biggest part of it. For me, that hint of danger and fear is what made it not just sex. That dark edge that I allowed myself to explore last night for the very first time in my life is why it feels like I've unlocked a new part of myself today and opened a door that I know will never be shut again. The yearning started when I was quite young, and just learning about myself, what made me tick, and what desires and kinks even were. That's how I know that the darkness I crave isn't a trauma response to what happened to me when I was 19. It was there, lurking under the surface long before that. It's just that I'm a little broken inside, a little fucked up. Or at least, that's how I thought of it until last night. Until he unlocked that door inside of me and let all my dirty secrets spill out onto the floor. I'm aware that there are other people out there who have the same dark, violent kinks and sexual desires that I do. I mean, obviously. But I've never explored these violent desires with anyone before. I almost did, once. I signed up for a social media site, basically Facebook for kinksters, where like-minded people can connect and possibly hook up. I talked with DomDaddy83 for a week online before I agreed to meet him, in public during the day. I mean, I'm not stupid. Except once we did meet for coffee, whatever cautious optimism I had about finally exploring that dark side of me with someone else evaporated. My mind started finding a million excuses once we were face to face why I would not be exploring anything but a farewell with him. Then he asked me to give him my panties as a souvenir, and that was the end of that. I left, deleted my site account, and never attempted to talk with another person ever about my dark desires. Until last night. With my boss, of all people. As the elevator rises from the lobby to the Crown and Black offices, I simmer as I sink against the wall. My mind replays the events of last night for the 1,000th time up to our parting. He had me lick his swollen, thick cock clean with my tongue. He used his fingers to push his cum from my lips and my chin into my mouth. Then he removed the toys from my body, uncuffed my wrists, and while I was still blindfolded, patted my cheek and called me a good girl. "Don't move," he'd ordered after that. "Stay where you are and count to 300. 300, and only then you may leave, not before." I'd shivered as his teeth nipped at my earlobe. "I'll know if you do, and bad things happen to bad girls who break my rules." Needless to say, I counted to 300. Slowly. I spend the morning trying to focus on a single piece of work in front of me, but it's almost impossible. First, because all I can do is replay what happened last night, and second, because I keep glancing at my watch. The auditions are today, at noon, and even though every neuron inside of me screams to just forget this insanity, another part of me can't, won't, doesn't want to. And slowly, as noon approaches, my resolve hardens. I'm going to do this. I have to do this. My dad gave up his entire world for me and my mom. He left everything behind for us, even lost her in the process of trying to forge a new life for us all. If it takes fake marrying my control freak boss to repay that, so fucking be it. So at noon, I put the away message on my email and slip out quietly before Elsa, Cassidy, or anyone else can ask where I'm going. Crown and Black occupies the top 3 floors of a stunning building on Madison Avenue in Midtown. The first floor is The Pit, the open floor plan full of cubicles with busy bee interns, associates, and lowly of-council attorneys. The first floor is also where the break room is, a few conference rooms, and the offices for both equity and non-equity partners. A sweeping glass and steel staircase in the middle of this leads up to the second floor and the glass offices that form a ring above the pit, looking down onto it. The name partner offices for Taylor, Alistair, and Gabriel are here, along with more conference rooms. The third floor houses the legal libraries, boardroom, and offices of the board members. It's a huge, stunning office space, and it would be a tad hard to have fake wife auditions anywhere here without the entire office knowing about it within 90 seconds. But from seeing Christina's NDA the other day, I know the auditions are being held in an auditorium-type space that Crown and Black occasionally rents down on the 10th floor. So that's where I get off the elevator, following the sounds of women talking until I round the corner and see a small sign taped to the wall with an arrow that says, Auditions. Jeez. I follow more signs until I get backstage of the auditorium. Crown and Black has held company-wide quarterly meetings here. I've also seen it rented out to motivational speakers, conferences, and even a Comic-Con type event about a year ago. The backstage area has a number of dressing rooms and a big open green room space, like you'd see at tryouts for American Idol or something. There are already perhaps 20 women ranging between early 20s and maybe mid-30s standing and sitting around the room, and a few of them glance my way when I walk in. One or two look at me with narrowed eyes, like they're assessing the competition. But I ignore them with polite smiles before walking over to a side table with snacks and coffee urns. Fumi? I whirl. I don't know why I'm remotely surprised to come face to face with Christina Daniels. I mean, she's literally the one who told me about this whole thing. But when we lock eyes, I flush with embarrassment. Ms. Daniels. I smile politely as she bustles over. Her perfectly manicured brows knit. Wait, are you here for do we have a meeting? I shake my head awkwardly. No, I can feel myself blushing. Suddenly, her eyes fly wide. Oh my God, she giggles, grabbing my wrists. You sassy bitch! Are you here to audition? I shift uncomfortably. Oh my God, that would be so hot if you got it. I frown slightly. I kind of imagined she'd be pissed at me for showing up when it's obvious I'm only here because of confidential information she came to me with as my client. But Christina seems to read my mind, which makes me realize I've seriously underestimated her in characterizing her as just a trust fund brat. Please, she grins, waving me off with an elegant hand. I don't actually want to marry Gabriel. I'm just here to see if there's anyone from my usual social circles desperate enough to come out for this, because that would be a riot. I smile awkwardly. Christina winces. Shit, sorry, that came out wrong. It's fine. She smiles genuinely at me as she takes my hands. I really hope you get it. These other bitches. She makes a face. I turn and discreetly survey the room full of gorgeous women, trying to see if I recognize anybody. One I instantly do, and my brow shoots up in surprise. Dr. Hannah Cowley, a tenured professor at Columbia Law School? Really? Shit. I'd kind of figured that all the women at this thing would be socialites like Christina, and that maybe I'd have some sort of edge as a working professional, and better yet, also an attorney. So much for that. I recognize two more women, who are stunning, as fairly well-known fashion models. I mean, for fuck's sake, one of them, Francesca DeGallo, is up on a Calvin Klein billboard in Times fucking Square right now. My gaze continues around the room, and my face falls when it lands on Monica Wells. Yeah, the Monica Wells, who was up for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar last year for her role in that World War II epic. I mean, shit. What the fuck am I even doing here? It's not even necessary at this point with my confidence in the toilet, but Christina helpfully points out the rest of the competition. Ugh, I can't believe Agnes Carpenter is here. She gives me an eye roll. Total whore. But loaded. Her ex-husband was in oil. Great. And Amanda Kerr. She points across the room to a stacked, leggy redhead. Her grandfather was a New York congressman. I think her father runs a DC lobbyist group. My heart sinks. There's no way I'm winning against these people. Not against Oscar-nominated actresses, billboard models, oil money, and women with family members whose literal job is to make sure people get elected. Ladies, hi, over here, please. A pretty but severe-looking petite blonde marches into the room on sky-high heels. She's wearing dark-rimmed glasses and a seriously imposing power skirt suit, with her hair pulled tightly into a bun. She taps her manicured nails on her tablet before glancing up sharply at us all. We'll begin in just a few moments. Again, I want to make sure everyone submitted their signed NDAs, yes? 20-odd heads nod. I do too, even though I've signed no such thing. Oops. Wonderful. I'll be back to escort you all one by one to the stage. Please just act natural and be yourselves. Good luck, ladies. She starts to turn, but then stops. Her brows knit as her gaze lasers in on me. Shit. Christina is already wandering away, waving at someone she knows across the room as the blonde marches over to me. I'm sorry, and you are? She asks. Fumi Yamaguchi. She frowns at her tablet as she taps away. I don't see. I'm an attorney at Crown and Black. I see. Her frown persists as she looks up at me. What are you doing here? Here goes nothing. Auditioning? For a second, she almost smiles. Almost. Excuse me? I'm here to audition for Mr. Black's It's Not an Audition. I glance significantly around the room. I mean, it kind of looks like one. Her mouth purses. Well, it's not an open call, so I'm afraid I'll need you to. Why? She frowns. Pardon me? Why can't I stay? I hate playing this card, but desperate times and all that. The blonde woman gives me a curious look. You can't audition because, oh, so it is an audition. She sighs, rolling her eyes. Sure, fine. You still can't be here, though. Because I'm Asian. Her lips purse. Miss Yamaguchi, I'm going to have to call security unless you... See, an audition is covered under the Equal Rights Act of 1964. She stares at me. You're joking. I smile. I'm being pedantic, and this is clearly not discrimination. But I need this goddamn money. I glance around the room before shrugging eloquently. I don't really see much representation here, do you? She gives me a look. Francesca DeGallo is Albanian, by way of New Jersey. She rolls her eyes and nods past me with her chin. Monica Wells is Nigerian. She's from Atlanta, and that's like one woman of color in this entire room. The blonde groans in exasperation. So you are Japanese Korean and a quarter Italian. By way of where? Queens? She tosses back. Look, we can do this all day, but unless you have an invitation and a signed NDA, there is no way I'm letting you. Problem, Meredith? My throat clamps shut, my spine stiffens, and a heated shiver ripples through me at the sound of the voice. His voice. It's not as dark and edged as it was last night, but it brings out the same visceral feelings and has the same effect on my body as it did last night, pebbling my nipples, making my pulse race, and turning my thighs slick as heat pools between them. Slowly, barely breathing, I turn and lock eyes with the man who ripped out the darkest, most private part of me last night. Ms. Yamaguchi, Gabriel growls quietly, his face neutral. Was there something you needed? She's trying to audition. The blonde, Meredith, apparently, sighs. Something between amusement and annoyance crosses Gabriel's face. He turns his head toward her, frowns, then turns to me. Is this true? My lip retreats between my teeth before I nibble at it nervously. Then I clear my throat and hold my head high. It is, Mr. Black. One single brow on his stern, gorgeous face lifts. Give us a minute, Meredith. The blonde throws me a look before she whirls and stalks away. Gabriel eyes me coolly. It's taking everything in my power not to shake. He doesn't know it was you. He can't. He'd have said something last night, more like yelled, if he'd realized the girl he had on her knees, hands bound behind her back while he fucked her mouth, was his employee. No. There were masks. The light was dim. I was wearing that silvery lavender wig, and for much of it, I even had a blindfold covering my eyes. He doesn't know. But that doesn't stop my heart from racing or my thighs from tightening. It doesn't stop my core from melting with desire, because it doesn't mean that I don't know.
How did you find out about this, Ms. Yamaguchi?
I swallow.
From a client?
Shit.
Christina Daniels?
He presses. The wheels turn in my head. Lying is a great way to turn the situation from iffy to bad really fast. So I don't. Yes, Mr. Black.
You understand that her telling you about this was covered under attorney-client privilege?
I do. His brow arches higher, his jaw tightening.
And?
I haven't broken that confidence.
You're using privileged information supplied by a client to compete against said client.
He growls quietly. I'm not competing against her. She doesn't.
Harper versus the state of Georgia would disagree.
I swallow. Mickelson versus the state of California overturned that ruling 4 years later. Gabriel's lips curl slightly at the corners. He brings up a hand, the fabric of his Tom Ford suit straining at the shoulder as he rakes his fingers over his chiseled, clean-shaven jaw. The seconds tick by agonizingly slowly as I wither under his fierce stare.
So be it.
Wait, what? I can audition?
Mickelson versus California would suggest so, Ms. Yamaguchi.
My heart swells. Then suddenly, he steps closer to me, and my chest constricts as the same slightly spicy, clean scent with a hint of bergamot from last night invades my senses.
You understand what you're auditioning for, don't you?
I nod.
And you understand what that will mean for you if I win the governorship.
It's like getting slapped in the face. My lungs tighten. The blood drains from my face and panic knots in my stomach. I've been assuming this whole time that Gabriel was running for something like State House of Representatives or a New York City position like alderman or city council. He's running for fucking governor, which means, oh God, he's running against my monster, my trauma, the man who hurt me. And if I win today, I'll be right there at Gabriel's side, forced to face that man all over again. For a moment, I almost forget the whole thing. I almost tell him this was a mistake, turn and run away, and hope Gabriel forgets I was ever insane enough to try and shoehorn my way into this. But there's no backing out now, even if it rips me apart. I need that money. My dad and I both do, or we're dead. Literally.
Ms. Yamaguchi.
I paste on a smile and desperately try to force the color back to my face. Of course, Mr. Black, I blurt with a confidence I don't feel. His eyes narrow on me.
Ms. Yamaguchi.
I'm positive, Mr. Black. He sucks on his teeth, raking his fingers down his jaw again before he straightens his shoulders. Those greenish hazel eyes, flecked with gold, never leave mine.
I hope you know what you're doing, Fumi.
I don't realize I've been holding my breath until he turns and walks away. The truth is, I don't know what I'm doing. Not in the slightest. But it's too late now.
Chapter 7. Gabriel. I learned years ago to spot trouble coming. In court, it's a skill that can make or break your case, and when it comes to court cases, I fucking hate losing. So I don't, not often anyway. In a perfect world, my win record would be 100%. The only reason it's not is that justice is, at times, corrupt, broken, and manipulated. But as we have seen, I have my own methods of course-correcting missteps in justice like that. And if we include my extracurricular activities, that win record very well might be 100%. My sharpness in the courtroom is partly due to years of training myself to see the problems before they surprise me. When the other side smugly announces a surprise eyewitness, yeah, I already know about them. In fact, I've already taken a closed-door deposition from them, lined up my defenses, and prepped my cross-examination. When my opponent tries to mic drop me with some piece of evidence that they think I missed during discovery, nope. Trouble just doesn't sneak up on me. Problems simply don't surprise me, which is why I'm more than slightly perturbed when Fumi Yamaguchi does surprise me like a baseball bat to the side of the head. If there's one thing I hate more than losing, it's being surprised. Back in my office, I drum my fingers on the edge of my desk, not really hearing Alistair and Taylor as they debate fuck knows what right in front of me. Instead, my thoughts are centered on the, call it pageantry, that I just witnessed down on the 10th floor. She came prepared. She came out with guns blazing. She came to win, even if her methods to get into the competition were bullshit. My PR guy, Josh, Meredith, and I were seated near the back of the audience for the auditions. Filling the first 2 rows in front of the stage was the 25-person focus group that Meredith assembled, with tablets at the ready. They were to assess the candidates as each one had their turn on stage answering various questions. Some were bullshit straight out of Miss America. What's your favorite pet? Your ideal first date? How would you save the world? I mean, fucking shoot me now. Other questions dug a little deeper. What are your thoughts on political issue X? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? That sort of thing. The point was to get a sense of how regular, everyday voters reacted to each woman on that stage. The tablets were for them to enter general scores for likability, or how easy each candidate was to relate to. It was also to capture how they viewed that candidate as relationship material, both in general and as it pertained to yours truly. Some candidates scored almost 100 on the likability scale. I mean, Monica Wells is one of Americans' sweethearts, and after her near-Oscar win for that World War II movie where she played that fighter pilot's widow, I mean, yeah, perfect in terms of general likability. But when they rated her in terms of standing on a political stage next to me, she failed badly. I don't see any chemistry there. They seem like strangers. I mean, duh, we fucking are. Or my favorite from the focus group member who didn't want to pull any punches. I think she'd be lowering her standards for him. Yeah, fuck you too. Other candidates were about the same. Some with high likability scores, but low on the compatibility scale. Some ranked amazing as my partner, but dog shit in terms of likability, and I'm not sure what that says about me, but I'm choosing to move beyond it. In short, none of them worked. Except one fucking usurper. Fumi. I know I should be stoked that something great came out of this whole charade of Meredith's. After 20-odd candidates fell short, we finally got one Cinderella out on that stage that killed it. She wowed the focus group. She nailed a perfect compatibility score. It would all be fine and dandy except... she fucking cheated. I frown as my gaze swivels to my brother. Alistair shakes his head, pacing my office. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Surely this is against some condition of her employment here. Taylor snorts, a grin on her face as she rolls her eyes. Something amusing you'd care to share with the class, Tay? I mutter. She shoots me one of her trademark, are you fucking serious looks. Gabriel, you set up this whole absurd... It's not absurd, Taylor, it's my election. We're talking about paying a woman to be your fake wife so that you can run for governor, she snaps. I'm sorry, but what part of that isn't absurd? She cheated, Taylor, Alistair growls. She used the fact that she's worked under Gabriel for almost 4 years, used what she knows about him to... How is that cheating? Taylor barks. I call it research, using her own smarts and cojones, which is precisely what I thought we hired for around here. I sigh. Taylor, Why exactly is Fumi the bad guy here? Because she's a woman? I shoot her a look. Alistair rolls his eyes. Tay, I think you should step away from this conversation. I would be very careful about what you say next, Alistair, she says icily. If you have any fondness for your balls, that is. My brother sighs. Not because you're also a woman, Jesus, because she's your friend. Says the guy with his name on the side of the building, who's also fucking one of our employees. I'm engaged to one of our employees. Alistair hisses back. And I'm not running for fucking governor, nor is Eloise trying to get money out of me in exchange for being my fake fucking... Enough! I roar, standing. Seriously, Alistair? You too, Taylor, I mutter, shooting her a look. I don't love it either, but she scored off the fucking charts with the focus group. Hold another audition, Alistair grunts. Find there isn't time. That's only half true. If I had to find a better candidate for this absurd plan, I'd make it happen. But Meredith and I have already gone over this 1,000,000 times. This whole thing is about making myself as appealing a candidate as I possibly can when I go up against the well-loved, well-established Governor Hall. Yes, I have a secret nuclear weapon in my back pocket to use against him. Or at least I will soon. But modern politics are fucked, and as insane as it is, old sexual assault allegations alone against the incumbent aren't enough for me to win. And yes, I'm aware of how disgusting that is. I have to use my secret weapon and be the most likable candidate the voters of New York have ever seen. And the only way I do that is by being married to a woman who shores up whatever deficiencies I have with the public. A woman who tests well with them, whom they view as my perfect match. Like it or not, that woman appears to be Fumi fucking Yamaguchi. Yes, she cheated, in a way. She used what she knows about me to paint herself as my goddamn soulmate on that stage. She also had the luxury of going last, which means I'd bet money she was peeking out at the audience during every other woman's turn on that stage, remembering what went well and what didn't for each candidate. She used all that to win. I'd be even more impressed if I wasn't so ticked the fuck off. It's not that I don't like Fumi. She's a very good lawyer and a huge asset to the firm. Yes, she did use what you could call insider information about me, and a lawyer's ability to assess the jury, in this case the focus group, in order to best appeal to them. Taylor's not wrong. Fumi used every available resource and her own intellect to win. The lawyer in me wants to say who cares how she got the win. She got it. And if that makes her the best candidate to give me the best shot of winning this race, then so be it. But what irks me about it isn't that she won in a sneaky way. It's that she surprised me. I didn't see it coming. But if I go with another woman, the focus group and Meredith's computer models give me a 30% lower chance of beating Governor Hall. The same computer models have me beating him by 20 points with Fumi at my side, and those are metrics I can't ignore. That doesn't mean I have to like it, though. My nose wrinkles as I step out of my Porsche 911 Turbo. I glance around, my brow furrowing even deeper as I lock the $200,000 car. What the fuck? Annually, Fumi makes over what my Porsche costs. But her neighborhood is a dump. I mean, it's not a slum, but it's a far cry from the sort of place any other 20-something equity partner at a firm like Crown & Black would choose to live. I step over trash and a pile of what fucking better be only dog shit before I open the unlocked door to her no-security building on Avenue C. It smells like piss when I walk in, and there's an out-of-order sign on the elevator. I'm suddenly concerned that Fumi has a secret drug or gambling problem, if this is where she lives on her $250,000 salary. My scowl only deepens when I see the splinter marks and the shitty repair job on the door to her apartment, and what looks like hastily installed new locks. What the actual fuck? I wipe my knuckles on my jacket after I knock. A few seconds later, various locks undo with assorted clicks before the door opens. Yes? I frown at the middle-aged Japanese man with piercing dark eyes and silvering hair looking coolly back at me. I'm looking for Miss Yamaguchi. He says nothing, eyeing me curiously for a few seconds. And your business with my daughter? Instantly, I slip into suave courtroom Gabriel mode. My face changes. My teeth flash a smile, and my eyes grow much kinder as I stick out my hand. What? I'm good at this. Konnichiwa, Yamaguchi-san, I say, firmly shaking his hand and bowing my head politely. I'm far from conversational. Japanese is hard, but I can manage a handful of pleasantries after a few business trips to Tokyo. Gabriel Black, I say with another winning smile. I'm her boss. Mr. Yamaguchi smiles politely. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Black. The look in his eyes makes me think that what he's heard isn't all good. Please, come in. Thank you. I follow him through the small, kinda cruddy but neat and tastefully decorated apartment into the living room. He gestures to the small couch. After I take a seat, he bows his head. I'll tell her you're here. He disappears down the hall, leaving me alone for a minute. My eyes pause for a moment on the Mitamaya shrine to the deceased high up on the wall, with the framed portrait of a beautiful woman with both Asian and possibly Italian features. Then my gaze wanders over the dozen or so orange and white pill bottles on the edge of the counter between the living room area and the tiny kitchen. There's also a couple of IV drip bags, with sealed IV lines next to them. Fumi's father returns and sinks with a small grimace of pain into a chair across from me. He's sick. For a second I wondered if the meds were hers, but the way he gritted his teeth as he sat gives it away. His shirt pulls tight for a second across his chest, and my brow furrows. Shit, that's a portacath under his shirt. I just started chemo again a few weeks ago. I lift my eyes to Fumi's father's face. He shrugs casually as he says it. You're an observant man, Mr. Black, he says, bringing his hand up to tap the portacath injection site under his shirt. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid. My gaze drops to the bandage around his other hand. Perils of learning DIY plumbing tips from YouTube, Mr. Yamaguchi says with a wry smirk. Fumi will be out in a minute. Can I get you? Le arigato, Yamaguchi-san. Your Japanese isn't bad. And you'd make a good lawyer, Mr. Yamaguchi. He chuckles quietly. I can tell he's putting on a brave face. He's clearly in discomfort and exhausted. I can wait outside for Fumi. No, please, sit. I nod. Fumi very much enjoys working for your firm, Mr. Black. You have my thanks for her promotion a few months ago. She earned it, Mr. Yamaguchi. Your daughter is an excellent attorney. I'm lucky to have her. I correct myself. We're lucky to have her. He smiles. Yes, you are. My phone dings. Apologies. Please. He waves a hand. Business is business. I understand. I pull out my phone, glancing over the minor work-related catastrophe unfolding on the group thread with Taylor and Alistair. Scowling, I email the document they seem to be missing, then fire off a string of texts to Elsa concerning a client she's meeting with tomorrow. Finally, I exhale, shoving the phone in my pocket. Just the same, my sincere apologies, Mr. Fumi's father's eyes are closed, his head leaning against the back of the chair as his chest rises and falls. I'm not surprised. The mother of a friend of mine from law school went through chemo a few years ago, and it was brutal on her. Quietly, I fire off a few more emails and then return to the couch. I glance at my watch, then peer in the direction Mr. Yamaguchi went to tell Fumi I was here, which was like 10 minutes ago by now. I sigh heavily as I stand. She may have won the day, but at the end of it, I'm still her boss. I'll be the boss of both her professional and her private life once we go through with this. Although perhaps I shouldn't feel a throb of something dark in my core when I think of it like that. At the end of the hallway, I poke my head into an open door before realizing it's clearly her father's bedroom. The other door's cracked too, so I push it open and step inside. Fumi? I frown. The bedroom is stark. It's lived in, but it looks like she moved in a hurry and then never really unpacked. Boxes line one wall. Her furniture is sparse, her bed neatly made but plain. The only things on her small desk are a laptop, a stack of legal pads, and a mountain of Crown and Black files. No, Fumi. I frown, gazing around the room before my eyes land on something on the floor near her bed. I smirk, and before I know what I'm doing, I walk over and pluck the skimpy, lacy little black thong off the floor. Fumi's an attractive woman, but she's also all business. She dresses in flattering but utterly work-appropriate pant and skirt suits. She keeps her jet black hair back in a severe bun most of the time, and her makeup is professional but not in any way enticing. It's amusing to discover that she owns a pair of lacy panties, and more than slightly arousing. I frown as I will the blood to stop flowing to my dick. I drop the thong back onto the floor and scan the room again. This time I hear something shuffling and moving behind what I assume is a closet door. Then I hear the clatter of something falling, and a curse that sounds a whole hell of a lot like Fumi's voice. Annoyed at my wasted time, I stride over. Before I can think it through, I grab the knob, twist it, and storm into, the bathroom. The second I barge in, a very shocked, headphones-wearing, scream lodged in her throat, naked Fumi whirls on me and our eyes lock.
Chapter 8. Fumi. I try to scream, but my throat closes from the shock of seeing him and nothing comes out but a squeak. What the fuck? What the fuck? My mouth catches up a second after my brain screams it internally. I whirl, yanking a towel so hard that it rips its hook right out of the wall. I turn away, my entire face crimson as I wrap the towel around myself, feeling his eyes burning into my backside. On the bruises still marring the skin there. Bruises that he put there. In an alternate reality, I'd be livid that my boss just walked in on me fresh out of the shower. Or at least panicked and horrified. But then again, this is the same man who had me on my knees and under his complete command 2 nights ago. The same man who did things to me I've only ever fantasized about. A man who shattered so many walls and hang-ups that I'm still getting up from the rubble and choking on the dust. I wrap the towel tighter around my torso, hiding my bruised ass away. A shaky breath fills my lungs before I turn, still throbbing with heat as I meet his eyes. I mean, it's not like he hasn't seen it before, but that was then and there, in another world, a fantasy. Not the reality of my crappy little bathroom off my cruddy little bedroom in my crummy little apartment. With my dad right down the fucking hall, no less. Your father is sleeping. I stiffen, my eyes snapping to his and my mouth making an O shape. What the fuck? Is he in my freaking head? I clear my throat. He gets tired. I don't mention the cancer. I don't want or need Gabriel's sympathy. From the hard look in his eyes, what I do have is his ire. I mean, I did just kind of pull that whole fake wife rug out from under him. I remember the looks on those people's faces in the front rows of the auditorium. A focus group for sure. And way in the back, shrouded in shadow. I could see Gabriel sitting there next to the bitchy blonde Meredith person and some other guy. And while I was up on that stage, using every trick in my book to charm and wow the focus group, I could sense Gabriel's eyes boring into me, igniting me, turning me to ash. So,
I think you can guess why I'm here.
Fuck yes. I resist the urge to scream or jump around, even though I know from his tone and his look that I got it. I won. My pulse races, elation exploding through my veins as I realize what this means for my dad and me. It means getting Takato and his goons off our backs and out of our lives. But it also means I'm marrying Gabriel. I swallow, the sobering thought quickly dampening down the freak-out threatening to explode from me in a scream.
You tested the highest.
Gabriel's eyes narrow.
Though I'm sure that's unsurprising to you, given your methods.
My methods?
Cheating is another word one could use.
My lips purse. I didn't cheat. I just know you.
Watch your tone, Ms. Yamaguchi.
Am I in the office right now?
Thus attired? I would hope not.
I simmer, wrapping the towel a little tighter around myself. I used the tools I had available to win.
Which I would find admirable if we were in court, not talking about my life.
Gabriel snaps back. It's a fake marriage, right? His jaw ticks.
It's a real marriage. The relationship it's based on is, presumably, not.
He sighs.
Ms. Yamaguchi, my team says you're it.
Is that why you're here? He frowns.
That, and the free show, apparently.
My core clenches as his eyes drag over my towel. Then his gaze lifts to the bruises on my neck I've been hiding with high collars, and the ones on my cleavage and shoulders I've been hiding with concealer. More bruises from him, I should add. I shiver when I see the way his jaw clenches and his eyes narrow.
I hope it goes without saying that your extracurricular activities...
I'm allowed to have a sex life, Mr. Black.
Mr. Black seems a bit formal for your fiancé,
he snarls.
And you know damn well what I mean. If we do this,
he says grimly, pointing at my neck,
that stops. Is that clear, Miss Yamaguchi?
I thought it was fake.
Don't test me, Fumi.
He rumbles in a low tone that makes my breath suck in sharply.
You and I will announce tomorrow that we are and have been dating. There will be press for which you will be prepped. Then we'll get married before my campaign starts.
How? I clear my throat. What am I supposed to tell people?
He shrugs. That we've been dating and keeping it quiet due to
the negative connotations of me screwing the boss? Jesus Christ, my mouth sometimes. I cringe, trying to cover it with an awkward smile.
I'd suggest not using that exact verbiage, he growls. But yes.
What about my dad?
What about him?
I roll my eyes. What am I supposed to tell him?
I trust you to figure that out yourself.
He frowns.
I'm entering the race late, but well prepared and well financed. And I have, well, information on the incumbent.
I stiffen, the smile dropping quickly from my face as I feel my shoulders curl inward, cocooning myself.
Governor Hall is going to fall out of favor. We just need to be perfect on our end so that when he does, we're the best second option for the voters. Now,
he says sternly, with authority,
we'll begin your briefings.
Let's talk money. Gabriel huffs.
Straight to the point.
This is a business arrangement. He nods.
True. You'll be paid $4 million.
5. Obviously, this has been on my mind. I know the deal is for $4 million, but 4 is not 5, and 5 is what gets the Yakuza off my and Dad's ass. Gabriel levels a hard look at me.
Excuse me.
I want $5 million.
That's a shame, because it's 4.
I smile, shaking my head. 4 is for the bubblehead socialite who turns out to have a nasty cocaine habit. 4 is for some movie starlet who won't stop fucking her personal trainer after the wedding. 4 is what you pay to come close in, but not win the election. I pause, trying not to tremble at the frankly livid look on his face. I hope you don't play poker, Mr. Black.
I hope you don't either, he snaps, given the smugness on your face right now.
I swallow, smiling weakly at him. My price is 5.
That isn't happening. I'm already offering you $4 million for me to essentially do you the favor of a lifetime, Fumi.
My brows lift. How so?
You're a talented young attorney who's about to marry a New York gubernatorial candidate who has a very good chance of winning. Do you have any idea what this will do for your career?
I know what it'll do for your career, and I know it'll cost $5 million. Take it or leave it, Mr. Black. Gabriel's lips curl dangerously.
Are you sure you want to play this game with me?
Is that a threat as my boss?
No. It's a threat as the man you really only know as your boss.
That's what you think. The reality is no. I'm not sure I do want to play this game with him, but I also don't really have a choice. So I pretend I'm in court, facing down a jury who's all but begging to get me in my corner in the most important case of my career. Well, I smile at him. Do we have a deal or not, Mr. Black? I gasp sharply as he surges into me like a beast going in for the kill. I jolt, my throat clamping shut as I hit the wall behind me, and Gabriel looms over me with something feral in his eyes. Well, I choke. He draws in a slow, deep breath.
Provided you're willing to play exactly how I ask, and when, and where.
He lowers his face to mine a little.
Then yes, Miss Yamaguchi, we have a fucking deal.
Chapter 9. Fumi. My nerves are shot as I step into the elevator to head up to the office. I take a large swig of coffee, feeling the irregularity of my pulse and the slickness at the small of my back. I'm marrying my boss. I hate that I haven't had a chance to talk about this with any of my friends or people whose opinions I give a shit about. Elsa, Taylor, or Eloise, for example. But Gabriel didn't leave my apartment yesterday until I'd signed an NDA of biblical proportions, barring me from uttering a single syllable before he makes the announcement. Which will be soon. Soon. Everyone I work with will hear that I've been dating our boss. Who cares if it's a lie? The net result is going to be the same. Shock. Probably some snickered ridicule. Gold digger jokes behind my back. My shoulders slump. It's going to suck. But the silver lining is that the monetary transaction part of all of this is going to happen soon. Which means I can get it to Takato and that entire dark chapter of my dad's life can be over and done with. Dad gave everything up for me. I can survive being married to Gabriel Black for a short while. It's not a forever marriage. That was in the massive stack of contracts and NDAs we went over last night. Back in the kitchen, with me wearing more than a towel. The plan is to marry before his announcement that he's running. We'll stay married throughout the election campaign, since that's the entire point. The charade will continue for a minimum of 3 years, with an option at that point to renegotiate terms to stay together, if it looks like he could win the next election and still needs me at his side. After that, it's basically rinse, repeat. In the 3rd year of each 4-year term, we'll renegotiate for us to keep the ruse going through him campaigning for another term, since New York State has no term limits for governor. And, of course, Gabriel's already thought of everything. including the payment structures and maximum contract renewal amounts, which I had to agree to last night. Apparently, I'm able to make my demand of $5 million instead of $4 million only once. But it's not like I'll be crying poverty staying married to the man. Each term that I stay with him nets me $1 million a year. And the only drawback is that I'll be married to a control freak with supremely deviant sexual tastes. I mean, there are worse ways of making a fortune. There's more contractual stuff, of course. The details of my involvement in his life and in his campaign have to be ironed out. But the preliminary agreements have been signed. I'm really doing this. With a frown, I suddenly realize I'm just standing in an empty elevator with the doors to the lobby still open. Shaking my head in hopes of getting it screwed on straight, I reach over to punch the button for the Crown and Black offices on the topmost floors. The doors begin to shut when suddenly a hand jerks between them. The doors open again, and Gabriel walks in. My pulse skips as he stands, looming right over me. His eyes bore into me, stealing my breath as he reaches behind him and pushes the door close button. Hi. The elevator begins to rise. There was a leak to the media. Instantly, I go on the defensive, glaring at him. So obviously it's me, right? Is that to what I owe the pleasure of this dramatic elevator meeting? Gabriel's eyebrow quirks up. You have trust issues, don't you? I have issues with being accused of things I had nothing. It wasn't an accusation. It was... He growls deep in his chest, scowling as he turns and punches the stop button. My pulse lurches as the elevator brakes sharply. It was a statement of fact, he mutters. Our relationship and anticipated engagement has been leaked to a major tabloid. I just got off the phone with their dipshit in-house counsel. I threatened the fucker enough to hold it off for now, but they'll be posting it online in the next 15 minutes if they haven't already. My lips suck between my teeth, my stomach dropping. Soon just got upgraded to imminently in terms of everyone at work knowing. So what does that mean? It means, Fumi, he says quietly, that we need to hit this head on and get in front of it. The entire office will be talking about it in the next few minutes, so we might as well rip the Band-Aid off ourselves. My face pales. I know what I signed up for, but the reality of having to look Taylor in the eye after she hears that I'll be marrying her business partner, friend, and my boss feels like a knife to the gut. I mean, this is a woman I look up to and respect more than anyone, someone I aspire to be like. And here I am, screwing the boss to get ahead. Talk about cliché. It also makes all of this so much more real. Not just the marrying Gabriel part, not even just looking my friends and coworkers in the eye and smiling when that comes out. It's the part when Gabriel actually campaigns for governor, and I'll have to face a part of my past I've spent years burying. It means I'll have to face him. Literally. I'll have to stand in a room with that fuckwad. I'll have to pose for pictures, smiling with him in the same photo. It makes me want to throw up right here and now. I'm shaken from my dark thoughts when Gabriel turns and starts the elevator again. The car begins to rise once more, my pulse thudding like I'm taking my last footsteps up the stairs to the guillotine. Like, now? Gabriel's face is stony as he reaches into the pocket of his immaculately tailored suit and pulls out his phone. His brows furrow as he thumbs the screen open and his jaw clenches tightly. Right now, he grunts, jamming his phone back into his pocket. He turns, his gaze stabbing into mine. The story went live 1 minute ago. Fuck me. Before I can agonize about my new reality or fret about what I'm going to say to Taylor and my other friends, the elevator stops again as he jams the button once more. Oh, and I almost forgot. The glimmer of diamond has my eyes widening as Gabriel pulls a ring out of his pocket. But no words come out of my mouth as it opens wide. Instead, I just stare, my pulse thudding as Gabriel deftly takes my hand and slides the engagement ring onto my finger. It's perfect. I almost wish it was a design I hated, or that it was too gaudy or too small, too anything, because that would make this whole thing easier to roll my eyes at. But it's not. The goddamn thing is exactly the freaking ring I'd pick for myself out of 1,000 options. I swallow as my gaze holds on my finger with an unblinking stare. Without another word, Gabriel turns and pushes the button again, lurching the elevator into motion again.
Game faces.
Gabriel growls. He turns to me again, and though his brow is still creased and his jaw still set, I catch a brief flash of, fuck. Is that humanity that I see in his eyes?
Ready,
he says quietly. Do I have a choice? Nope. My pulse spikes when his hand suddenly grabs mine, just as the doors open wide. Megan, the receptionist, looks up from the phone in her hand. Her mouth drops open, her expression scandalized as her gaze locks onto Gabriel and my clasped hands. Mr. Black, she blurts, standing quickly. Ms. Yamaguchi,
why don't you follow us to the pit, Megan?
Gabriel grunts, barely slowing as he pulls me through the reception area of the firm.
I'm going to address everyone all at once so that we can all get on with our days.
My pulse is racing as we march into the main cubicle area. The story is very obviously out. Every single employee is talking with their immediate neighbor or staring in shock at their phones or texting excitedly.
Everyone, stop what you're doing.
It's as if he just walked into the pit and fired a shotgun in the air. The whole place jumps in terror, every face snapping around and every eye flaring wide when they see him. When they see us. Wordlessly, Gabriel pulls me by the hand through the maze of cubicles to the center of the open-plan space. He marches halfway up the stairs with me in tow before turning to survey the whole firm. Above us, I'm acutely aware of Taylor, Alistair, and a few other employees stepping out of conference rooms to gaze down at the scene from the upper level. I glance up, paling when I lock eyes with Taylor. She just nods her chin, a reassuring, if twisted, smile on her face. I glance back toward the pit. This time, it's Elsa's gaze I catch as she stares at me with her mouth in an O.
As I'm sure you've all heard,
Gabriel says, his voice filled with a mix of sternness, authority, and power.
Ms. Yamaguchi and I have an important announcement to make. We've been keeping this quiet, not out of shame or fear of scandal, but because our private lives are precisely that. Private. HR has been aware of this for months.
Well, that's obviously a lie. My gaze snaps to Rebecca, Crown and Black's HR director, half expecting her to say something. She just smiles neutrally. That's when my eyes catch the diamond bauble on her wrist, the brand new bag which looks a hell of a lot like an Hermes Birkin, and the shiny new Louboutins on her feet. Motherfucker. She's been bought. Whatever ethical concerns I have slip away as Gabriel's muscled arm slips around my waist. One hand grips my hip possessively as his other one takes mine and raises it and my new ring, as if showing everyone I'm his.
Fumi and I have been seeing each other for a few months now, so we've decided to make it official.
He beams a charming, wide smile.
We're getting married.
The whole place explodes in murmurs and gasps. Employees whirl to each other with mouths agape as the whispers turn to a roar. Elsa is standing next to Eloise and Cassidy, and I can feel the blush spreading across my face as the three of them just stare at me in confusion and shock. Gabriel's hand grips my hip tightly, yanking me back into the present.
Thank you, thank you.
He smiles as a smattering of claps begin to turn into a small applause from the staff.
This changes nothing around here. Ms. Yamaguchi will keep her same position, and everything stays the same with Crown and Black staffing and management. I do not want anyone to treat her or myself any differently.
He clears his throat with a brief nod.
That's it.
Except it's not. Because then, right in front of everyone, Gabriel suddenly spins me, pulls me tight against his body, cups my face, and leans down to kiss me. It's not until his mouth crashes to mine that I realize, despite all of the pure sin he unleashed on my body the other night, this is actually our first kiss. It's such an amusing thought, given that a few nights ago he was fucking my mouth, spanking me, torturing my nipples, and coming on my face and down my throat, that I start to laugh. It doesn't throw him. He doesn't back away. If anything, Gabriel starts kissing me harder, fiercer. His hand tightens on my jaw and my hip. Even if this is just supposed to be a kiss for the cameras, his tongue demands entrance, which I give. And suddenly, I'm not just kissing Gabriel in front of the whole office. I'm kissing him in front of the whole office. The train has left the station. The spaceship has launched. There's no going back now. Fuck. I'd better learn to hold on tight.
Chapter 10. Gabriel. Sometimes, no matter how much you plan, how many variables you assess, how many mock trials you run, unexpected things happen. A juror has an off day, or the judge for that matter, or even the weather. Snow in the forecast statistically has a way of making witnesses talk faster on the stand and sometimes gloss over important details. That's what happened on the stairs addressing the office. Something unexpected. I'm not sure what my actual intention was, but it certainly wasn't to wind up fucking kissing Fumi in front of everyone. But it happened. And I cannot, for the fucking life of me, get it out of my head. The feel of her soft lips against mine, the shiver down her spine underneath my palm, the little whimper in her throat. Fuck, this is going to be a problem. But here we are. And just as if something had gone unexpectedly in court, I'll have to adjust, deflect, or move past it. I'm choosing the latter as I step into my office, followed closely by Meredith, Josh, my campaign finance officer Bennett, and Fumi. Alistair tries to storm in too, but I stop him at the door. Private meeting, I grunt. Fuck that, we're talking now. Believe me, we aren't. His jaw clenches. What the fuck was that? He growls. I mean, Jesus Christ, how about a little goddamn respect? Meaning? Taylor and I are already bending over backward to allow this fucking campaign of yours. And I think we're both being extremely accommodating in letting you run it as you see fit, even when it does affect the firm. His eyes narrow dangerously. So how about a fucking ounce of respect on your end? How about a heads up before you start bribing the fucking HR department and making grand statements that, spoiler, will absolutely affect the firm's culture and our relationships with our employees? Alistair, I'm not asking for much here, he mutters. Just not to be blindsided with a dick slap from my own brother at my own firm. I could mention how I had to act fast to stay ahead of the story. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter, and Alistair won't give a shit, so I apologize. I exhale, clapping a hand on his shoulder. You're right. I should have run that by you and Tay, even if it was a last-minute decision. Yeah, he grunts. You fucking should have. Then he sighs, shaking it off. Well, I suppose congratulations are in order? I roll my eyes. Don't. Please, he snickers. I have just begun. He cocks a brow at me, turns, and then heads down the hall to his own office. I decide to be charitable and not call him out when I clearly catch a glimpse of Eloise sitting on his desk, with the blinds drawn across the interior-facing office windows. Shutting my office door, I exhale and turn to address the people in the room. As we discussed, the amount today is going to be $5 million, not $4 million. Meredith, Josh, and Bennett all barely contain their scowls of disapproval, but they just nod. Fumi grins triumphantly. I turn to my finance guy. Bennett, you're up. He clears his throat as he pulls a laptop out of his bag and moves to sit in one of the leather armchairs across from Fumi on the couch.
Miss Yamaguchi, while this transition is completely legal under discretionary campaign spending laws,
I know. Shockingly, apparently, it's not illegal to pay someone to be your wife for political campaign reasons. That doesn't mean it wouldn't go over about as well as a musical theater adaptation of Schindler's List if the public got wind of it.
We're going to be moving the money through a series of associated companies into your own account.
Fumi nods. Now, that said, Bennett continues in his dry tone,
if you're okay with it, I'd like to assist you in setting up an associated company of your own to receive...
Oh, I already have my own shell corporation set up in the Caymans for that. Bennett looks surprised and maybe a little impressed. Oh? Sorry, I meant my own associated company, Fumi says dryly. Bennett turns red.
Again, nothing we're doing today is violating...
I don't think you need to sell us on this, Bennett, I growl. Let's keep moving. Fumi clears her throat, pulling the laptop toward her. She starts to type away. These are the routing details to my offshore account, filed under an LLC with my father as the sole officer. My brow cocks. You're better at tax evasion and money laundering than I may be comfortable with, Miss Yamaguchi. She shrugs. As your friend here keeps mentioning, she nods toward Bennett. None of this, provided we follow the rules, is technically illegal. I set up my account in the Caymans because the taxes on you giving me $5 million would be crippling. She smiles sarcastically at me, and I don't think you want a paper trail, I grunt. No, obviously not. Which is why the money will be transferred from an unassociated third party. Bennett types a few things on the laptop, then raises his eyes to me.
Mr. Black, unless there's anything else, we're good to go.
I nod. Do it. There's a click of the enter key. Bennett swallows thickly, and Fumi's grin threatens to split her face.
And it's done.
Bennett nods. Congratulations, Miss Yamaguchi, I mutter. Now, I'd advise not going out and buying a Lamborghini in a closet full of Armani. Yeah, I'm not actually an idiot, in case that was unclear. Fumi tosses back with a sarcastic smile.
Sir!
I frown, turning when I hear Jan outside my office. The blinds are drawn so I can't see who she's yelling at as I hear her scramble out of her chair.
Sir, he's in a meeting.
The door to my office bangs open. 2 Japanese men in all black with gruff expressions on their faces come marching inside, heedless of my assistant's warnings. I twist to face them, my jaws set. Can I help you? The taller of the 2 is a good-looking guy, broad-shouldered and athletic with a clean face, slightly longish dark hair, and sharp dark eyes who looks a few years younger than me. A swirl of tattoo ink peeks out from the collar of his black button-up. It's the other guy, a bit shorter and a whole lot meaner looking, who steps forward and bows stiffly.
I apologize,
he murmurs in a heavily accented voice.
I didn't mean to harm anyone barging in like this.
Barging in has that effect on people, I growl back. He smiles widely, bowing again.
Indeed, Mr. Black. Very true.
I don't smile back. As my assistant told you outside, I'm afraid I'm in a meeting. If you'd like to wait.
But I believe,
the man says with another too wide smile,
that I am part of this meeting.
He looks past me and beams as he nods his chin.
Miss Yamaguchi, surely you have not started without me.
I turn with a frown, noticing the way Fumi pales a little. Instantly, I hate the way the shorter man is looking at her, like he owns her, or she's beholden to him. The ferocious feeling inside my chest stuns me a little. The men begin to walk over to her. In one motion, before I even think it through, my arm juts out, blocking them from taking another step. Exactly who are you? I growl. Something flashes in the man's eyes, but fades as he smiles once again.
Oh, my sincere apologies again, Mr. Black. My name is Shiro Watanabe. I'm Miss Yamaguchi's accountant.
Really? The man looks like he'd be more at home at an underground poker game than behind an accountant's desk. When I glance at Fumi, she nods quickly. He knows my dad. Mr. Watanabe chuckles.
Yes, Mr. Yamaguchi and I go way back, Mr. Black.
He turns to me, bowing again.
Now, if you don't mind.
He flashes another grin before he and his buddy walk over to Fumi. She still looks pale, but when she catches my glance, she shrugs quickly. They're from Japan.
Kyoto.
Shiro clarifies.
Have you ever been?
Tokyo, never Kyoto.
Ah, shame, Mr. Black. It's beautiful. You should come visit sometime.
I'll consider it. He nods. The other guy walks over, pulls a laptop out of his bag, and places it in front of Fumi. Shiro opens it and types away before turning to nod at her.
We are ready for you to make the transfer, Miss Yamaguchi.
I frown. Excuse me? What transfer? The man turns and bows deeply.
Forgive me for not mentioning it before. We have advised Miss Yamaguchi to move the money she's just received into a few other accounts.
Immediately? Bennett asks curiously.
Yes.
There's a slightly annoyed look on Shiro's face. I frown, catching Fumi's eye. Again, she just shrugs. My dad swears by them. With him being a first-generation immigrant, there's always extra scrutiny on his financial matters. Shiro smiles at me, then at Fumi.
We can proceed as soon as you type in the delivering account details.
She swallows as she stares at the screen, then she leans close to the laptop, types a few keys, and hits enter. Done. Shiro glances at his friend who is monitoring his phone. A second later, the taller man nods, pushing his hair back from his face. Shiro's lips curl as he closes the laptop and looks down at Fumi.
Well, Miss Yamaguchi,
he says mildly.
I believe that concludes our business.
I believe so. Again, the way this Watanabe is looking at her makes my blood boil, for reasons I don't quite understand. He bows low.
Regards to your father.
He turns and walks toward me, extending his hand. I shake it, and he bows again.
Congratulations on your engagement, Mr. Black.
He throws a grin to Fumi before turning back to me.
You're a very lucky man.
Lucky? Maybe. Right now, what I really am is curious.
Chapter 11. Fumi. I expected the day my relationship with Gabriel went public to be a shit show. But come on. The grand announcement on the staircase in view of the entire firm was insane enough. Takato's men bursting into Gabriel's office seriously threw me off. Because that's exactly who they were. The shorter guy, Shiro, if that even is his real name, was one of the men in my apartment the other day when I came home to find my father on the floor. Them being here today is seriously freaking me out. For a start, it was creepy how they knew exactly when and where I'd be receiving the money. And what the hell did Takato think I was going to do? Get the money from Gabriel and run? But after they had me transfer the money from my Cayman's account to Takato's uncle's, and after they left, my day only got weirder. Cassidy is completely ignoring me, not looking at me, not acknowledging me when I walk into a room, certainly not talking to me. That fucking hurts. She's one of my best friends at work, and I just know from the look on her face that she's seeing the news of Gabriel and me exactly as I was worried people would. That I'm screwing my boss for advancement. That I made equity partner by sucking Gabriel's dick or something. I mean, I did. But that came after the equity partnership. And again, he didn't, and presumably still doesn't, know that was me. Fortunately, my other close friends at the firm immediately seek me out to make sure I'm okay. 1 million signed NDAs aside, I end up pulling Elsa and Eloise into a conference room and making them swear on the lives of their not yet even conceived children not to say a word before I tell them what's up. I even pay them both $1, making them legally my attorneys, and the information I unload onto them totally confidential. I mean, Eloise shrugs. Gabriel can be a bit gruff sometimes, and he's a bit of a control freak. Seriously, God help you if his pen is moved half an inch on his desk. Elsa snickers. But he's a good man, Fumi. She frowns. You and he aren't, actually. No, I blurt, my face turning scarlet. No, that is not included. Elsa giggles. I didn't imagine it would be. I mean, Gabriel doesn't even date. Facts, Eloise adds. Alistair offers to set him up with women all the time. He never bites. She grins. Honestly, and I'm not saying this to be a bitch or anything, but Alistair and I have both wondered if he's asexual or something. Nope. Or if he is, someone give that man a Tony Award for his performance the other night. Later in the afternoon, after tiring of the whispers and looks from the rest of the office, I'm holed up in the legal library getting some work done. That's where Taylor finds me, gives me a big hug, and tells me she knows about all of it. Ultimately, I think it's a smart move on your part, she offers. Making myself an office pariah for money? A lot of money, she counters. But it's not just the money, Fumi. Anyone with a brain will see what this is, and I don't mean that as a threat. What I mean is other equity partners, the board, even managing partners of other firms will see this and see golden allegiance to Crown and Black. That's loyalty you can't buy. He literally just bought it. She laughs. Okay, I walked into that one. But you know what I mean. This makes you look like a badass, not a gold digger, at least to those who matter. She shrugs. Look, cards on the table. I plan on doing whatever it takes to keep you at Crown and Black for your entire career. Because you're that good. And because I'd be an idiot to let anyone else scoop you up. This could, and probably will, bite me in the ass. She grins again. But when you're due for your next raise in a few years, and 7 other firms in New York are dumping gold at your feet to jump ship because of the loyalty you're showing right now, that's ammo you can use here to negotiate for more money. I smirk. Why, pray tell, would you tell me that as a name partner? Because I like you, Fumi. Both as a friend and as your boss. I want the best for you. She exhales. Look, Gabriel's, well, Gabriel. But he's a good man. And he's completely aware of what this is, for both of you. This really will be strictly for the cameras, Fumi. She gives me a sideways glance. My opinion? Please, throw in a relationship clause. A what? This contract lumps you two together for a minimum of close to 4 years. You've got the campaign itself. Then, if he wins, which seems likely given... She lifts a shoulder. Well, Governor Hall is going down. I shiver. So, then you've got 3 years in the governor's mansion together, a man you won't really have a relationship with, and... She grins salaciously at me. And I suddenly get what she means by relationship clause. That's a thing? Legally binding fake marriage contracts with stipulations that both parties can seek romantic and sexual attention from others provided they're discreet? Yeah. I've written in clauses like that 6 times for situations exactly like this. Otherwise, what's the alternative? She wrinkles her nose. You just don't get laid for 4 years? Fuck that. My face burns as every single lurid detail of the other night at Venom comes rushing back. So, definitely a relationship clause. It's not like you're going to be screwing Gabriel. She snorts. No, of course not. That would be ridiculous. It's not quite the end of the day, and I've got a mountain of shit to do. But Taylor tells me to take the rest of the day off anyway. I don't. I've already got the entire office staring at me like a leper. The last thing I need is to walk out early. When I finally do leave work, I startle when a built blonde man all in black steps away from a town car parked right outside the front of the Crown and Black building.
Ms. Yamaguchi?
I freeze. Yes? He smiles warmly.
I'm Trevor, Mr. Black's regular driver. He sent me to take you home.
I resist the urge to roll my eyes. My new fiancé certainly has pretentious tastes. Expensive watches, $12,000 suits, sports cars. Of course he has a town car with a driver. Still, a ride home in a town car is a ride home in a town car, and this is going to be my new reality soon. Might as well get used to it. Trevor shows me his ID along with a Crown and Black peripheral employee card before opening the car door for me.
Right this way, Miss Yamagu.
Fumi, I smile. Just Fumi is fine. If you want to do last names, I'll insist on using yours. He chuckles.
My last name is Polish. It makes even my tongue cramp. Let's stick with first names.
Perfect, I laugh, slipping into the back seat. Oh my. This is living. Sumptuous, buttery leather seats, smooth jazz coming from hidden speakers, a minibar, complete with fresh ice, crystal tumblers, and a cocktail shaker. A girl could get used to this. I'm making small talk with Trevor, so I don't notice where we are until the car glides to a stop.
Well, we're here.
I frown, turning to peer out the tinted windows as Trevor gets out of the driver's seat. I'm still frowning as he opens my door for me. Trevor? Where are we? He turns and nods up at the beautiful brownstone on a gorgeous tree-lined street.
We're home, miss.
Trevor escorts me up the steps and opens the front door for me, then leaves me there, letting me enter on my own. The second I do, my jaw drops and my eyes bulge wide. What the actual fuck? The front foyer of Gabriel's admittedly stunning home is crammed with brown moving boxes. Boxes with my name written on them. I yank the tape off one, ripping it open before my lips purse. It's filled with books from my bedroom back home, which I had no intention of leaving. The next box has work stuff. A third is filled with old t-shirts I usually work out or sleep in.
It's all there, I promise.
I whirl at the sound of Gabriel's voice. What the fuck is this?
Your things.
I glare at him. You know what I mean. What is it doing?
You live here now, Fumi.
I blink rapidly. What?
You're my fiancé.
He shrugs, his face expressionless.
It would look odd if we didn't live together at this stage of our relationship.
My head shakes slowly. You went through my stuff.
Technically, I paid people to go through your stuff. They're very discreet, I assure you.
I roll my eyes. Well, call your discreet minions back, because I'm not living here. Gabriel looks amused.
It's not up for negotiation.
My father
has also been moved into a very comfortable new apartment 5 blocks west of here.
I huff. That's not going to work. I'm his primary caregiver. I grit my teeth.
Has cancer. Yes, I'm aware. Stage 2 lung.
How the hell do you know that?
He told me.
I gape. My dad is a pretty private person, and he met Gabriel once for like 4 minutes. Bullshit. There's no way. What did you do? Get a PI to...
He told me, Fumi.
Gabriel frowns, tipping his head slightly.
Well, I guessed, and he confirmed it.
I don't care, I snap. I'm still his primary caregiver.
Of course you are, but you're no longer his only caregiver. I've hired a full-time nurse.
My teeth grind. What, she'll also be living in the charity apartment you've moved him into?
Gabriel shakes his head. No, he'll be living in the one I rented right below your father's. Oh, and I should mention that he'll be seeing a new doctor.
I glare at him. What?
His last one was adequate. He shrugs. But Dr. Jalisco is the best lung cancer specialist in the country.
I know, I mutter. He's also not in my health insurance network and would cost more than any bank would ever loan me. Well, Gabriel shrugs casually. He's in my network, which is now also yours and your father's. I'm not a monster, Fumi. That's up for debate. But this arrangement does have to happen. If this is what it takes to make things less prickly for everyone involved, then so be it. Now, would you like to see your room? He starts to turn for the stairs. Thank you, Gabriel, I say quietly, stopping him. I take a slow breath and lift my eyes to his. You didn't have to do any of it, he considers. I did, actually, after your performance at that audition. My mouth twists. I'm sorry, don't. 1, I know you're not. 2, it undermines your attack and weakens your defenses. Oh, we're going to war? I quip sarcastically. We're getting married, Fumi. He smiles grimly. Of course we are. Gabriel's townhouse is stunning. I've never been, but Elsa and Eloise have told me all about it. It's actually the place he, Alistair, and Tempest grew up. Their words didn't do it justice. It's obviously been heavily renovated and decorated since then, probably when he became one of the most sought-after and highest-paid lawyers in the entire city. The room I'll be staying in is on the 3rd floor, overlooking a lush garden in a walled backyard. It is gorgeous. The room is decorated in creamy white and muted sage, giving it a vintage and yet modern look. A huge 4-poster bed, complete with gauzy white curtains, faces the windows, and there's a private ensuite bathroom. After lugging up some of the boxes and suitcases and unpacking, I end up trying out that ensuite. Holy heaven. The clawfoot tub with the built-in jets I'm saving for another day. But the massive walk-in shower with the multiple steam and massage settings is everything. I take my time, letting the hot water and steam massage every single pore. Then I dry off, drape the towel over the bar on the wall, and step back into the bedroom to change into some clean clothes. I end up screaming and jumping out of my fucking skin when I find Gabriel sitting in a chair by the window, staring calmly at me. What the fuck? I yell, bolting to the bed and yanking off the duvet. I wrap it tightly around myself before I whirl on him. Can you please stop fucking doing that? Doing what? Barging in on me changing? The door has a perfectly good lock. Perhaps it's a thrill for you. My face burns. Or perhaps start assuming closed ones aren't meant to be opened? It's my house. He's taken off his jacket and tie and undone a button or two of his shirt. The sleeves are rolled up to his elbows. My pulse skips as my eyes drag over the bit of firm, muscled chest I can see and the bulge of his shoulders. The way his veined, muscled forearm ripples as his fingers tap on the armrest. I frown. What did you want? He turns and lifts a massive legal document from the side table next to him. We forgot a couple of clauses in our contract. I roll my eyes. Fine, I'll take a look. Thank you. There are some paragraphs concerning code of conduct in there, too. Code of conduct? Your extracurricular activities. My cheeks burn. Once again, my sex life is none of your goddamn business. But I'll take a look at it. Gabriel nods as he stands. My housekeeper, Shauna, is off today, but help yourself to the kitchen downstairs for dinner. Or feel free to order whatever you want for delivery. Don't stay up late. I arch a brow. Are you going to be my husband or my babysitter? He rolls his eyes. You didn't let me finish. I was about to say we have a big day tomorrow. I groan. I know, I've got the Templeman deposition at 2. Not anymore. I scowl. What? I've been working on that for months. Cassidy Hawthorne will be taking over. You have other plans. I stare in disbelief. Plans like... Gabriel's jaw sets. The media's gotten wind of my intention to run against Governor Hall. Speculation is running rampant, so we need to announce it tomorrow, not next week as planned. My eyes go wide. Tomorrow? Holy shit. Delivery dinner? I think I need a delivery pitcher of margaritas. Gabriel heads to the door and opens it as I thumb through the addendum contract he's left on the table. Instantly, I stop cold at Section 3, Physical Expectations. Each bullet point beneath it makes my blood burn a little hotter. They list how my hair should be styled, what sort of makeup I should wear in public, my style in clothes, my diet, and the workout schedule I'll apparently be following with my new personal trainer. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, wait, I mutter. Physical expectations? Gabriel pauses in the doorway and glances back at me. Was that an offer? My face burns hotly. No, I blurt. I meant the clauses in... I scowl. But actually, on that note... Gabriel turns to face me straight on, looking somewhere between amused and annoyed as he folds his arms over his chiseled chest. Yes. Just... the money you've paid me. A blush creeps up my face and down my neck as I picture him in that private room at Venom, standing over me, gripping my throat, pushing his cock between my lips. I mean, $5 million is a lot of money. I'm very aware. He growls. That's why it was 4 originally. What expectations come attached to that $4 million? His eyes slide over me, making me tremble a little. The expectation that you'll play your role and do as you're told. You're not answering my question. Does that include, I'll buy you a vibrator if you're so hard up, Fumi? My jaw drops, blushing furiously as I stare at him. That is not what I... He storms back over to me, stopping just short of where I'm standing and looking down into my eyes, and I shiver. Gabriel's tall, but usually when I'm face to face with him, I'm in heels. Right now, obviously, I'm not. And now, when he stands over me, he seriously stands over my small frame. Here's the thing, Fumi. He growls quietly. Whatever ideas Taylor slipped into your head, there will not be any relationship clause in our agreement. I swallow. You will not be fucking someone else while you're married to me. He growls with a viciousness in his tone that sends a shiver up my spine and a stab of heat through my core. Believe me, you don't want anything to do with me in that regard either. I glare at him indignantly. I was not propositioning you, you arrogant... I think that's enough, kitten. It's like he just punched all the air out of my lungs. I can feel the color draining from my face, my legs wavering. Gabriel seems totally unaware of the effect the words had on me as he turns and walks to the door. What? I swallow. What did you just call me? He sighs at the doorway, pausing to turn and glance back at me. What? Kitten? He shrugs, shooting me a withering look. Don't flatter yourself. I call lots of women kitten. Wow, thanks, ass. Gabriel draws in a deep breath. Here's the thing, Fumi. He growls. This nonsense between us is business and nothing more. Believe me, you don't want anything to do with me in that regard. And I do not want to fuck you.
Chapter 12. Gabriel. Yes, I fucking do.
Chapter 13. Fumi. What an arrogant asshole! Groggy, fresh out of bed, I stare blearily at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I'm exhausted because I slept like shit, for 2 reasons. The first is that I kept replaying my exchange with Gabriel over and over in my head. Don't flatter yourself. I do not want to fuck you. I'll buy you a vibrator if you're so hard up. I mean, fucking sit on a tack, douchebag. Shamefully, I'll admit that his obnoxious need to remind me that he has 0 interest in me romantically or sexually is made worse by the fact that I have seen that side of him. Felt his touch, his aggression, his dominance, his control, all of which brought me to my knees, literally and figuratively. That brings us to the second reason I slept like crap last night. I woke up about a dozen times from fever dreams involving Gabriel, the red and black room at Club Venom, and his rough touch turning my thighs slick with desire. Desire that I, shamefully, took care of somewhere around 3 a.m. to shake those desires away so I could sleep. It didn't help. Actually, I think it made it worse. Exhaling heavily, I shove my fingers through my messy bedhead. I scowl at the bags under my eyes and my generally haggard appearance. Great. When today, of all days, I'm stepping in front of a billion cameras to tell the world I'll be at Gabriel's side as his wife when he runs for governor. I'd say, shoot me, but I don't think even a bullet would stop this train now. Exhaling, I remind myself yet again why I'm doing this. Last night, before bed, I went over to my dad's new place a few blocks away, which is stunning, incidentally. It's a gorgeous and light-filled apartment with big windows, a huge kitchen, and a private terrace already landscaped with herbs, flowers, and even a small koi pond. I also met Tate, Dad's new full-time nurse, who will be living in the apartment right below. I don't know where the hell Gabriel found him, but he's freaking perfect for the job. My dad obviously speaks perfect English, but Tate is apparently a fluent Japanese and Korean speaker, and a former army medic. If that wasn't enough, he's a fan of the same jazz greats as my father and was losing his shit over Dad's vinyl collection when I went over. Yeah, they're going to get along just fine. And again, that's why I'm doing all of this. Giving myself one more grumpy stink eye in the mirror, I walk over to turn on the shower. A discreet knock on my bedroom halts me before I get there. Clearly, it's not Gabriel, since he doesn't seem to believe in asking permission before barging into a room. A middle-aged woman with dark hair silvering at the temples, kind blue eyes, and a friendly smile greets me with a nod when I open the door. "Good morning, Miss Yamaguchi," she beams happily. "I'm Shauna, Mr. Black's housekeeper and cook." I smile back. "Just Fumi is fine, and nice to meet you." She ducks her chin. "Breakfast is ready downstairs if you'd like to follow me." Now that's a perk I wasn't expecting. Prepared breakfasts? I thank Shauna profusely and tell her I'll be down after I get showered and ready for my day in front of the press. "Oh, no need, dear." I cock a brow. "I'm sorry?" "Just have a little rinse off and put on something comfortable. Don't worry about hair or makeup or wardrobe. That'll be taken care of later." Shauna must see the confusion on my face, because she laughs and waves a hand. "Mr. Black has already taken the liberty of booking you into the Guerlain Spa at the Plaza later this morning." What? "Shower and dress, love," Shauna chirps with a smile. "You'll want some food in you before you go." What is happening? 40 minutes later, after a quick shower and possibly the most divine poached eggs with smoked salmon the world has ever experienced, Trevor is dropping me off outside the Plaza Hotel for my appointment. I'm whisked into the ridiculously chic and eye-wateringly priced spa where I've apparently been booked for the royal package. It's ridiculous. I'm massaged until I could melt into the table beneath me. Then, clad in a robe, I'm seated in a salon chair while 3 women shape my brows, tease my hair into a style I've always loved but never once been able to pull off on my own, give me a mani-pedi, and do my makeup in a way that makes me look and feel like a movie star.
If you'd like to lie back in that chair over there, we'll get started on your waxing.
I hear the metaphorical record scratch as I frown, yanked out of my bliss by the request. What? She smiles.
Your waxing, miss, if you'd like to.
Like a bikini waxing?
Well, most of our clients prefer us to take the whole.
Nope. I shake my head, my lips tight. That's not happening. Her brows knit slightly.
Well, your fiancé, Mr. Black,
is welcome to come in himself and have his balls waxed if he's so inclined. I'm all set, I say tersely. The woman bites back a laugh.
Of course, miss. Shall I make a note of that in your client file?
I grin. Please do. After that, I'm whisked off to a room at the hotel where 2 stylists, Chad and Maddie, are waiting. I swallow my embarrassment as they strip me to my underwear, and keeping that is something I have to fight for, before pulling in racks and racks of skirt suits, dresses, and various gowns. One by one, they both give a yes, no, or maybe to each outfit as they parade them around me. The light blue skirt suit. I whirl to see Meredith, Gabriel's bitchy blonde campaign manager, walking in. I feel I should be more embarrassed that I'm standing here almost naked, but at this point, 5 people have seen me in my underwear already, and it's not even noon. So what's another? She points again to a light blue outfit Chad gave a maybe to a few minutes ago. That one. Chad and Maddie spring into action, but I shake my head. Actually, I prefer the green we just tried. I point to a chic, silky jade green top and a cream skirt I really loved when they tried it on me. Chad and Maddie glance at Meredith, who shakes her head. The blue. No, I'd like the green. Meredith sighs heavily.
Ms. Yamaguchi,
I'm very good at my job. And I'm a grown-up who can dress herself. She gives me a look.
Obviously, you're smart enough to know that's not what this is. Today is going to be extremely important in setting the tone for the rest of the campaign. Blue resonates better with voters, and besides, Mr. Black said no green.
Okay, weird. I'm sure you're great at your job, Meredith, but I'm still wearing the green and cream outfit.
Ms. Yamaguchi, the blue makes me look like an Asian Jackie O. And that's a problem because
it makes me look like a politician's wife. Meredith pointedly says nothing. I'm aware of what I am here, Meredith, I mutter as Maddie and Chad noiselessly melt from the room. But I'm not just a politician's wife. I'm a kick-ass lawyer, too. I'm a professional, and I've worked my ass off to get where I am. I'm not going to be. Mr. Black specifically requested the blue, then Mr. Black can wear it. I snap, shutting down the discussion. I'm wearing the green. Gabriel's campaign announcement is taking place on the front steps of Tweed Courthouse in Lower Manhattan, in City Hall Park. 2 hours later, I'm in a side room there, checking in with the office on my phone about the deposition I'm missing, when the door opens behind me.
What exactly is your problem with following directions?
I stiffen, turning to face Gabriel. He looks appropriately, I'd say presidential, but I guess the more appropriate term is gubernatorial, in a dark gray suit with a simple silver tie. Excuse me?
Meredith was quite clear. You were to wear the blue.
He grunts, his eyes dropping to my green top and cream skirt. I didn't like the blue and didn't think it would have any bearing on today's announcement. My mouth twists, much like whether my pussy was waxed or not. Gabriel smirks.
The spa was a gift. He shrugs. No part of that was mandatory.
But the outfit is?
You're a professional, Fumi. He sighs. You work in a high-end law firm. Exactly how hard was it for you to realize that dressing the part was important?
I didn't say no to the blue so that I could wear a clown suit. I spit back. I'm more comfortable in this, and it's more my color. Plus, you're not
the boss of you,
Gabriel finishes. I lift a brow. We're not at the office, Mr. Black.
No, we're at the other job where I'm paying you $5 million fucking dollars to do what I say.
That's not what you're paying. I gasp as he surges into me, pinning me against a side table.
Details matter. He growls. In the future, when I or my campaign manager asks you to do something,
he leans close, his lips near my ear.
Just fucking do it.
Time to face the music. At first, I almost panic when we step out onto the front steps of Tweed Courthouse and the barrage of camera flashes, thrust microphones, and screamed questions. I actually freeze for a second, my body going rigid and my face paling before we move toward the podium. Then suddenly, I feel a reassuring warmth as Gabriel takes my hand in his. I swallow, turning to find myself latching onto those greenish hazel eyes. I take a deep breath as he nods. Then we turn, and the two of us walk the last few steps to the podium. The perfect couple. No one would guess that barely 2 weeks ago this man bruised my skin, marked me, made me scream for more before he fucked my mouth while I was bound on my knees.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, thank you all for being here.
I take half a step back, as previously decreed by Meredith, much to my chagrin, as Gabriel approaches the microphone at the podium. My eyes slide from the crowd of reporters to him and watch transfixed as he transforms before my eyes.
I'm sure many of you have heard this by now, but I'm pleased and excited to formally announce my impending marriage to this lovely woman with whom I've been lucky enough to spend the last 10 months.
I swallow thickly, forcing a smile to my face as Gabriel turns, beaming as he gestures toward me with a grand flourish. I've seen him undergo this transformation before, in court, but it's the fact that he's doing it in real life that makes it sink in just how well he's perfected this ability to slide into a new him as easily as putting on a mask. A perfect, smiling, effortlessly charismatic golden mask befitting the golden god, public persona of the great Gabriel Black, attorney at law.
Ms. Yamaguchi and I had planned to wait to tell you all this until after the wedding.
Gabriel smiles broadly, and I watch every single one of the reporters present shove each other aside to eat out of the palm of his hand.
But my lovely fiancé has convinced me otherwise.
Jesus Christ, he's way too good at this. And what turns me from impressed to terrified at how good he is the fact that I know who he really is. I was there. It's not that this is the real Gabriel and what I saw in the private room at Club Venom was a persona. It's the opposite.
So without further ado, I want to take this moment.
I gasp as he takes my hand, pulling me tight against him at the podium before sliding an arm around my waist.
To announce my candidacy for the governor's office of the great state of New York.
There's no going back now.
Chapter 14. Gabriel. You're not going to work today. Fumi almost chokes on her toothbrush. She glares at me in the mirror before she spits into the sink, rinses her mouth out, and whirls on me. This has to stop, Gabriel. What does? Obviously, I know she means me barging into her private spaces on the regular. Just something I'm very aware that I keep doing. But what can I say? There's something so delightful, so primal and alluring about the beautiful way she gasps and startles when I do it, that I find myself looking for new ways to shock her like that, if for no other reason that the darkness inside me relishes her fear and surprise when I do. This is my room. It's technically my... You know what the hell I mean. Fumi snaps. I clear my throat. As I was saying, you're not going to work today. We're hosting a press luncheon. Fumi groans. I mean, it's not exactly my idea of fun either. But this is the game. Today's luncheon essentially entails sitting down with reporters from different news outlets and giving them each exclusive sound bites. We'll answer a few questions, smile for the cameras, probably not actually get to eat any lunch, and that's it. Okay, but I have a fuck ton to do I arch a brow. Fumi inhales through clenched teeth. I have considerable commitments at Crown & Black, she says. You know, your law firm, where I work? Oh, good. I like it. Getting rid of all that angry vitriol now, before we get in front of the cameras. She rolls her eyes. No, really, keep going. I'm going to go ahead and leave the room. But you just pretend I'm still here to listen, and feel free to imagine that I give a shit. My team will be in shortly to get you ready for the luncheon. I might catch a muttered asshole under her breath on my way out. Ignoring her demands that I stop walking in on her, I step in a few times while Maddie and Chad are getting her ready. She does wear the damn outfit they've picked for her this time, a knee-length violet dress that bridges the gap between formal and chic, and that apparently tested well with a focus group. That's what running for governor apparently means. Not being allowed to trust my own eyes to know the dress looks fucking amazing on her, but instead having to rely on the opinion of 20 strangers. Great. Bitching aside, she does look fucking fantastic in it. She looks perfect, actually. While the hair and makeup people are doing their thing with her in the living room of my townhouse, I can't stop watching from the other room. Watching and drinking in how stunning she is. How poised, even if she's got a poisonous tongue behind those perfect lips. The luncheon is a whirlwind of interviews. Each news crew has commandeered one of the cubicles set up around the perimeter of the ballroom my team has booked at the Conrad Hotel. Fumi and I jump from one to the next, answering questions about my goals for office, how we met, and everything in between. Luncheon is a bit of a misnomer, as it starts at 1 in the afternoon and goes until 7 at night. At 5, exhausted from 4 hours of media bullshit, Fumi and I join the crowd of media types, donors, volunteers, and others in the middle of the floor for a champagne toast. Alistair and Taylor even managed to sneak out of work to join, along with Tempest and Dante.
I'll admit it, Alistair sighs, clinging his glass to mine. You may actually pull this off.
I roll my eyes as he grins at me. Gee, thanks. Gabriel. I turn, smiling and dipping my chin as Mayor Vides approaches, flanked by her aides, advisors, and security detail. Paloma, thank you so much for coming. She nods back, clinking her glass to mine. Of course, though, she glances around, I had hoped to meet your lovely fiancée that I've heard so much about. Ah, well, I look around, scowling internally when I can't see Fumi anywhere. I turn back to the mayor, smiling. She's making the rounds, I'm sure. Mayor Vides smiles back. Well, you know you have my vocal support. I've already made it abundantly clear that I'm no fan of Preston's. She means Preston Hall, as in Governor Preston Hall, whom I'll be challenging in the election. Neither am I, if we're being frank, I say curtly. Mayor Vides tisks. I don't know how anyone is still a fan of his with those dreadful allegations swirling around, but here we are. Yeah. She's referring to the various allegations of abuse of power, nepotism, and financial impropriety that have started to surface against Governor Hall. So far, each and every accusation has been shut down almost instantly with, I have to admit, overwhelming evidence proving them false. But anyone who's ever met Preston Hall knows that if you smell smoke, there's fire somewhere. I mean, the man is a walking caricature of an out-of-touch, patriarchal shithead who spends his time trying to play grab-ass with unwilling secretaries and handing out sweet contracts to his buddies. No one's ever been able to make anything stick, though, and Preston has used this to paint himself as an unfairly maligned man of the people, I'm going to change that, though, because I, unlike anyone else thus far, have irrefutable proof of his bullshit, or at least I will have soon. And what I'm going to have will destroy him. I'm so pleased that you've decided to run, Gabriel. Mayor Vine smiles as she pats my arm. Your father would be proud of you. He would, you know. Tempest grins after I say goodbye to Mayor Vines and turn back to her, Dante, and my brother. At the risk of sounding arrogant, I know he would. Our dad was a down-in-the-trenches kind of lawyer, fighting the good fight and championing the marginalized. I know he'd be out of his mind excited to see me running for governor. But my father also knew exactly what kind of person I was, which is why he pushed me to follow him into law, to follow a path with rules, guidelines, and markers. Play by the rules, and you stay in the light. Step off that path, and you risk showing them the monster underneath. Shit. My thoughts are interrupted by Alistair's hissed curse. I glance up to see him glaring daggers at his phone. What's up? He grimaces. Tell you later. Why? He sighs. Because it's shitty news. Alistair, just tell Dwayne Halbertson is going to walk. My blood pressure spikes. What? Truth be told, Crown and Black mostly handle civil cases, not criminal ones. But in this situation, I was more than happy to make an exception. Dwayne Halbertson was a groundskeeper at the Hamptons estate of Sam Cruz, one of Crown and Black's wealthiest retainer clients. A year ago, Sam's brother, sister-in-law, and 15-year-old niece, Kelsey, were visiting from Colorado. Somehow, Dwayne got Kelsey alone, where he raped and then beat her to death. How in the fuck? The evidence office mislabeled the goddamn sundress. Alistair growls murderously, his face as livid as mine as he glares at his phone, and the defense just figured that out. Motherfucker. They're claiming broken chain of custody, and technically speaking, they're right. The double-edged sword of a fair and just system is that the truly corrupt can exploit that fairness to escape punishment. In criminal court, evidence needs to have a clear chain of handling. The short version is, if someone writes the dates wrong or doesn't sign evidence in or out correctly, that's considered a broken chain of custody. That means technically, the evidence could have been tampered with, which makes it inadmissible in court. In this case, that's going to be catastrophic. Dwayne was careful about where he trapped her, behind one of the maintenance buildings, where there weren't any security cameras. He even managed to get her body off the grounds without being seen, dumping her in the woods a few miles away. He did a dementedly good job of covering his tracks, but he missed 2 splotches of blood at the hem of her sundress. One splotch was Kelsey's, the other was his own. That sundress was the single piece of physical evidence tying Dwayne to her death, and now it's off the table as far as the trial is concerned. The monstrous darkness in me snarls and drags its claws against the bars I keep it locked behind. Yes, Dwayne will walk, but that does not mean he's going to escape justice. Sometimes it takes a monster to put monsters away. Dante and Tempest pull away to go mingle. There's no doubt in my mind that Dante probably knows more than a few faces here, either through venom or his own web of information gathering. Taylor and Alistair melt away too. I'm about to go hunting for Fumi when I spot her. My eyes go dark. Fumi's across the ballroom, talking with a handsome if dangerous-looking Japanese guy. I'd brush it off and assume he's just another reporter, or maybe one of the campaign volunteers. But Fumi looks upset and uneasy, and he looks straight up menacing as fuck. I scowl as he steps closer to her. When his hand juts out to grab her arm, A snarl escapes my lips. I'm moving before I realize it, storming across the ballroom, all but shoving people out of the way. Just before I get to them, Fumi manages to yank her arm away, whirling and disappearing into the crowd. "Good evening," I growl, coming to a stop in front of the fucker. I take in the broad shoulders, the lean but muscled frame. I also don't miss the tattoo ink snaking down his wrists under his suit cuffs. He smiles at me, recognition in his eyes, mixed with something else. "Ah, Mr. Black," he says easily. His voice has a slight accent, but his English is flawless. Or should I say, Governor Black. "I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch, Mr. The man laughs quietly. His eyes don't. "That's a good one, Mr. Black. I do so enjoy the idioms in the English language." "Do we know each other?" "Well, I know you, Mr. Black." He smiles. "In fact, chickens aside, I hear it's quite certain you are going to be New York State's next governor." "I like your sort," I say dryly. "But you have me at a disadvantage. You know me, and I still don't know you." He smiles without answering. "Who are you?" I growl quietly, the polish quickly vanishing from my tone. "I am an old friend of your fiancé's, Mr. Black." My hackles rise. "Oh." "Indeed. We went to law school together." "Which law school was that?" There's a short pause that I really don't like. "Columbia," he finally says. "Yes, Fumi and I go way back, Mr. Black." A spark of something ignites in my chest. My back straightens a bit more. My teeth grind. I don't like his insinuations one fucking bit, and I certainly don't like the insane feelings of what might be goddamn jealousy that those insinuations are stirring up inside me. "Anyway, I'm afraid I was just leaving," the man says with an easy smile. "But it was good to meet you, Mr. Black. Good luck with your campaign." Without another word or even a handshake, the man turns and fades into the crowd. I'm tempted to follow him, but a cleared throat behind me interrupts me. Meredith, dressed up and for once without her tablet clutched in one hand and her phone in the other, frowns when I turn. "Who was that?" I shake my head. "I don't know. An old classmate of Fumi's from Columbia, supposedly." Her brows furrow. Well, speaking of Fumi, I might need you to deal with something." "What kind of something?" I growl. Meredith sighs, turning to nod with her chin. I follow her gaze and groan. Shit. Fumi is across the ballroom on the other side of a giant ice sculpture near the buffet table, and she's talking with Emily fucking Puth. Emily's a notorious, prying, boundary-crossing piece of antagonistic tabloid scum masquerading as a legitimate journalist. A reporter who was most definitely not invited today, since her bread and butter inflammatory stories usually fall just this side of libel. I'd have intervened myself, but this isn't Meredith's first rodeo with Emily. The last time Meredith tried to get the reporter to back off from one of her clients and gently pushed her away, Emily tried to file an assault charge against her. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Once again I find myself storming across the room toward Fumi. Just before I reach her and Emily, I pause behind the ice sculpture to listen to their conversation. Miss Puth, I know what you want me to say. Emily laughs lightly. Oh, what's that, Miss Yamaguchi? You want me to get angry and tell you my relationship with Gabriel is none of your business, so that you can print something vaguely libelous in your tacky tabloid about how my bad response to your invasive questions suggests my fiancé isn't fit for office, or something equally as moronic and childish. Well, plenty of people. Would you like to know the real truth about our relationship that no other media representative in this room has heard today? Emily is positively salivating as she grins. Definitely. Shit. I'm about to step out from behind the ice sculpture to stop this, before Fumi nukes my entire campaign when I stop cold. The dirty truth, Emily, is that there is no dirty truth. We're just two people who love each other, and I think that's what makes Gabriel's campaign so appealing to voters. He's not some larger-than-life, power-hungry demigod. He's just a man who loves me, and I'm just a woman who loves him. There, that's it. That's the dirty secret. I'm grinning at the sour look on Emily's face when Fumi suddenly turns, and our eyes lock as a slight smirk twists the corners of her lips. And here he is now. I don't have time to prepare. I don't even see it coming. She crosses the 2 feet between us, grabs onto my tie, and pulls herself up on her tiptoes to sear her lips to mine. When she does, my reaction is automatic, a given, a primal response to the heat of her body, the scent of her skin, and the taste of her lips. My arms encircle her, one grabbing her hip and the other snaking into her hair as I kiss her back. My tongue demands entrance, which she gives, parting her lips as a little moan escapes her throat. I'm aware of cameras flashing around us, and various gasps and giggles, followed by light applause. Then we're breaking apart, and the moment is over. Fumi turns to beam at a supremely pissed-off Emily. Sorry, was there anything else you had questions about? Emily scowls. No, I think that's all. Without another word, she turns on her heel and storms off into the crowd. Fumi turns back to face me as I raise one brow. What was that? My body tenses as she leans up into me again, her lips nearing my ear while looking like she's kissing my cheek. That was called acting. She pulls away, and that besotted look in her eyes that I saw when Emily was watching clicks off, like someone flipping a light switch. Then it's just regular Fumi looking back at me, her shoulders lifting casually. Playing my part, right? My brows knit. I see. Also, your guest list tonight is rather lacking. Sorry, what? Meredith interjects as she walks over. I can promise you, Miss Yamaguchi, the guest list tonight has been painstakingly selected for maximum. Where's Ed Lee? Meredith frowns. Excuse me? Or Wendy Kanemoto? Or how about Kevin Wu? Yes, I'm aware who the larger Asian players in the caucus are, Miss Yamaguchi. Meredith gives her a tight smile. Miss Kanemoto and Mr. Wu were obviously invited, but with their busy schedules. See, that's why you invite Ed Lee. Meredith looks pissed. Ed Lee, Her brows knit tighter as she starts tapping on her phone. Alderman? Yep. My campaign manager arches a brow. All respect, Fumi. I'm really quite good at my job. Aldermen don't swing statewide elections. No, of course not. Fumi smiles sardonically. But that particular alderman plays weekend pickup basketball with Kevin Wu of the 10th District, and his sister's husband is a cousin of Wendy Kanemoto of the 6th. If you'd invited Ed, he'd have brought 2 of the most influential party members from 2 of the biggest Asian voting districts in the state. It's amazing how people's schedules open up when they know their friends will also be at an event. But I'm sure you knew all that. Fumi smiles. You're very good at your job. Without another word, she lifts her glass in salute, turns and walks away, her violet dress swishing around her ass in a way I really don't need it to right now. I pull my attention back to Meredith, whose mouth is hanging open. She's good, Meredith finishes. Very good, actually. She turns to give me a small smile and a cocked brow. We'll have to work on that bitchy chip on her shoulder, but she shrugs. I like her a lot. She smirks at me. Hope you can keep up, boss. Yeah. I turn and manage one more glimpse of Fumi before she vanishes into the crowd. Me too.
Chapter 15. Fumi. What the fuck? Tempest snorts next to me in the dark of the auditorium. She leans in close, both of our gazes still locked on the figure in pale pink up on stage. Right? She whispers back. She's fucking incredible. Our conversation elicits a sharp glare from the shrewd woman in black prowling the front of the stage. Shit, we're going to get her in trouble, Tempest says, sliding down in her seat. I don't know her well, but I get the impression Trouble is Tempest's middle name. I've met Gabriel and Alistair's little sister in passing at firm events before. She's hilarious and loud and brassy and loud and infectiously fun. Did I mention loud? Today, Tempest is coming wedding dress shopping with me along with Taylor, Eloise, and Bianca, Tempest's sister-in-law, who's currently weaving ballet magic and defying gravity on stage in front of us. We've been given special permission, provided we don't cause any distractions, and that's going, well, you know, to watch a dress rehearsal for the upcoming mixed bill by the Zakharova Ballet, where Bianca is a principal dancer. The scary woman giving Roma fortune-teller vibes in the dark shawl and glittering rings is Magda Kuzmina, the Zakharova's iron-fisted artistic director who may or may not be involved with the Russian Bratva. It's a wonderful break from reality to be sitting in the dark at the back of the theater watching Bianca dance, especially since shit has gotten 10 times more real since the media circus the other day at the Conrad Hotel. Since the photos of Gabriel and me kissing passionately hit every fucking newspaper, tabloid, blog, and gossipy Twitter account in the known universe. Photos, I should add, that Tempest has been fantastic at not bringing up so far today. I love her for that. It was supposed to be his cheek. When he walked over to Emily Puth, who was trying to cunt her way into making me look like an asshole, my immediate idea was to sell my relationship with Gabriel by kissing his cheek. Except, I don't know, maybe there was a minor earthquake or something, or my sense of balance was off. Honestly, I haven't ruled out him moving his mouth to catch my lips instead of his cheek. Whatever it was, it happened. And about 11 million people seem to have been there to take a picture of it to put online. On the plus side, the timing couldn't be better with his campaign announcement. That's a plus, because if Gabriel wins his first attempt at the governor's seat, we stay married for 3 years of his term before we renegotiate pending his decision to run for a second. If he doesn't win, my sentence is actually 7 years because he'll be trying for the seat again. 7 fucking years. Married to a control freak with freaky kinks he never shows anyone. Who I can't even enjoy awesome, hot, violent sex with because initiating that would involve 1, knowingly fucking my boss, and 2, admitting to him how I know what he's into. Neither of those are good. All this is to say, anything helping this year's campaign is a very good thing for me. Just the same, I needed an escape today. Work's been insane, especially since I've had to add my other work playing Gabriel's fiancé on top of my already completely full schedule at Crown and Black. To make it worse, almost the entire office is still looking at me like I'm some sort of management shill. Or a scab crossing the picket line. Cassidy still isn't talking to me, which is really starting to bother me. Home is better, but home means sharing a space with Gabriel, who nitpicks when I leave a hoodie on the back of the sofa. Or, God help us all, if I have the audacity to put the Greek yogurt back in the fridge on the second shelf, not the third. Literal war crimes from Gabriel's perspective. The worst part of it is that I know he's not only a straight-laced, tight-assed rule baron, because I've seen the other hidden side of him. The dark, primal side. And it's that, coupled with the fact that Gabriel is startlingly attractive, that makes living with him maddening. Imagine being perpetually horny, a little scared of and also annoyed by the person around you all the time. On the plus side, he seems to be putting in more hours at work even than me. There are nights I come home exhausted and depleted after an 11-hour day, to realize he's either still at the office or has gotten home maybe 10 minutes before me just to go back there. Tempest starts to clap, ripping me from my thoughts. I focus, realizing Bianca's just finished her solo. I join in the clapping and stifle a giggle when Tempest leaps to her feet, whistling loudly. "Get it, girl!" she screams at Bianca. "Queen shit! Prima ballerina!" We both go silent when Madame Kuzmina whirls and cracks what looks like a wooden switch they'd use for discipline in the 1800s across the back of an auditorium chair. "Silence!" she barks menacingly, glaring into the dark from under her shawl. "We should go," I hiss at Tempest. "I'll meet you outside," Bianca mouths at us from behind her glaring director as we stifle our giggles and bolt out the door. "I dunno," Bianca shrugs, running her fingers along the frilly edge of the mannequin's gown. She glances at me, pushing a lock of dark hair back from her face. I've met her brother, Tempest's husband, Dante, a few times. With similar dark hair, sharp blue eyes, and bronzed Italian skin, it's crazy how alike they look, though with something like a 13-year age difference. "When did you know you wanted to be a lawyer?" A chill runs up my spine, even though I should have expected this question after asking her, "When did you know you wanted to be a ballerina?" But my answer comes as quickly as the shiver. 19, I say flatly. That's when I saw what the law in the wrong hands could do, how truth could be twisted, fear weaponized, and naivete exploited. So I chose to go into law myself, and instead use it to help people. Okay, so it's not like I'm out saving the world or ending poverty or hunger every day at Crown and Black. Our clients tend to be rich, privileged, and mostly use us to keep their financial and business affairs in order. But at least I'm not a monster who helps other monsters cover their sins. "I was probably like 3. I think I always knew," Bianca says with a smile. And now, she's knocking at the door of being the top ballerina in one of the most prestigious ballet companies in the country. Good for her. I know that she was barely more than a baby, and Dante maybe 14 or so when their parents died. After that, they were taken in by Vito Barone, head of the Barone Mafia family, and raised as his own alongside his sons Carmine and Nico. It's kind of beautiful to see that she grew up to become this graceful, elegant dancer despite being raised deep in the world of the mafia. We both continue our slow meander around the dress boutique until she stops in front of another one. Her breath catches, and an almost childlike look of delight spreads across her face as she runs her fingertips over the pearl and faux diamond-studded gown. "God, this one is gorgeous," she breathes. She's got good taste. The gown is stunning. "Ooh, what'd you find?" Tempest hustles over, shoving a flute of champagne into my hand and another into Bianca's. She turns to eye the gown and whistles. "Fuck me, that's gorgeous." "Right?" Bianca breathes. "Beyond beautiful." She frowns as her phone dings. "Crap, sorry, I'll be right back," she mutters, scowling at the screen before scurrying off. "How are we finding everything, ladies?" The boutique owner, Denise, sweeps over to us, all smiles and flourishes. It's weird looking at wedding dresses. It's not that I was never that little girl who imagined her own wedding and what sort of dress she'd wear, but it wasn't a regular thing for me. As I got older, I guess I thought I might get married one day. But when I went into law, with the grueling, punishing hours and work it entails, dating just got pushed to the back burner. And now here I am. "This one is amazing," Tempest blurts, eyeing the dress Bianca spotted. "Well, you have excellent taste." Denise beams. "Fuck no, my taste is shit," Tempest grins. "Luckily, my sister-in-law's is better." Denise smiles awkwardly, eyeing Tempest's goth vibe black fishnets. "Well, that's one of the newest designs from Vera Wang." Tempest nods slowly. "It's gorgeous. Would you give us a minute?" "Of course, ladies." Denise smiles, waltzing away to talk to Taylor, who's looking at veils for some reason. "My brother's paying for this, right?" Tempest mutters out the corner of her mouth. Damn right, I grinned back, pulling the corporate black Amex card out of my bag and waving it. Good, because this fucker costs as much as a new compact car. Jesus. Hey, if you have to marry my brother, do it looking like a fucking queen, right? It's fortunate that pretty much everyone in the inner circle is aware of the nature of this wedding and my relationship with Gabriel, his siblings and their spouses, Eloise, Bianca, Taylor. It's not like I have to lie and dance around the issue, thank God. Pretty amazing, isn't it? I think you have to get this one. Tempest nods. I'd just better make sure His Royal Highness approves, I mutter dryly. Tempest snorts. Dude, I can't even imagine. The obsessive-compulsive king of control issues? She grins at me. Did you know he used to iron his fucking underwear when he was in high school? Facts. I choke back a laugh as she shakes her head. You might be marrying an actual psychopath. Just a heads up. I wipe away tears of laughter as I grin at her. Thanks for the warning. She exhales, her brow furrowing slightly. He gave you shit about the green at the campaign announcement, didn't he? I stare at her in shock. How did you know? She rolls her eyes. A, it's Gabriel, and B, because it's green on a day like that. My brows furrow. I don't follow. Tempest sucks on her teeth. Oh, okay. I don't know if he mentioned this, but back in the day, our dad had this idea about being governor. Nope. I don't think he did. Shit. That would have been super helpful to know before I signed away 4 years of my life minimum. Tempest wrinkles her nose. Oof, sorry. That probably explains a bit, huh? She shrugs. I mean, he didn't actually run for governor, but he did run for an alderman position. Back then, I guess you had to work your way up to something like governor. Anyway, he and our mom were on the campaign trail when they got hit by that drunk driver. My heart twists as I reach out a hand to lay it on her shoulder. My mom died in a car crash, too, I say quietly. Shit. Tempest's mouth twists as she takes my hand and squeezes it. So you get it? I do. Yeah. Well, after they died, the Times ran this gushy piece about what a champion of the people Dad had been, and they used a photo they'd taken of him at his campaign announcement. Fuck. Green? I mumble quietly. She nods. Yeah, Mom wore green. So if he gave you flack, that would be why. Doesn't mean he has any right to be an asshole, Tempest mutters. But he gets touchy about it. Obviously, we all loved our parents, and they loved all of us, but Dad and Gabriel were especially close. I know no parent on Earth is ever going to admit it, but come on, they've gotta have favorite kids, right? I laugh quietly, shaking my head. Dunno, only child over here. Lucky, she grins. Well, Gabriel was Dad's favorite. I mean, he was an amazing dad and loved all of us with all his heart. I never once felt left out. And I'm sure Alistair didn't either. But especially as you get older, you can tell there's a favorite. And I mean, it made sense. Dad and Gabriel were cut from the exact same cloth. Anything I can assist with, ladies? We both turn as Denise sashays back over. Yeah, we're gonna need to try this puppy on. Tempest grins. An hour later, with the dress boxed up to be shipped via courier, hopefully by an armored truck, given what or rather, Gabriel, just paid for it, we're ready to go. I thank Bianca and Tempest profusely for all their help and promise to connect soon as they slip into a shared cab together. Taylor and I remain on the curb outside the boutique as she raises her hand to flag down another cab. I'd say we should get a drink to celebrate, but I actually have to be a total buzzkill and head to the office. Taylor sighs with a glum look. Duty calls. Lonely at the top, huh? I grin. She chuckles. Well, it's not boring, at least. If you see my fiancé, maybe don't mention how much of his money I just spent on a dress I'll wear once. Taylor laughs. Deal, but I doubt he'll be there this late. I frown. Really? He's been out most nights the last week or so, putting in crazy hours at work. At least that's what he told me when I dared ask. When Taylor scoffs, I'm suddenly not so sure. On what? I've been burning the candle at both ends of the office all week and haven't seen his sorry ass once. A cab swerves up to the curb as I try to process what she just said. More to the point, to process why I care. See you tomorrow? Yeah, I force a smile. See you then. Gabriel is putting on a jacket as I walk in the front door of the brownstone. Hi, I mutter. I've spent the whole cab ride trying to make sense of A, why he's been lying about where he's been going late at night, and B, why in the holy hell I give a shit. Gotta run out, he grunts, his eyes holding mine for a long second that ticks into another, making me shiver. Oh? Where? He breaks the eye contact when he looks away to grab his phone off the hall table. Just out. I glare at his back. He's not going just out. He's dressed to go out. His suit is nicer than he'd ever wear to the office. His shoes immaculate, his hair perfect. The slightly spicy, clean scent with a hint of bergamot teases my senses. My lips purse. The office? Where else? He says, not turning back to me. Don't wait up. I shoot daggers at the front door after it shuts behind him. I mean, what the fuck? We're not really a couple, obviously, and I don't need to know every detail of his life. But some basic fucking courtesy would go a long way. I stand there for a minute, chewing on my lip. I mean, maybe whatever Gabriel is doing is none of my business. Maybe I don't need to know where he's going. But I sure as hell want to. I crack the front door open, my pulse thudding as I watch Gabriel slide into the back of the town car as Trevor holds the door open for him. Yeah, fuck this. The second they drive off, I'm dashing out of the house, hailing a cab, and sliding into the back seat. Follow that town car, please. Chapter 16. Fumi. What the fuck? Still in the cab, I stare across the street to where Trevor has just dropped Gabriel off. In front of Club Venom. You sneaky fucking asshole. Okay, we're not really a couple, and I refuse to call the feeling surging inside of me jealousy because, well, I'm just not. But real relationship or not, I think I do get to be pissed off since Gabriel went out of his way to go all alpha on me about the way my extracurricular activities had to end now that we were playing house. Especially because those bruises were from my extracurricular activities with him and him alone. I haven't really dated in years, not counting something minuscule like the time I made out with Felix from work for like 4 whole minutes. And don't even get me started on the fact that when Gabriel and I did what we did at Venom last time, it involved something I swore I'd never, ever do again. Not after before. And yet, it happened. And it wasn't just because Gabriel's obnoxiously attractive. It wasn't just the thrill of playing with a stranger. It was because he hit every single button I have. He tapped into dark places inside me that I barely know how to find myself. And now here he is, back at Venom, probably looking for some other plaything. Fuck that. I'm about to step out when I stop and glance down at myself. I'm in yoga pants and a hoodie, which I doubt is remotely on the Club Venom dress code. Shit. I'm about to admit defeat when I remember something, and a wicked idea slips into my head. Sorry, I smile at the cab driver. My bad. I actually need to go to the Dolce & Gabbana store on 5th Avenue. I use Gabriel's black Amex card that he gave me to buy the wedding dress to make another purchase. This time, it's a short black chiffon dress, matching heels, and black lace lingerie in a transaction so rapid it makes a sales associate's head spin. Then I'm in another cab, heading back to Venom. There's a different concierge working the front desk tonight, but she happily supplies me with my mask and wig from last time, along with another red and gold bracelet. My pulse races, the thrill of danger mixed with uncertainty why I'm even here pounding in my veins as I make my way into the club. Same as last time, the sheer eroticism of the place instantly has my skin tingling. Just inside the first room, I jump back a little bit when I almost walk right into a couple. The man has his partner pinned with her face to the wall as he fucks the hell out of her from behind. His muscled hips loudly slap her ass as he mauls her breasts with one hand and grabs a fistful of her hair in the other. I take in the look of pure ecstasy on her face before I keep going, not wanting to look like a creep. In the main lounge, I'm momentarily breathless as I take in the orgy already unfolding in the center of the room. In particular, there's one gorgeous brunette in the middle of one of the large beds, surrounded by 5 muscled men, all taking her at the same time. Holy shit. She moans and writhes, lost in pleasure as the 5 of them take turns filling and fucking her in every conceivable way, grunting as they pound into her. I gulp, something hot teasing down my spine as I meander through the room. I pull my eyes away from the orgy, scanning the room for Gabriel as I walk over to the bar and order a vodka soda. I only get one sip down my throat before a voice behind me both chills me to my soul and turns my core to molten fire. "We meet again, kitten." My heart literally stops for a second. My entire body jolts as Gabriel's deep, dark, sultry voice rumbles into my ear. Instantly, I know this is happening. Yes, I could run. I could even walk, and I doubt he'd tackle me or anything. But the thing is, I don't want to. I want what we had last time again. Badly. And somehow, it's even more exciting that he doesn't realize it's me. There's a part of me that fumes that he's told me I can't fuck around. Not that I even want to, but apparently he can. And I'm even more pissed that if he was so inclined to blow off some steam, he ignored the option of the woman he's going to be fucking marrying, who happens to be right down the freaking hall from him at home. But I also sort of get it. Emphasis on sort of. This is his thing, and when he's here, he allows himself to be this other version of himself. The polar opposite of the straight-laced, level-headed, golden god lawyer. Here, he gets to be the dominant beast. And that's what I want him to be, tonight, with me. I shiver as I turn to face him. At the last minute, I make sure my face is lowered just a little so he can't stare directly into my eyes. He might not have recognized me before, when I was merely his employee, but things are a bit different now. "Tell me," Gabriel growls in a voice that sends tendrils of heat over my skin and makes my thighs clench. "Do you want to play again?" I hesitate. He wanted me nonverbal last time, but if this time is different and he expects me to speak, things aren't going to go well. I merely lift my shoulders and tilt my head. Instantly, Gabriel surges into me. His hand wraps tightly around my throat, sending my pulse through the ceiling as heat pools between my thighs. "I don't do maybe, kitten. I do yes or no. Nod or shake your head. Do you want to play?" My skin is on fire as I find myself nodding my head yes. A low growl rumbles in his throat. "Are you sure? Last time was merely an appetizer." I nod my head harder, my pulse racing. "Good girl." Fuck. He takes my hand and leads me out of the main area. We walk down a hall, past doors just like the one we entered last time. But Gabriel keeps walking, turning first one corner and then another, before we finally stop. When he opens this door, my heart leaps and naked fear drags its claws up my back. What the fuck? This door doesn't lead into a private room. It leads to stairs, descending into darkness. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, my heart thudding in my chest. A voice in my head screams at me that I'm broken, fucked up psycho for still standing here instead of running away as fast as I can.
This way.
Shaking, I let Gabriel lead me down the stairs and into the inky blackness, closing and locking the door behind us. He flicks a switch on at the bottom, illuminating dim floor lights set into the perimeter of the room. My heart skips another beat. We're in a basement, almost an elegant dungeon, with clean stone walls, tall beamed ceilings, and a polished hardwood floor. This room is much larger than the private room last time, stretching away from the bottom of the stairs, which look to be in the corner of the big space. The only furniture I can see is a single dark brown leather couch and a wooden table with a couple of ominously large black briefcases on it, all shut. I swallow as I begin to step forward, walking in some random direction because I feel I should. Then I stop when I feel Gabriel walk up behind me. I shiver when his hand slides over my hip and moves around to my front, lazily and yet possessively stroking my skin through the gauzy dress. His fingers dip, and I gasp when they plunge deep down my front. He stops before his fingers get more than 2 inches past the waist of my panties. The sudden halt leaves me breathless, my nipples taut and straining against the lacy bra, and my arousal coating my thighs in seconds. Gabriel leans down, his breath teasing against the side of my neck.
We're going to play a game, kitten.
He moves back, and I hear the rustle of his jacket being undone, followed by the sound of it hitting the floor. Then he's walking around me in a slow, methodical circle, unbuttoning and removing his dress shirt. That gets tossed away too. I drop my gaze to his body, my face heating as I slide my eyes over his impossibly perfect torso. The chest muscles that could be carved from marble, the corded, powerful shoulders and arms, the honed abs and delicious V-lines of his hips delving into the waist of his dress pants. Fuck me. Apparently, Gabriel's as focused on honing his body as he is in every other facet of his life. He kicks off his shoes, stopping his walk only to slip off his socks. What the fuck have I gotten myself into? I gasp when Gabriel, now wearing just his slacks and his mask, walks slowly around behind me and swats my ass hard. Then he does it a second time. He moves to my front, and my gasps turn to yelps, my body jolting as he reaches out and pinches one of my tight nipples through the dress.
In this game, you'll be my little fuck toy, same as before.
Swat. He spanks my ass again, harder.
But this time,
he growls against my ear from behind.
I don't feel like being given my prey.
He walks around in front of me, his eyes burning darkly as he strolls behind me once again.
This time.
I shiver at his nearness, his lips brushing my earlobe.
I want to hunt.
My head literally swims. My pulse turns cold as ice as the reality of what he just said hits me.
To be clear, kitten, you're going to run.
Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. Sometimes fantasies are nothing like what you imagined when you attempt to fulfill them. Sometimes the reality is a sour disappointment. But sometimes the reality is 1,000 fucking times more thrilling, more heart-stopping, more everything than the fantasy ever had a prayer of being.
If you make it back to the stairs, well, the game is yours. If you don't...
In the dim light, Gabriel stops in front of me, a dark, psychotic smile twisting his lips beneath his black, gold-fanged mask.
I'm going to use you. I'm going to fuck you hard. I'm going to play rough. Do you understand what I mean by that?
My throat goes dry. My tongue slips out to wet my lips as my nails dig into my palms. My chin nods up and down.
Do you truly understand? And before you nod that pretty head again, Know that this is the last time I'll ask. After this, the only way this stops is if you use the safe word. Tonight's safe word is broken. Now, he rasps, still in front of me. Nod if you understand all of that. Holy shit. My chin moves up and down. Do you have any limits? Nod your fucking head, you absolute fucking idiot. My head shakes side to side. Gabriel smiles lethally. Really? I bite back a shudder of terror mixed with pure lust as he leans close. Let's find out. He prowls behind me. I swear to fuck I can feel the incinerating dark heat of his eyes scorching my skin. I'd lose the shoes, kitten. I shake when I hear his pants hit the floor, and when he prowls back in front of me again, my pulse skips as my eyes land on the obscene tent in his boxers. As I see the bulging, swollen head of his cock straining against the cotton with a wet mark rapidly spreading across it. Like he's already coming. Like he's leaking his cum ready for me. Hungry for me. No. He's behind me again. I gasp sharply, my heart clawing its way up into my throat as the lights go out completely. Run. Chapter 17. Fumi. I explode forward like a sprinter leaving the starting blocks. Naked fear seizes my heart as I rush headlong into the maw of darkness. The first step feels like stepping off a cliff. The second, like the rush of gravity yanking me down. On the third, I'm still falling. And by the fourth, I'm not sure I'll ever get to the bottom. My entire body is electrified with terror and adrenaline as I bolt into blackness. I can feel my breath clawing raggedly at my throat as panic mixed with a primal survival instinct propel me forward, blindly waving my arms in front of me. I jolt, shrieking and wincing as I crash into the wall and my wrists and elbows scrape against stone. In a panic, I turn and press myself to the wall, sucking in air before clamping my mouth tightly shut. My pulse sounds like a train engine in my ears as my back rests against the cold stone, my fingertips clawing at it for dear life. He doesn't know I'm here. He can't see me. He's as blind as I... Now, what's the point of coming to a dance if you're going to lurk by the punch bowl? I scream at the rough growl that sounds and feels less than a foot from my ear. I explode off the wall, a second scream curdling in my throat as I pelt forward. The air is slammed from my body and pain knifes through my hip as I crash right into the side of what I think must be the sofa. I cry out as I rebound off it, crumpling in pain. I drop to the floor, sinking my teeth into my bottom lip so as not to make a sound. The darkness won't hide you from me, kitten. Jesus. His voice is everywhere and nowhere. He's insane. A psycho, a predator I wasn't expecting, and one I'm just now realizing I may have vastly underestimated. And yet, one I've always craved in a fucked up way. One I've dreamed of, literally, because as insane and demented as this flight through the darkness is, it's what I've fantasized about for years. Someone dark and broken and twisted, a man who'd chase me, pin me down, and fuck me even as I screamed no at the top of my lungs. It's the kind of fantasy you can't tell anyone, and almost don't acknowledge even to yourself. But it's there, like a hot little coal burning a hole in your soul. That's what this is. And it's why, even though I'm legitimately terrified, I'm also shamefully turned on. As the silence drags on, my eyes widen, my pupils fully dilated as I desperately try to see into the inky black around me. But there's dark, and then there's this. We're underground. There's no windows or doors with light creeping around the edges, no LED glow from an alarm clock or even a charging phone. I'm in pure, inky darkness,
with a man who may very well be an actual psychopath, who's hunting me. A burst of adrenaline jolts me to my feet, sending me hurtling in a random direction. I keep waving my arms in front of me, the fear of being chased amplified by the fear of splitting my face open against stone. Soon. I choke on my breath, sharply veering left as the voice snarls right in front of me. A scream sticks in my throat as I whirl away from the voice yet again. This time, my body shudders with heat, terror, and electricity when his fingers brush against my hip. Will. Something grabs at the back of my dress as I run. Fingers tangle in chiffon, and my heart skips as the fabric shreds. I feel air against my bare back as part of the dress fully rips away. Find. I scream again, blindly veering right. It's like he knows exactly where I am. Like he really is a savage nocturnal animal with the ability to see in the dark. This time, he grabs a tight handful of chiffon at my hip. He yanks as I bolt again, ripping more of the dress from my body as I plunge into the darkness. You. Every single nerve ending in my body explodes. Every muscle clenches and spasms. The breath leaves my body in a whoosh as his fingers wrap around my throat from behind, just as his final two words grate like metal against metal in my ear. Got you. All at once, gravity goes sideways and upside down as I go crashing to the floor with his hand still wrapped around my throat. I cry out as my knees slam to the wooden floorboards, the breath knocked out of me again, when his weight suddenly crashes down on me with his knees on either side of my chest. His other hand grabs a handful of what's left of the front of my dress. He jerks his arm, ripping the fabric away. I squirm and try to shove him off, but he's so fucking strong, and he easily keeps me pinned to the floor as he shreds my dress like a maniac, the muscles of his forearm rippling as my hands flail against him. I bite my lip to stifle a whimper when I feel the bulging, rock-hard throb of his erection pulsing against my stomach. Gabriel's hand slides up my squirming, bare torso, his nails dragging over my skin before he suddenly grabs one of my breasts roughly. His fingers pinch the nipple hard, and I gasp in a mix of pain and raw, needy lust when he twists. Yes, scream for me, kitten, he growls, mauling my nipple before he does the same to the other. We both know the rougher I am, and the more I make you squeal, the wetter you get for me. Fuck. I choke as his hand slams over my mouth and shudder as his teeth rake over my earlobe. Don't fucking speak, kitten, he murmurs. You'll spoil all the fun. He pulls his hand from my mouth and drops it to my breasts, yanking my flimsy new lace bra down so that his fingers can really get a grip on my aching nipples. I cry out, squirming and thrashing, before I feel him reach back and slap my inner thigh, hard. I whimper, moaning shamefully when he does it again, even higher up my thigh. My eyes bulge as he grabs the waist of my panties, his fingers slipping under the lace and yanking the fancy French-cut lingerie down my kicking legs. Lingerie that I don't even know now why I bothered with. When they tangle at my knees, I shudder when his muscles tense again, and he rips them off me. You... My words get muffled, my pulse spiking as he grabs my jaw and starts stuffing something into my mouth. My panties. There you go talking again, kitten. He rasps darkly. Jesus Christ. He's so fucking hard, and I can feel every single thick inch of him throbbing against my stomach. His fingers keep stuffing the expensive lace into my mouth, and he growls quietly. Taste your fear and your sweet little cunt, kitten. His hand drops away, and my eyes go wide as he suddenly cups my slick pussy. Gabriel chuckles darkly. My, he murmurs. What kind of dirty little whore gets this fucking wet being chased through a dark basement? He makes a tisking sound. I feel cheated, kitten. Did I even catch you? Or were you so fucking desperate for my dick that you let me drag you to the ground
so I could fuck your cunt like the cockslut you are.
He doesn't wait for an answer. He just suddenly rams 2 fingers deep inside my dripping wet pussy. Sweet fucking God. My body arches right off the hard ground as Gabriel's fingers curl deep against my G-spot. It's so fucking rough. Rougher by far than anything I've ever felt, even when I've tried to be rough with myself. But it's so fucking good. And I sob my pleasure into the lace between my lips. Gabriel starts to finger fuck me hard and fast, the wet sounds of my pussy filling the dark, along with my panted, ragged breaths and thundering pulse. No one's ever touched me like this. No one's ever talked to me like this. And having them both hit me so hard at the same time might as well be a hit of pure ecstasy. Gabriel suddenly slides down my body. I squirm to get away, not even because I want to, but because I feel like I should. Because I feel like getting away is still part of this twisted game we're playing. But then, something sharp nips at my inner thigh, making me squeal and spasm on the floor. Holy fuck. He just bit me. Like a fucking animal. Before I can process that, 2 fingers ram back into me. I groan, arching my back and clawing at the ground as his thick fingers thrust in and out of me, turning me to jelly. He pulls them from my needy pussy and slides them up over me again. Gabriel yanks the panties from my mouth before suddenly shoving his fingers between my lips instead.
Suck, he murmurs darkly. Taste yourself, kitten. Taste what a greedy little whore you are for me. Taste how fucking sticky and messy your pussy gets from running. Because that's the darkest part of this, isn't it?
I cry out around his fingers as he bites one of my nipples.
You want to be caught, to be pinned, to be fucked without your consent. That's what makes you so wet. Now, spread your legs wide, kitten.
I shiver, my entire body on fire as Gabriel's skin throbs against mine, as his muscled legs and knees thrust my legs apart, his heavy, pulsing dick dragging sticky, wet, and throbbing against my thigh. A whimper falls from my panting lips as I feel him center the huge, swollen head against my dripping wet pussy.
I won't be gentle.
When he thrusts into me, even though I'm wetter and more turned on than I've ever been in my life, it still hurts for a second. He's fucking huge, and the feel of his fat cock ramming deep into me has my breath catching and my heels kicking and scraping against the floor. But the instant he's crammed every inch of him deep inside, it's like the floodgates open. My eyes widen, my mouth falling open in a silent scream as my back arches demonically. Holy fuck. Maybe it's the chase. Maybe it's the thrill of exploring something so wrong, so deviously fucked up and forbidden. Maybe it's the darkness all around me. Whatever it is, the feeling of Gabriel brutally squeezing his enormous cock into my tight pussy is pure ecstasy. Then he starts to fuck me. It's nowhere near making love. It's not hooking up or screwing or banging or anything like that. It's fucking savagery. It's like he's a bloodthirsty Viking who's just conquered my village and I'm his plunder, his toy, his plaything and fuck doll. His hand wraps tight around my throat, his muscled hips keeping my legs wide apart as he fucks into me with hard, brutal strokes. He fucks me with an intensity that scares the shit out of me, even as it makes me want to drag my nails down his back and scream for more. Deeper, harder, rougher, darker.
Squeeze my fucking dick with that messy little cunt, kitten. He snarls into my ear. I know you're no virgin, but I can tell you've never been fucked this hard with a cock this big. You're too fucking tight, kitten. Too fucking soft and silky. You're making me cram this big fucking dick into your tight little hole, baby girl. Making me work for it. Is that what you want, my little whore? You want me to stuff your greedy, tight little cunt until I empty my fucking balls into your womb.
Fuck. My breath is coming in sharp, ragged gasps, my back arching as my nails rip to shreds on the floorboards, and he just keeps fucking me, ramming into me over and over as I sob and cry out in pleasure. He's right, obviously. I mean, I'm 27. This isn't my first time. But it's my first time for this. The first time I taste the darkness on my tongue that I've craved for so long. And even if this wasn't my first time, I mean, it could be, given the literal years it's been since my last terrible attempt. But this is something else. This is something primal, dangerous, something tiptoeing up to and slowly slipping on the bleeding edge of criminality and depravity. Gabriel's hand tightens around my throat. He slaps one nipple hard, then the other. He drops his hand and roughly and brutally smacks my ass as he thrusts my legs wide apart and rams his thick, gorgeous cock into me balls deep. His teeth rake my skin, and his fingers leave bruises I know I'll feel for days. I don't care. There's a fire inside of me I've never felt before, a roar of something so powerful and thunderous that it's actually scaring the living hell out of me as Gabriel uses me like his fuck toy. Total control, complete domination, utter submission.
You'd better not be on birth control, kitten.
Sweet, merciful fuck.
Because you're going to make me come in this pretty little pussy. You're going to make me fill your goddamn womb with my fucking cum. What a fucking slut. Getting fucked on the floor like a cheap whore, and getting knocked up from it too.
My eyes roll back and my jaw goes slack as my entire body begins to tremble and tense up. Oh God, oh God. Oh fucking God. Gabriel grunts as he rams into me, his mouth dropping to my breast as he bites down hard on my nipple.
Come for me, you fucking slut.
It feels like 1,000,000 volts of pure electricity explode through my core. I scream and scream and scream until my voice goes raw, my body spasming and writhing and arching up off the floor. The orgasm thunders through me, snuffing out every breath, shorting every brain synapse, shattering everything I've ever known about anything as my very soul leaves my body. Gabriel groans, ramming his cock so hard into me that his pubic bone grinds against my clit. I choke back a cry as I feel his thick cock swell and pulse, and he starts to pump his cum deep into my pussy. And pump, and pump. My eyes roll back as I feel his cum leaking and dripping out from where I'm stretched snug around his swollen cock. Slowly, Gabriel pulls out, letting more of his cum dribble onto my clit and my mound before he smears the head up and down my tender, swollen lips. His hand unwraps from around my throat. Then he starts to slide down my body, between my legs. Oh! I choke out a gasp as his tongue drags up my slit. Holy fuck. He does it again, groaning into me as he licks and nibbles and sucks at my lips and then my tender, aching clit, making me jerk and cry out. His mouth slips to my thigh, and my core tightens when I feel his teeth drag over my soft, tender skin as if he's going to nip me again like before. He doesn't nip. He fucking bites. Hard. He bites so hard that I actually feel him break the skin. I choke, my hands automatically dropping to grip his hair. He sucks at the bite, and I pale as I feel the warm, wet trickle. Holy fuck. He just bit me so hard he drew blood. Just as I'm trying to process that, his mouth slips back to my pussy. He plunges his tongue into me, curling it deep before letting the tip swirl and dance over my clit. He sucks at the throbbing bud, short-circuiting my brain as my hips rock against him. Gabriel groans, tonguing my clit harder and faster, sucking on it until suddenly I'm spasming as another orgasm explodes from my core. Stars dance in front of my vision. Gabriel's mouth slides over the bite again, and I whimper as he sucks on it for a moment before his hard, muscled body slides up between my thighs. He grabs and cups my face. His mouth dips. Holy shit. His lips bruise mine, his tongue roughly pushing past them. Fuck me. I can taste it. All of it. All our darkness, our depravity, and our violence. Because what I'm tasting on his lips as he kisses me fiercely is cum and blood. That's when I know I've officially toppled over the edge of reality into an oblivion I'm not sure I'll ever emerge from again. I'm shaking as he pulls away. Not just shaking. Aching. Full body, painful aching. But holy fuck, it is good. There's a couch a foot to your left. I shiver at the uncanny, almost normal tone in his voice. It's still dark, but it's lost the psychotic edge and the mania it had before. My throat working, I turn and feel my way to the left, shivering a little when I reach the couch. You'll find your heels there, and a new black dress to wear when you leave. It's not Dolce, but it'll do. I take a shaky breath, feeling up onto the couch until my fingers do indeed find fabric and heels. How the fuck did he know where the couch was? How the fuck are my shoes over here now? Shaking, I let the shredded remains of my chiffon dress fall to the floor as I stand. Immediately, I groan, wincing as I twist to land on the couch. Fuck, am I sore? Bruised? Ravished? Ah! I choke out a cry as his hands grab my hip and a fist of my hair from behind. He yanks me against his hard, chiseled body, his cock still swollen as it throbs against my ass. He bites down hard on my shoulder, making me yelp. 32 steps in front of you are the stairs. You can find your way from there. I swallow, nodding my head, even though I know he can't see. Or maybe he can. I take one step, then another, before I gasp, sensing his presence right next to me in the inky darkness. I'm proud of you, kitten, he growls. I shiver. You didn't use the safe word once. Reality glitches as I realize I forgot there even was a safe word. You are a very good girl tonight, kitten. I tremble when I feel the backs of his knuckles brush the nape of my neck before his lips touch the skin briefly. Somehow, I can feel his presence sliding back into the dark hole from which it came. I slip on the unshredded dress as best I can in the dark, then pick up the heels. I start to walk slowly, my arms stretched in front of me like a lunatic as I count the steps. 31, 32. I gasp when my fingertips brush the metal banister. I fumble my way onto the first step. When my hand brushes over the light switch, I pause. I shouldn't. I do. Even though they're dim, I still wince painfully as the moody, low floor lights glow to life once again. Slowly, I turn around. Sweet Jesus. He's sitting on the floor, his back against the leather couch with one knee bent up. His arm rests lazily on it, his grooved, hard body looking like a fucking sculpture of sin in the low light. He's still very, very hard. He leers at me, grinning a maniacal, psychotic smile as he sprawls against the couch, blood and cum on his mouth, looking like a feral animal. The gold fangs of the mask gleam as his eyes burn into mine. He lazily raises the hand draped over his knee, brings a finger to his lips, and sucks it clean. Be seeing you, kitten.
Chapter 18. Gabriel. I allow myself to rest where I am for a moment, relishing the throb in my veins as the hunger abates, a little anyway. My muscles quiver like a tiger after a chase. My cock is swollen and sore, still dripping cum as my pulse hums in my ears. My tongue drags across my lower lip, tasting my prey as the darkness roars inside, demanding more, More. It's never been like that before, and I mean never. I've never found an equal in my depravity and my darkness like my kitten. I should be angry. She ruined my fantasy, rendered it abso-fucking-late the moment she turned the reality of hunting and chasing her into something a fantasy couldn't ever touch. Something so much better it's almost infuriating. She's satisfied a hunger I've never been able to feed, scratched an itch I've never been able to reach, lit a black fire inside that will not ever be going out. There's a very Pinteresty saying you see on lame t-shirts that goes something along the lines of, inside each of us there are two wolves, and then on the next line something equally asinine like, which one will you feed? I mean, come on. There is no good wolf and bad wolf coexisting in me, both fighting for my affection and attention. There's not one wolf that wants me to succeed and one that wants me to fail. There are just two bad wolves within me. One is bad because he wants to rip out throats, and the other is bad because he's, in almost every classifiable way, a sexual deviant. Someone who gets off on chasing a woman down, pinning her to the floor and forcing his cock into her tight little holes. On squeezing his rock-hard dick into her pussy while she screams and thrashes and squirms, like I just did, with her. Fuck, it's a hell of a rush. That said, I'm not a monster. Well, not that kind of monster. My tastes may be fucked up, but they always involve a willing participant. It's what's kept me alone for most of my life. Most women are easily weeded out because they're attracted to the good Gabriel. Some maybe get a peek or a tease that there's more to me. A few even suggest they're into the same shit. Not one of them ever is. I've never met my match, and the few I've allowed to see that part of me and shown the beast to have all but run screaming. Some literally do run screaming. And after all the dust settles and all the ironclad NDAs are signed, I'm back to square one. My kitten isn't anything like that, and perhaps that's what makes this even more dangerous. Looping my shoulders and stretching the muscles of my arms, I stand and pad naked, barefoot, and still hard to the table behind the couch. I smirk at the night vision goggles before I clean them off and place them back in their case next to the toys I was, sadly, unable to use tonight. What? So I cheated. I couldn't help myself. When I saw that lavender silver hair again, my dick was instantly hard. My monster awakened, my devil starving. The need to fuck this girl is frightening, all-consuming. Rolling my neck once more, I walk back to the couch and sit down, my thoughts swirling. I needed that. I need to purge the darkness from my heart. Slowly, my lips curl. I know you're not supposed to see the dress. But how about savagely fucking the bride before the wedding? I smirk as I reach down to my still hard cock and run my finger up the underside of it. I bring the finger to my lips and suck it clean, tasting foomy sweet little cunt. We've only just begun, kitten.
Chapter 19. Fumi. I'm dimly aware of the photographer clicking away, and the man next to me talking calmly and solemnly. I'm aware of the people watching, and the light breeze in my hair and the sounds of the city around me in the distance. But the only thing I can think about is the question burning a hole in my chest as my lip worries between my teeth. Is it wrong that he doesn't realize it's me? Is it immoral, or even in some fucked up way assault, if he doesn't know who it is he chased around that dungeon and then savagely fucked like a rag doll but I do. Maybe. Then again, it's not like I'm pretending to be someone else. It's not like I gave him a fake name. I'm simply not telling him who I am. That can't be wrong, can it? I mean, fuck. He's the one going to a kink club for anonymous sex. Rough, wild, primal, anonymous sex, no less. Sex that involves chasing a girl in the dark and pushing her every limit. Consensual non-consent is the more politically correct term the internet has come up with for this fucked up kink of mine. But I'm not sure I hate the term rape kink. There's something so vicious sounding when it's called that instead of CNC. Something so much wilder, more violent, more exciting. Something so much more real. I'm not confused about why I am this way, nor mystified how it is I came to have this depraved kink. I saw a therapist for a while after what happened. And it took her all of 10 minutes in one of our sessions to figure it out, when I blushingly mentioned the kind of porn and fantasies I was slowly gravitating to more and more. It's simple, really. I was assaulted. Things were done to me without my consent, without even the ability to move or fight back. Then it was all swept under the rug, and the powerful man who hurt me went on being a powerful man without so much as a slap on the wrist. The reasons I gravitate toward the sort of depravity that I do is that within the context of fantasy or pornography, it's safe. I can hit the pause button, I can open my eyes, I can stop at any time I want. It restores control to me. Control over the fantasy means control over the nightmare from my past. The reason I never explored these dark desires in the real world before with a real person should be fairly obvious. I'm not insane enough to go looking for a stranger to chase me, choke me, pin me down, and brutally fuck me to within an inch of my life. Or at least, I wasn't, until the night I followed Gabriel Black into Club Venom and left reality at the door along with my purse. It's only now that I'm realizing I never dropped a trail of breadcrumbs to find my way back. Although the truth is, I'm not so sure I even want to find my way back.
Ms. Yamaguchi?
I start, my gaze flying from my hands up to the minister standing beside us, smiling curiously at me. Sorry, I mumble, my throat bobbing. My eyes slip across to the monster himself, standing before me. Today, of course, he's no monster. At least not outwardly, to the crowd of people assembled to watch this whole thing go down. Today, Gabriel is every inch the suave, successful, golden demigod, complete with tuxedo and 1,000-watt smile. They've never seen the black and gold horned mask. They've never seen him devoid of tux or suit, naked, his muscles lean and coiled, his eyes flashing like a predator's as he snarls and charges through the darkness, as he devours my flesh and soul. I clear my throat, turning to the minister. I do, I murmur quietly. If you'd thought a contractual marriage like ours would take place under the fluorescent lights of a city hall courtroom with minimal witnesses, no cameras, and no press, you'd be dead wrong. Since the whole point of this arrangement is to appeal to the voter base and make Gabriel a stronger candidate, this thing is very much the opposite of private or low-key. I mean, the fucking mayor is here. So are 3 sitting and 1 retired congressman, a U.S. senator, the name partners of 2 other major law firms, and the heads of a number of incredibly powerful mafia families. Castle James of the Kildare family, along with his wife, Cillian and Una Kildare, Ares Drakos, together with a number of his siblings and extended family, and Gavin Zarenko of the Reznikov Bratva. And about 200 other people, including press from the New York Times, Washington Post, and the BBC. Yeah, so not exactly quiet and understated. At least I feel a whole lot better about the ludicrously expensive Vera Wang, given the press involved. There'll be some good pictures of it.
And do you, Gabriel Black, take, I do?
We both start at the way he talks over the minister to say his line. Some of the crowd titters, like this is a cute moment. Gabriel clears his throat, eyeing me with cool, sharp, unblinking eyes that seem to pierce through my dress and skin and into my soul. I do, he says in a more measured tone.
Then, by the power vested in me by the state of New York, I pronounce you husband and wife.
The crowd jumps to their feet, applauding.
You may kiss the bride.
I've already been instructed by Meredith that when it comes time for this part, I'm supposed to let Gabriel pull me into his arms like Clark Gable and kiss me passionately yet chastely for the cameras. Apparently, there's a sweet spot, an optimum amount of jaw movement, aka tongue, that sits best with media audiences. Too much and you look inappropriate and vulgar. Too little and it seems fake. If you guessed focus groups as to how in the hell she'd even know that, you'd be a winner. So when Gabriel grabs my hip and pulls me into him, sliding his arms around me possessively, I allow it. Okay, so it's a lot more than allow. His mouth lowers to mine, his eyes sparking with something dangerous, fiery, and addictive. Something that flays me open and sucks the air from my lungs. Then he's kissing me. Hard. I stiffen, my breath catching at the ferocity of his kiss, at the low rumble of a growl in his chest, and the way his hands tighten on my body like I belong to him. I melt against him as everything else fades away. The crowd, the cameras, the cheering. It all goes numb as I lose myself in the most sensual, electric, and captivating kiss of my life. It's very different from the way he kissed me the other night. There's no teeth, violence, blood, or cum. But somehow, this one shakes me to my core just as hard. And just like the last one, it's like nothing I ever expected. Slowly, Gabriel pulls away with a slight final tug on my bottom lip. His eyes lock with mine. That isn't what we practiced, I whisper. No, he murmurs, leaning in. He kisses the crook of my neck and then nips lightly at my ear. No, it's not.
Chapter 20. Gabriel.
Good morning, Mr. Black.
I smile my customary clean, polished grin at Jan as she hands me my coffee along with a file folder. Morning, Jan. Thank you.
Of course, Mr. Black. She beams. And if I may ask...
I chuckle. The wedding was fantastic. I waggle a finger at her, playfully chastising her. We missed you, you know. She groans as she scrunches up her face.
I know, she sighs. Believe me, my weekend was far less exciting.
I flash another smile, tucking the file under my arm and resting my free hand on her shoulder. My brow furrows into its best concerned expression. And Chuck is feeling fine after his operation? She blushes, rolling her eyes at me.
Don't think because you were sneaky and didn't sign the card that I didn't guess who those flowers were from.
I laugh heartily, spreading my arms in appeal. What gave it away?
You mean besides the fact that I'm the one that set up your accounts with every decent florist in the city?
I shake my head, wagging another finger at her. You got me there. You're too good, Jan.
And you are too kind, Mr. Black.
She smiles.
Chuck's doing just fine. He's just grouchy about missing the Knicks game this...
Her eyes go wide as I pull out 2 crisp, glossy courtside tickets to the Knicks Heat game in a few weeks.
Mr. Black?
Tell Chuck to brush up on his cinema before you go. These are next to Spike Lee's season tickets. Her jaw drops.
I'm supposed to get you a wedding gift.
I grin. I don't need a thing, Jan. And these aren't a gift. They're, I shrug, for putting up with my shenanigans year after year. She takes the tickets as I place them in her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
She sighs, smiling at me.
Really, thank you.
It's the least I can do, I say, turning to step into my office.
Oh, before I forget.
She nods at the file she just gave me.
That's the dossier you wanted on Dwayne Halbertson.
My jaw grits. Jan shakes her head and exhales.
I know you're the last person who'd ever want to hear something like this, but I hope God himself comes down to drag that man to the hell he deserves. I mean, after what he did to that poor girl, what a travesty of justice.
She stops, looking up at me sheepishly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Black.
she says quietly. I shake my head. Don't be. It's natural to feel angry, hurt, and let down when justice is miscarried, and the guilty are allowed to go free. Why would I be the last person who wanted to hear that? She smiles sheepishly. Because you're just so good, Gabriel. Right. Good. Sure. Alone in my office, I sit back and flip open the dossier I've had compiled on Dwayne the rapist, who will be stepping into a courtroom within the hour to hear that his case is being dismissed for lack of admissible evidence. He won't be going to jail, but he will be going to hell. I don't think I can promise Jan that the Lord himself will have a hand in that, but I sure will. I frown, rubbing my temples as I skim the documents. You're so good, Gabriel. It's what I've spent my entire life projecting to the world. I mean, Christ, I was literally a fucking Boy Scout when I was a kid. Good is what the world sees when it looks at me, and it served me well. It's why they all see Atticus Finch when they see me in court, or Rockefeller when I'm at a charity event, putting the use of my Hamptons beach place for a weekend up for auction. They see what I want them to see. If that golden mirror wasn't there to reflect back their hopes and wishes and good thoughts, they'd run screaming at what they saw when they looked at me. My siblings and Taylor have seen me grumpy, sour, and in some dark places, but not even they have seen how deep that darkness goes, or the depravity lurking at the bottom of the pit. Nor have the few women who've gotten deep enough into my world to get a glimpse of my monster. Even they just think they caught me being a little too kinky. My father was the only person to really, truly see me. I was 8 when I came home from school one day, my nose and knuckles bloody from a fight I'd gotten into with a bully who'd been terrorizing some smaller kids at recess. At first, Von Black was impressed. He was proud of me for sticking up for those who couldn't defend themselves, even if maybe he wasn't thrilled about the fist-fighting. Then the school called, and the bully's parents, finally the police. I didn't just hit that asshole. I fucking wrecked him. I put him in the hospital. After Dad smoothed things over with the kids' parents, the school, and the law, he came to see me in my room. Dad wasn't ever the corporal punishment type. He never once hit any of my siblings or me, but that day I thought he was going to. He didn't. He was furious, sure, more furious than I'd ever seen him, but he just sat down and asked me why I did it. Why I'd kept hitting Tommy Bitterman even after he was on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Knocking him down won the first fight. I wanted to win all the next ones too. That line might have worked on someone else, but Dad was as avid a reader as I was. That's from Ender's Game. He'd said quietly, "Nicely played, but try again. And this time, Gabriel, I want you to tell me the truth." So I did. And it actually felt really good to put words to the feelings I'd been wrestling with for years. That sometimes I got so mad I felt that I was going to explode. That sometimes I saw terrible things happening that shouldn't happen. Bad things happening to good people, and it made me so angry at the unfairness of it all. I told him that sometimes I felt like there was a monster living inside of me. Some parents might have taken their kid to half a dozen shrinks if they said something like that. They'd probably be right to as well. Dad didn't. He just hugged me close and told me he loved me and that I was a good kid, even if I felt like a monster sometimes. Then he told me how he used to get angry like that too. But then he'd figured out that setting strict rules for himself and dedicating himself to following those rules made the world easier to bear. With his help, I started doing the same. Routines, rules, a code of conduct I followed like a fucking samurai warrior. First, it was Taekwondo to help me channel my aggression and my energy,
Boxing helped a bit, but that was always more Alistair's thing. Then I got onto the debate team and joined clubs like Model UN, together with other extracurricular activities that were all about focus and following guidelines. It's what ultimately led me into law, following my dad's footsteps. I've spent my entire fucking life since that schoolyard fight crafting the perfect shiny armor and mask to shield who I am from the world, for people like Jan to see. What they don't see is the monster who's chased Fumi around the dark basement dungeon of a sex club before fucking her like a goddamn ragdoll twice now. Once a week before our wedding, and again on Saturday night when I allowed her to follow me again. I do enjoy this game we play. The game where I prowl into the darkness, leaving breadcrumbs in my wake, and Fumi follows, gobbling up those breadcrumbs until she's so far down the dark hole that there's no escape. The game where she pretends that she doesn't know I'm the beast who's been chasing her, but I know she does. I've allowed her to know. That first hunt was the thrill of my life. The second was even better. Also slightly amusing because I'm now referring to it, at least to myself, as our honeymoon. No champagne in a hot tub for us. No rose petals on clean silk sheets with a view of Paris or the Caribbean. Our honeymoon involved me chasing Fumi through the dark and pinning her face down on the hard venom floor. It involved using a knife to slice her clothes away, savagely stuffing my cock into her greedy, messy little cunt until she came, and then coming all over her bruised, gasping, perfect body and making her clean me off with her tongue. Not a single soul knows what we've done in the dark. No one except her and me. I scanned the dossier on Dwayne once more before I switch to another fight that needs fighting. I pull my assembled notes out of my desk and spread them across the top. I may have been careful to hide my misdeeds and my darkness from the world. Governor Hall, not so much. He's left a trail of wreckage during his last 2 terms as governor, not to mention his stint as U.S. congressman before that. Rumors of grift and skimming, nepotism, insider trading, allegations of sexual misconduct and assault have been quickly squashed to the point where they're barely even a rumor. But where there's even a hint of smoke, there's always fire. There's one silver bullet I'm homing in on, and I'm very close. I'm making a few motions now, being careful so as not to raise any flags, and soon a judge I'm friendly with will be granting me access to certain files that have been sealed for almost a decade. If the rumors are true, it's not even a silver bullet. It's a silver atomic bomb, and I'm to use it to destroy Preston Hall's chances of securing a 3rd term as governor. No one ever said politics wasn't a dirty fight. A knock at my door pulls my attention from the files in front of me. "Yeah," I grunt, pushing everything back into a folder, slipping it into my desk and locking the drawer. Kratos Drakos steps in with a nod.
How was the honeymoon?
Oh, you know, debaucherous, debased, primal. We're both pretty wrapped up with work, but we'll figure something out soon.
Uh-huh.
Kratos grunts dryly. I arch a brow. Something you'd like to share? The giant Drakos brother chuckles deeply.
Gabriel, you know damn well who and what my family is. I know an arranged marriage when I see it.
My lips thin. Kratos,
Yeah, I don't need coaching on keeping shit secret. Save your ink and paper, I'm not touching an NDA.
I frown.
But that's because it's your business, and I have no interest in sharing it with anyone.
Slowly I nod. How obvious would you say it is?
Actually, I almost missed it, if I'm being honest.
He smirks.
You sold the fuck out of it at the wedding, gotta say.
That kiss never should have happened. I mean, obviously, I've kissed Fumi before. But those kisses were more like two animals grappling for each other's jugular, our blood pumping hot with the taste of fear and savagery in the air. Kissing her at the altar like that was a misstep. It was too, romantic, too real. Yes, the goal is to sell this to the public. But when I claimed her mouth at that altar, I worried later that it was too much, that it was us crossing a line we shouldn't. So I'm pleased to hear that it sold, or almost sold, the story to someone like Kratos. Kratos zips his fingers across his lips.
To the grave. You have my word on that.
I appreciate it.
You're going to appreciate this even more.
He pulls a file folder out of his jacket. Tell me that's what I hope it is.
Consider it my wedding present to you.
Fuck yes. I'm not one to brush random events off as happenstance that I don't need to think further about. It's what makes me a great lawyer. Ironically, it's also what makes me a phenomenal monster. So I wasn't about to just forget the Japanese guy I saw Fumi talking with angrily at my media blitz in the Conrad Hotel's ballroom. The one who, so artfully dodged giving me a name. The one who tried to insinuate that he knew Fumi from law school. I've told myself a dozen times that I'm looking into him because I want to know how he even got past security at the event. But if I were being honest, it's because I'm trying to find out if he's an ex of Fumi's. It's a development I didn't see coming, feelings of jealousy, feelings of fury when I think about my little kitten with any other man, a feeling close to the kind of impulses I get around pieces of excrement like Dwayne Halbertson. The desire to kill, to spill blood. That's the real reason I asked Kratos to look into that guy. Not because I was concerned about his media credentials, or if he actually went to Columbia Law. I want to know if he's laid a finger on Fumi, if he's tasted her the way I have, if he's feasted on her darkness and devoured her sweet submission. If he has, I might not be able to stop his fate from playing out in a very, very not-so-nice way. Who is he? Kratos clears his throat and drops the file folder on the desk in front of me. I open it to find some grainy still shots he snagged from the Conrad Hotel security tapes, plus a few other black and white photos of the same guy exiting a building or getting into a car.
Your mystery man is Takato Ito.
My jaw tightens.
He's Yakuza, Gabriel, and not a small-time nobody either. His uncle is Orochi Ito, head of the Kyoto Hotokai. I growl, my eyes narrowing on the dossier. Yeah, I know. These guys are fucking serious, Gabriel, Kratos says quietly. Like ninjas dropping out of your ceiling at night with samurai swords serious.
I cock a brow. Ninjas? With samurai swords?
Fuck off, Mr. History Channel. He sighs, rolling his eyes. But for real, take this shit seriously. They don't have much of a presence in New York, but the Hotokai run Kyoto. They're not someone I to take lightly.
Noted, I mutter, standing and reaching across the desk to shake his hand. Thanks, Kratos.
Anytime,
he rumbles.
Just keep me out of it if this comes up with Ares. He'd have a heart attack if he thought I was stirring shit up with the Yakuza.
I thank the Greek giant again before he takes his leave. Then I find myself sitting by the window of my office, staring at the information he's collected on Takato, and wondering why the fuck Fumi is talking to the Yakuza.
Chapter 21. Fumi. It's thrilling having this secret. I'll catch a glimpse of Gabriel with a client through the glass wall of a conference room, or we'll pass each other in the kitchen at home in the morning, and I'll bite back a tingling throb of excitement. It's happened twice now. The first was the night I followed him in the cab, only to see him walk into Club Venom. The night he led me down to that basement room and chased me like a psychopath before fucking me like a savage. In a sane world, I'd never go back. A normal person wouldn't willingly return to a place where a man chased her through the dark, ripped her clothes off, slammed her to the ground, and fucked her so roughly she could barely walk the next day. But again, I'm not normal. So I did go back, and the second time, the weekend after the wedding, was even more intense. I mean, he used a fucking knife. I can safely say that has never been part of the violent, twisted fantasies in my head. But holy hell, the sensation of him cutting off my panties and then burying his swollen cock in my aching pussy as he dragged the edge of that steel blade across my nipple, pure fucking adrenaline. An extreme rush and a dangerous thrill. And no one knows it but me. Gabriel, unbeknownst to him, has met two versions of me now. The first Fumi is the hard-working attorney with the mouth that doesn't always stay shut when it should. The tenacious woman who barged into his fake wife auditions and stole the whole shebang. His fake bride. But he also knows me, without realizing it's me, as his kitten. The submissive, depraved, eager but unspeaking little cum-slut from Venom who has the same vicious fantasies that he does. And again, I fucking love knowing I'm the only person on the planet who's aware of that. It's a week after the wedding. Since our last time at Venom, I've been slowly growing more and more antsy, like a junkie craving her fix. I keep watching Gabriel when we're at home, waiting to see if he goes out to the club to his kitten. I guess I should be pissed that, at least in Gabriel's mind, he's essentially cheating on me with some mystery woman with silvery lavender hair who doesn't speak and willingly indulges in whatever fucked up shit he can come up with. Especially since, even though he's never touched me, at least not knowingly, I still get an insanely overbearing, possessive, and jealous vibe from him. He's gone out of his way several times to remind me that, fake relationship or not, they'll be hell to pay if I go out and find someone else. I've seen the way he's looked at me when I've hugged a male client with whom I'm friendly, despite the fact that said client is 70 and married. I felt his eyes on me when I've been looking over a case file closely with Felix at work. Fake marriage or not, Gabriel is possessive as hell with his bride. Which is why I know I should be livid that he's sneaking off to play dark, disturbing CNC games with Kitten at Venom. Except it's hard to be mad about it when I'm the one getting fucked silly. Not to mention the fact that he's not the only one being dishonest. Lies of omission and all that. I glance up from the couch in Gabriel's living room where I've been going over some work stuff. Through the double French doors into the foyer, I see Gabriel getting ready to go out. I already knew that was his plan tonight. I noticed him disappearing to shower earlier. That's when I started to get ready myself. When he emerged from his room about 10 minutes ago, I was already down here on the couch, wrapped in a blanket to hide the fact that I'm already dressed to kill. He's going out? That means I am, too. I shiver, swallowing as a throb of need pulses in my core. You going out? I keep my eyes on my work. His voice is cold and emotionless. Yeah, I need to attend to some things at the office. Oh, sure. The office. I chew on my lip, imagining the ways he might turn the thrill up even more this time when he finds his kitten at Club Venom, takes her back to the basement, chases her down, and fucks the shit out of her. I really should be wearing cheap t-shirts and leggings when I follow him to the club at this point, since Gabriel keeps ruining the fancy, expensive stuff. But again, Venom's got a dress code. And hey, he's paying for it. Under the throw blanket, I'm wearing a new Versace number over brand new, elegant, very see-through lace lingerie that I fully expect to get destroyed tonight, along with the rest of me. Don't wait up. I wait until he's safely out the door before I jump off the couch. In the foyer, I step into a gorgeous pair of Louboutins I picked up the other day after work. My makeup is already immaculate, and I do a quick check of my hair before I crack open the front door and peek out. Sure enough, Gabriel is sliding into the back seat of the town car as Trevor closes the door for him. Showtime. As soon as they pull away, I dart outside, rush to the curb, and flag down a cab. As per usual, I have the driver follow Gabriel as my heartbeat begins to quicken in anticipation. Except, I quickly realize Gabriel's car isn't headed toward Venom. I slowly groan as I realize where we're going. When the town car pulls up right outside the Crown and Black building and Trevor opens the back door to let Gabriel out, I exhale loudly. Fuck. He actually meant the office.
Right here good, miss?
Yeah, I mutter, my brow furrowing deeply. I mean, no, I need to go back to where you picked me up. The cab driver swears under his breath as he begrudgingly puts the car in drive. I let my gaze drift out the window as we start to pull away. Wait! The car screeches to a stop.
Lady!
The cabbie snaps, turning to glare at me.
Make up your mind.
There! I point through the window at a figure slipping out the side door of the building and raising his hand for a cab. Not just any figure. Gabriel. Gabriel, who literally just walked into the Crown and Black offices only to sneak out a side door and grab a cab less than a minute later. Something's going on. Or maybe he really did need something at the office and now he's heading to Venom. I bite my lip. This is honestly a little pathetic. Chasing Gabriel all over the city incognito on the off chance he's going to Venom looking for Kitten. But I mean, the sex is next level. It's insanely violent and at times terrifying. But holy shit, it's a thrill. And if he's going to Venom to look for his silvery, lavender-haired submissive, I frown. What am I really doing here? Following Gabriel because I want to get laid? Or am I making sure he doesn't screw someone else tonight? Can you please follow that cab?
Miss,
I'll throw in another 50, cash, on top of the meter.
100, and you've got a deal.
Fine. I settle back, my thoughts swirling as we follow Gabriel. Less than 5 minutes later, I frown. He's still not going to Venom. We drive across the Williamsburg Bridge into Brooklyn, then deeper into the borough. Gradually, hipster bars and new condos turn into pawn shops and city housing, then grimy old warehouses and scrap metal yards as we get farther and farther from Manhattan. You can stop here, thanks. I swallow as we pull up to the curb. 2 super sketchy blocks ahead of us, Gabriel gets out of his cab. He glances around before he slips down an alley next to a building.
This is where you want to get out?
I nod as I pay the fare and then slip $100 through the slot for the driver.
Look, miss, this ain't an area where a pretty girl like you wants to be this late at night. Not alone.
I'll be fine.
Lady.
Thanks for the ride. I step out, my pulse racing and my senses on high alert. Crossing the street, I walk up to the front of the crumbling old apartment building and glance up at the number on the front. I turn to a street sign and scowl, trying to think how I recognize this address and why it seems familiar. Nothing comes. Slowly, I creep around the side of the building and glance down the alley where Gabriel just disappeared. The cab driver wasn't wrong. This neighborhood is rough, and not well lit either, with building walls graffitied with the tags of well-known violent gangs. My eyes stab into the darkness of the alley. I freeze when my gaze lands on a side door, open, but slowly swinging shut. Without thinking twice, I bolt down the alley and stop the door just before it closes. I shiver as I look through the doorway into a dark hallway inside. A single overhead neon light flickers erratically, making me feel like I'm in one of those Saw horror movies. What the fuck are you doing here, you dumb bitch? I suck in a breath to steady myself and am about to step inside when I hear something behind me. I whirl around as my heart jumps into my throat. My eyes go wide, my pulse racing as my gaze lands on a dark, slouched figure standing at the top of the alley. It's not Gabriel. Whoever this is, he's shorter and stockier. And there's this overwhelming black, malevolent energy radiating off him that chills me to my bones. You look lost. The gruff, scratchy voice is laced with malicious intent. Yeah, it's not Gabriel. I shake my head. No, Yeah, I think you're lost. He starts to walk toward me. My blood turns to ice. Good thing I found you. He chuckles darkly. Look, I hear the flick of a blade before I see it glimmering in his hand. Oh, fuck. I don't think. I just turn and run deeper into the alley. Instantly, I hear heavy footsteps coming after me. Where you going, baby? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I bolt down the alley and then veer right around the back of the building. I pause only for a second to kick off my heels and grab them before I'm off again. Come back, baby. I ain't gonna hurt you. I choke back a scream as he laughs viciously behind me. My blood curdles as I hear his footsteps pounding after me, growing louder and closer as I bolt around the next corner of the building. As I streak toward the street, my heart stops when I see a chain-link fence in front of me, blocking my path. Where are you? The voice abruptly chokes to a stop with a wet gurgle. The footsteps stop too. I'm panting, my entire body shaking as I turn and press my back to the cold metal of the fence. My eyes peer into the dimness, waiting for the man to come chasing after me. But he doesn't, and the silence only grows more deafening. Slowly, I take a trembling breath. I creep quietly toward the corner. Stealing the very last nerve I have, I force myself to peep around it. Instantly, the breath chokes out of me, and my hand flies to my mouth. All I see is blood. No body, no trace of the man who was chasing me. Just blood. Everywhere. Chapter 22. Fumi. I'm still shaking as I slam the front door of Gabriel's townhouse shut behind me and lock it. I sink against the door, my heart racing as a clammy sensation trickles down my spine. What the fuck just happened? For the 100th time, I glance at my phone and think about calling the police. I know I should. Except I also know the reason I'm not. Calling the police means explaining why I was there in the first place. That means telling them I was following my husband, and there's no way that doesn't lead to the cops prying into the nature of our arrangement. Yes, I'm worried about breaking the terms of my NDA and being forced to repay $5 million I don't have. But even more, I'm worried that the police looking into my arranged marriage to Gabriel and the money will lead them to finding out who my father used to be. So, no cops. I figure that any guy who lurches after me with a fucking knife probably isn't someone whose life I should be too concerned about. Plus, I don't even know that he's dead after, what? Some beef with another creep prowling the shadows? A gang thing? Except, that was a lot of blood. A lot of blood. I shudder, pulling away from the door and shrugging my jacket off. I check the locks again before heading up to my bedroom and slipping out of the Versace. I groan when I peel off my new lingerie, looking down to find some light spotting on the lace. God damn it. Period. I change into regular underwear, sleep shorts, and a tank top, put a pad in place, and head down to the kitchen to make some tea. I hug myself as I wait for the water to boil, a tea bag of something calming and uncaffeinated waiting in the mug. What the fuck was that back there? I replay the awful gurgling sound and the ensuing silence. The blood, the lights go out. I jolt, spasming violently, my lips instantly going dry and my pulse thudding in my ears. The water in the kettle starts to bubble and boil. Gabriel? The steam starts to whistle quietly from the kettle on top of the stove. It grows louder and louder until suddenly, I flinch out of my frozen state and realize it's howling. I crank the burner off quickly, and the whistling steam drops first to a whisper, then silence. I exhale. Then, suddenly, I hear a door shutting with a heavy click. Holy fuck. Naked fear and panic simmer under my skin as my eyes stab vainly into the darkness of the kitchen. Gabriel? No answer. Hello? I call out, my voice shaking. Gabriel, I'm... A heavy footstep creaks from somewhere down the hall toward the foyer. Hello? Only silence. Pure terror turns my blood to ice. I'm calling the police! I scream. No, I'm not. I can't. My phone is upstairs. Another creaking footstep squeaks from outside the kitchen door. My heart lurches into my throat, and I run. A scream rips from my throat as I hear footsteps pounding after me. I bolt out the other door of the kitchen, lurching into the dining room before zigzagging into the living room. Someone followed me home. I don't know if it's the stocky man with the knife or if it's a second monster who made the first one bleed. Whoever it is, I can feel the hostility and the malevolence radiating off him as he chases me through the dark. Whoever he is, he wants to hurt me. With a burst of adrenaline, I scramble my way up the stairs, heedless of the stab of pain when my toe slams into the bottom step. I lose my footing halfway up, and I scream as I feel and hear the man charging up the staircase behind me, almost at my heels. I kick out, screaming in terror as I force myself to my feet and keep bolting up the stairs. A powerful hand grabs my ankle just as I reach the top landing. He twists with a muttered, savage grunt, making me scream again as I crash sideways into the wall. But I kick back, hitting something soft and eliciting a groan from the man's lips. I break away, but when I zig left to move to the second staircase up to my room, I can feel his darkness surging close to me in my peripheral vision. A raw scream rips from my throat as I zag right instead, barreling down the hallway toward the second-floor study. There's a fireplace in there, with big, heavy fire pokers. A weight slams into my back, knocking me forward as I crash painfully to the ground. I scream as the man grabs me by the back of my neck, pinning me down as I thrash and squirm in vain. His other hand suddenly grabs the back of my shorts. No! I scream as he yanks my shorts and my panties down. Choking, I kick my heel up backward. The man grunts, twisting so that my heel only hits his thigh and not his balls. But it does make him loosen his grip on me enough that I can shove away from him, kicking my toes against the ground as I try to scramble to my feet. It's not enough. I cry out as he grabs my ankle, yanking and twisting me onto my back. A scream tears from my lungs as his weight crashes down on top of me, the darkness of the hallway obscuring everything but the lethal glint in his eyes. He goes to choke me, but I snarl, winding up and slapping at his face. The man hisses in pain, gritting his teeth and jerking away before he suddenly swings back. I gasp, stunned as his open palm slaps my cheek. He uses the way it momentarily freezes me to grab my tank top and yank it down, tearing the fabric as my breasts spill free. He yanks my shorts and panties down as I thrash and cry out, kicking and screaming as he jams his hand between my legs. I'm on my period, I blurt.
Do you think I give a fuck, kitten?
Everything glitches. The world stutters to a halt as my entire body goes rigid. What the fucking fuck?
It's different when I chase you and you're not expecting it, isn't it?
Gabriel rasps darkly into my ear. I'm struggling to process this, to understand all the implications. That he knows it was me at the club. That the man who just broke into this house and chased me through the dark is my husband and my boss, not an actual psychopath. Except, they might be one and the same. Even as I'm trying to get my brain to wrap around all of that, I suddenly flinch, shivering when I feel his thick fingers drag up my pussy. I cry out, choking in pleasure as two of his fingers ram into me. He lowers his mouth to my breasts, viciously biting on a nipple as I scream and writhe underneath him. His fingers plunge in and out of me, his thumb rolling and grinding against my clit as I gasp for more. You knew?
Knew what, kitten?
He growls savagely, thrusting his fingers into me over and over as I cry out.
That you like to be chased. That you like to be used and punished and hurt. Like a good, eager little cum slut.
I moan as he sinks a third finger into me, making my eyes roll back as I writhe under his brutal, punishing touch. Gabriel bites my nipple again, hard, making me shriek and shudder in a blend of pain and ecstasy. His fingers thrust in and out, hard and fast, making my thighs shake as the vicious pleasure claws at my core. He slaps my nipple, then chokes me with a hand around my throat as he starts to finger me even harder and faster.
Remember your safe word, kitten. Broken.
Broken. Like me, for not just enjoying this, but craving it, for needing it, for loving it. Gabriel shoves my legs apart as he slides down my body. He slaps at my inner thighs, making me whimper in pleasure and pain before his fingers slip from my pussy. His hand slides wetly up my stomach and up between my breasts, twisting and pinching my nipples before his hand wraps around my throat. His mouth suddenly drops between my legs, and my eyes go wide. Wait!
You think I give a fuck if you're bleeding, kitten?
He snarls against my skin.
Go ahead.
I gasp sharply as he bites down on my inner thigh.
Bleed for me.
His tongue drags through my slick lips. I spasm, throwing my head back and writhing wildly as he devours me. He groans as he licks me, sucking hard on my clit as he sinks 2 fingers deep into me. The hand on my throat squeezes just hard enough to make my vision spot and push the pleasure from his mouth on me into the stratosphere. His fingers splay over my throat, teasing over the delicate veins in my windpipe before sliding wetly down to my breasts. I moan, my hips grinding against his mouth as he brutally twists my nipples. His hand slides back to my neck, then higher up my jaw until his fingers shove into my mouth. I whimper, tasting copper and my own arousal. Gabriel slaps my inner thigh. He sucks hard on my clit as he holds my jaw with his fingers, fucking my mouth. And suddenly, I'm exploding for him. I scream as I start to come, my body twisting and shuddering against the hard floor at my back as he sucks on my pussy. Then he's sliding right up between my legs, roughly shoving them wide apart with his knees. My eyes have adjusted to the darkness, and I whimper when I look down and see the blood smeared on my chest and my abdomen. But then I'm shivering when I realize Gabriel is naked from the waist down, the grooves of his V-lines leading right down to where his huge, swollen, thick cock is bobbing heavily an inch above my quivering pussy. He yanks his shirt over his head, tossing it away before his hand straightaway wraps back around my throat. I moan deeply when his swollen cockhead presses against my opening. At the same instant that he rams his enormous dick into me, his mouth crashes to my lips, and my world turns to fire as he starts to fuck me like an animal. I cry out, whimpering and clawing at him as his tongue duels with mine. I taste copper and sweetness in his kiss, and when his cock rams into me, I shudder and moan. Gabriel sits up on his knees, lifting my ass, keeping me still impaled on his thickness. Both of his hands wrap around my neck. Then, he starts to fuck me like I have never been fucked before, not even by him. He fucks like he wants to fuck me to death, like he's punishing me, like he wants to break me. My screams of pleasure echo through the house, my body bouncing between his chiseled muscles and the hard floor at my back as he fucks me like a rag doll. Gabriel rams into me with brutal, hard strokes, snarling and groaning as his muscles strain and his cock swells even harder and bigger inside of me.
Tell me, kitten,
he rasps darkly. His eyes glint and pierce into me as he thrusts hard with his hips, his heavy balls slapping loudly against my ass as he yanks me down onto him using my throat as a handle grip.
What the fuck were you looking for at Venom?
I whimper, my breath coming hard and ragged, my pulse liquid fire in my veins. My vision swims and spots, my core clenching over and over as my body spasms.
Someone to play with?
Gabriel hisses violently.
Someone to fuck you, to make you squeal and beg.
I flinch, my body jerking in pleasure and my pussy gripping him even tighter as his palm slaps against my cheek.
I asked you a fucking question, kitten. Or was it someone to make this messy little pussy come all over his cock?
I moan, shaking everywhere as something hot and throbbing begins to build and surge inside of me.
Let's get one thing very fucking straight.
He growls, thrusting into me over and over, making my entire body shake. No one touches you but me. No one fucks you but me. A whine of pure pleasure erupts from me as he wraps his hand tight around my throat, biting my earlobe and pounding his cock into me. Your little pussy, kitten, he snarls, belongs to me. The entire world goes numb. My eyes roll back and I'm whimpering as his mouth crushes mine. My legs lock around his hips, my fingernails clawing at his back and his shoulders. His hard, fat cock rams into me over and over, fucking me into the goddamn floor as pain and pleasure explode through me. He pinches my nipples, chokes me, slaps me, spanks me, and fucks me until my whole reality blurs, then shatters. I scream when I come, my body wrenching and writhing as wave after wave of cleansing bliss thunder through me. I can feel him coming at the same time, our groans mingling as he kisses me viciously. His cock pulses and throbs, his cum hot and thick as it spills into me. Gabriel pulls out of me, stroking as his cock spurts rope after rope of sticky cum over me until it's covering my breasts, my torso, and my face. His hand slides into the back of my hair, gripping it in his fist as he slides up my body, his swollen dick heavy and glistening right above my face. Suck, he growls. Clean me off like a good little whore, kitten. And I do. Because for him, I am. My tongue slides up and down his cock, licking his cum and mine from the velvety head until he grunts his approval. I collapse onto the ground when he lets go of me, my body drained, bruised, and broken beyond belief as I lie there, gasping for air. The previous times we've done this, we've been strangers. Or at least, I thought we were strangers. Those times after the sex, we've immediately gone our separate ways. What just happened was so draining that I'm not even sure I could get up off the floor right now. But I'm half expecting Gabriel just to walk away and leave me shaking, half delirious and covered in cum, sweat, and blood on the floor. Because when he's in his zone, flexing this dark side of him, that's exactly what I would expect. Monsters grab you in the dark and fuck you like a stuffed toy. They don't get you a tissue and a glass of water afterward. Which is why I blink in surprise when Gabriel stoops down next to me and slides his arms underneath me. You're a mess, kitten. I gasp quietly as he lifts me up into his arms with a tenderness I've never seen in him. He carries me up to my room on the 3rd floor, then into the ensuite bathroom. Leaving the room dark, with just the lights from the city glowing through the blinds, he sits me down on the closed toilet. I hug my knees up to my chest, wincing from the pain that comes after the pleasure. I watch in silence as Gabriel starts filling the tub with hot water and sudsy bubbles that smell like lavender. Wait here. He disappears from the bathroom. Seconds tick by, and my eyes start to close. Then I flinch awake when he steps back into the room. My lower lip retreats between my teeth as he sets a mug of tea down on a little table next to the clawfoot tub. He turns and hands me a glass of water and 2 extra-strength ibuprofens. Take these, he orders. I nod, still biting my lip as it curls up a little at the corners. I raise my eyes to his, shivering as his hazel and gold orbs pierce into me. He watches me swallow the painkillers, then takes the glass away and turns off the faucet. He picks me up in his powerful arms again, and before I know it, he's stepping into the tub and settling down into the steaming hot water with me, holding me. I groan as the heat and his arms envelop me. Slowly, as I drift back to reality, I twist my head. Our eyes lock as the moment that's been coming for weeks arrives at the point of no return. You knew, I whisper. For weeks, I've been feasting on this delicious little secret inside me. Looking at him at work or at a campaign thing, I'd feel this spark, knowing that I knew his dirty little secret, getting off on the fact that he was mine. Except now, It's like someone's yanked back the curtains and exposed all those dirty little secrets to the naked light of day. It's different when I chase you and you're not expecting it, isn't it? Yeah, it fucking is. And I can't tell if I want to shrink away with embarrassment or laugh. Gabriel nods, and my pulse skips.
Yes, I knew.
When did you...
The night you hid behind the curtain at the entrance before following me in.
My heart drops. That first time. He knew that first fucking time. When he put me on my knees, reached inside me, wrapped his fist around the darkest, most depraved part of my soul, and never let go. He's known all along. I stare at him in the quiet darkness of the bathroom, steam and the scent of lavender curling around our faces. My throat works painfully, and my breath stutters as he reaches up to cut my jaw. Turns out, it wasn't just that he was my dirty little secret. I was his, too. That means... I blink. The auditions... You let me win.
Maybe I wanted you to win.
He growls, his eyes capturing mine.
Maybe I wanted it to be you.
His lips sear to mine, kissing me fiercely as I sink against his chest. Monsters don't bring you water and painkillers. They don't run you bubble baths or kiss you like you're a precious treasure they'd rather die than lose. At least, most don't. But mine does.
Chapter 23. Gabriel. I could have lost her the other night. The thought makes me grimace, as it has the 10,000 other times it's crossed my mind since then. The night she almost saw the part of me she never can. I reach across the back seat of the limo, entwining my fingers with hers. Fumi turns to smile at me, her eyes sparkling before she turns to stare out at Fifth Avenue as we approach the Guggenheim for tonight's fundraiser. Despite that smile, my thoughts are black. I could have lost her the other night. We revealed a lot to each other the night I chased her through my house and fucked her like a maniac. Not just that I knew from the start who she was at Venom, that I actively sought her out, even drew her into following me there the night I took her to the basement room and chased her for the first time. But needless to say, my other nocturnal activities that feed the darkness inside of me were not brought up. She doesn't know I'm a killer. But she came close that night she followed me to Dwayne Halbertson's apartment. If it hadn't been for the guy with the knife, she very well could have walked in on me with my hands around Dwayne's throat. Instead, the piece of shit who tried to intimidate her outside caught my attention before I could even set foot in Dwayne's apartment. Dwayne managed to escape death that night, though I'll certainly be paying him another visit soon. Instead, I sated my monstrous hunger with the blood of the predator who was after Fumi, the one whose throat I cut with his own knife before he could harm a single hair on Fumi's head. I'm not usually careless or reckless like that, and I never act, by which I mean kill, impulsively. That night was a first for that. I'd like to blame it on being overworked or stressed about the whole campaign, but I can't. I'm always stretched thin at work, and it's not the campaign. It's Fumi who had me distracted the other night when I went to Dwayne Halbertson's apartment to kill him, which is, go figure, how I missed that she'd followed me there. Or at least she thinks it was me she followed there, but she doesn't have any concrete proof. I managed to get the cab's plate number that dropped Fumi off in that shit neighborhood. The next morning I called the taxi company, tracked down the driver, and met up with him. For $500 cash, he was able to jog his memory about the night before. That he'd picked her up at my house, where she'd asked him to follow Trevor driving me to the office.
There he mentioned her seeing someone leaving through a side door and hailing a cab, which he also had him follow. But she doesn't know that the second man she followed was me, and I've confirmed this. The cabbie had a dash cam set up in his car. For an additional $100, he even showed me the footage. You see a figure in black stepping out of the side door of the Crown and Black building. But even with his high-def camera from that distance, you can't tell who it is. Fumi followed me that night thinking I was slinking off to Club Venom again. I know that because when I caught a glimpse of her following me, she was wearing fucking Versace. But she doesn't know for a fact it was me she followed to that shithole neighborhood that night. But no secrets stay buried forever, especially bad ones. Oh, we're here. I shake away my thoughts as we pull up in front of the Guggenheim. Tonight is the biggest blowout fundraiser I've had so far, and the museum is already packed with political allies, a few celebrities, and no less than 7 of New York's resident billionaires. Cameras flash as I step out of the limo. I slip the mask into place. I smile, I charm, I point to people I recognized with a raised brow and a wink. Then I turn to reach inside the limo and take Fumi's hand to help her out. Christ, she's stunning. She always has been. There's always been something about her that captivates my monster. A glint of something sinister in her eyes. A hint of blackness behind her professional smile. Even before I met her darkness face to face that first night, when I watched her walk into Venom in that lavender silver wig and the mask looking so smug like she'd fooled everyone, I knew we were two of a kind, and I knew she'd be mine. Did I let her win the audition? No. Meredith wouldn't have allowed that to happen. But that doesn't mean I didn't instantly fixate on her after she came out miles ahead of anyone else vying for the position. I didn't have to let her be the best match for me. She clearly was. And even if I didn't quite understand it myself, the beast inside me did, and it's that beast inside that has guided me all my life. So that first night at Venom when I saw her, there was no question that my monster would approach her to quell the hunger inside of me. And when she responded so eagerly, so perfectly submissively to every cue, there was no turning back. The first taste wasn't enough. The second mouthful of her submission and feasting on her deviant fantasies that mirrored my own wasn't either. I wasn't lying before when I said I'd never found an equal in my depravity and my darkness like my kitten. It's why I've been building the walls around us, drawing her close, binding her to me. As I help her from the limo with the cameras flashing around us, I realize there's nothing for the cameras about this anymore. This isn't about an image or electoral votes. It's about finding the piece of yourself you didn't even know was missing, and never wanting to let it out of your sight again. Reporters scream questions at us about everything from my policy ideas to who designed Fumi's stunning green gown as we walk along the red carpet and into the museum. Fumi's hand tightens in mine. I turn to her, seeing the flicker of panic in her eyes that I've come to recognize even when she tries to hide it. She doesn't love crowds, especially at events like this that involve the media. Honestly, I can't say I blame her. I squeeze her hand, breaking the tension in her face as she turns to me. She smiles weakly, but as she's turning away again as if to soldier on, I stop us right there on the red carpet. I pull her around, pull her tight against me, and as the cameras flash, I cup her face and kiss her. It wasn't planned. I'm not even aware I'm doing it until my lips taste hers. I could tell myself it's for the cameras, to make a splash by entering the gala with a headline-stealing kiss with my wife. I could even tell myself I'm playing hero,
kissing her to center her to make sure she doesn't lose it, break character, or snap in front of some reporter and fuck up this entire thing. But as I kiss her, I realize it's not about anyone else. It's not about playing hero. It's just about her and me. Fumi's flushed as I pull away. Our eyes lock, and she opens her mouth to say something. But just then, Meredith hustles over and ushers us into the Guggenheim. The event is taking place mostly on the ground floor, but it also extends to curve up the Guggenheim's famous spiral walkway that slowly winds up the perimeter of the building, open to the interior. Fumi and I are quickly pulled apart, her to talk about her dressed as someone from Vogue, and me to glad-hand wealthy donors, and take pictures with potential political allies and the celebrities that have shown up to support the campaign. Hell, I even get to shake hands with Jackson Havoc, the frontman for Velvet Guillotine, who's donated a signed guitar and some original lyric sheets to the silent auction tonight. Maeve's brought Elsa's younger sister Nora along to the event. The two of them beam ear to ear when I let them step in for selfies with Jackson as I move on to keep making rounds. I've just started to chat with Ed Lee, the alderman Fumi chewed Meredith out for not inviting to the last event, when my phone rings in my pocket. My sincerest apologies, Ed. Hey, welcome to politics, Gabriel. Ed smirks. It never stops, and it's only going to get worse when you get elected. I smile at him before turning away. Eagerly, I answer the call from Jason, a young lawyer who worked briefly for Crown and Black before deciding to pursue public defense. He's also currently clerking for Judge Myers downtown, and Judge Myers is the friend who's going to help me out with those sealed files on Governor Hall. You know, the ones that might bury him. How's shaking hands and kissing babies going? I roll my eyes. Tedious. He chuckles. Listen, I know you're busy at that fundraiser of yours, but I think you'll want to hear this. My pulse quickens. Please tell me Judge Myers signed off on the files. Yes and no, Jason grunts. He did, but there's a fair amount of redaction in them. Myers is pissed about it because they're not supposed to be redacted, just sealed. He's already sent word to the attorney who filed the original paperwork that he's got a week to get the unredacted version to him, or he's going to get spanked. I grin. Fantastic, Jason. Thanks, You haven't heard the best part, bud. My brow conks. Oh? Yeah, the important names are redacted, but man, he whistles. Governor Hall was a bad, bad boy when he was on that first gubernatorial campaign trail. I smile wolfishly. How bad? How about an affair? My lips curl. Fuck yes. One of Preston Hall's favorite things to bleat on about in his campaign is family values. A sealed file on him having an affair is a golden fucking bullet presented to me on a velvet cushion. You're fucking kidding me. Jason chuckles. Nope, and it gets better. She was just a teenager. Jesus, Preston, I'm going to fuck you with this. Not only that, but when the dear governor tried to end things, she went nuts. This girl tried every trick in the book. Accused him of assault, asked for money, threatened to tell his wife. Serious Jerry Springer shit. How real is this file? Oh, it's real. Signed affidavits, court documents, police reports. It's all there. As soon as Judge Myers gets the unredacted version on his desk, I'll make sure it heads your way. Jason, if you ever decide you'd like to make real money again, he chuckles. Yep, you'll be the first guy I call. Better have a corner office waiting for me. It's a deal. Enjoy the Guggenheim, Gabriel. I'll be in touch. I'm grinning from ear to ear as I hang up. This is better than I was even hoping for. Governor Hall is going to be fucked when my campaign makes sure this leaks. I mean, he was already getting knocked around over the corruption and bribery allegations and the rumors about him being a bag of dicks to his staff, but that kind of thing doesn't sway voters. Cheating on your wife with a teenaged intern sure as fuck does, though. I mention what I've heard to Meredith, who looks downright gleeful as she starts hammering away on her tablet, like she's already hiring the decorators to redo the governor's mansion. I catch Fumi's eye across the museum floor. When she grins at me, there's no stopping the one that creeps over my face. Fuck me. I think I'm falling for my fake wife. I move smoothly around the event, shaking hands and smiling for cameras. Behind the mask, all I'm thinking about is that somehow I've found in her an equal who shares in the same violent delights and dark cravings that I do. The only question is, how deep will she get? How deep into my true darkness could she get before she runs for the hills? Eventually, I find myself on one of the upper levels of the Guggenheim, looking down on the gala below.
You throw a wonderful party, Mr. Black.
I sigh silently, sliding my mask back into place. I turn to thank whoever it is who's found me up here. Then I freeze, and my jaw grits. You don't have a Columbia Law reunion tonight, Mr. Ito? I smile, my eyes narrowed. Takato grins a dark, malicious smile at me. I'm confident you weren't on tonight's guest list, I growl. So I suggest you make your exit before I have security do it for you. Takato just keeps smiling. He lifts a brow, turning to rake his nails down his jaw as he strolls over next to me. He grips the edge of the banister and looks down at the gala crowd.
I see you've done some homework since the last time we met, Mr. Black.
Good. I was hoping that would be glaringly obvious. By the way, I just told you to get the fuck out.
Please, don't make yourself look like a cheap, lying politician by telling me it's because I'm with the Yakuza, Mr. Black.
He nods down at the people below.
Because otherwise, I'm not sure how men like Aris Drakos, Castle James, and Gavin Sarenko would have made it in.
I'm glaring at him with my jaw clenched as he turns to grin at me.
Which leads me to think your disdain for me maybe isn't so much that I'm Yakuza, but more that I know your wife so well.
My teeth grind as I stand a little taller. Takato leers at me.
Perhaps the real question isn't why I was talking to your wife like I know her, Mr. Black, but rather why your wife was talking to the Yakuza as if she knows me.
I would advise you, Mr. Ito, I growl quietly, to walk away right now.
Perhaps you'd like to hear a small proposition I have for you first.
Whatever your proposition is, it's well beyond my scope of interest. You talking about my wife like that, however,
it concerns the $5 million you've paid me.
What? I frown, my head cocking as my eyes bore into him. Excuse me? He grins slowly at me, his brow arching.
Ah, interesting,
Takato muses.
Very, very interesting.
Start talking, I mutter.
About what, Mr. Black? About how perhaps you don't know your wife as well as you think you do.
He grins widely at me.
Do you know Miss Yamaguchi at all, Mr. Black? Do you truly know who it is you've married?
With a low growl, I shove Takato back, pushing him away from the railing and out of sight of anyone else as I slam him against the wall right next to Renoir's woman with parrot.
Start talking,
I growl. He smiles maliciously at me.
Now this is the sort of governor that I can get behind. True power. A man who knows how to start talking,
I snarl. Takato bristles when I roar in his face, but keeps his eyes locked on mine.
She's like me, Mr. Black.
What the fuck is that supposed to?
She's Yakuza.
I flinch, blinking as it hits me like a slap, even though I know this is bullshit. We obviously ran a background check on Fumi when she was hired at Crown and Black, and there's no way Meredith didn't do the same after the auditions. That's not true. Takato grins.
Well, not quite like me. But I'm beginning to realize that you don't know her very well. Her or her father.
Mr. Ito, I growl. Whatever your goal was in coming here tonight, all you've accomplished is pissing me the fuck off. I don't give a shit about your little stories, and I didn't pay you $5.
No, but your wife did. I tense. Let me tell you a tale, Mr. Black. Years ago, before my uncle and my family's clan were as prominent as they are now, a different Yakuza family ruled Japan, the Morikai. He smiles. They were powerful, wealthy, and very well connected with the government. But then, the Oyabun lost his way. He got tangled up with a woman not of the Yakuza way, a foreigner no less, and they had a daughter together. My pulse skips. Those two things together made him weak. He fled, taking his daughter with him, when this woman of his was killed. After that, the once great Morikai folded, scattered to the four winds. My family was bold enough to sweep up the broken pieces and build them into an empire. But there are remnants of the Morikai still out there, and the man who could unite them would rule all of Japan.
That's a wonderful bedtime story for the kids, I hiss. Next time, though, I think you should throw in some dragons and magic.
The Oyabun, who fled Japan, and the Morikai, is Hideo Yamaguchi.
I go still.
Formerly known as Hideo Mori. And since you're such an intelligent man, I presume you know where I'm going with this.
Sweet Jesus. Fumi. He's talking about Fumi.
I don't know what the fuck you think this is supposed to prove. He grins. I'm not interested in proving anything, Mr. Black. I came here today because blood talks, and so does money. He steps closer to me. I came here tonight, Mr. Black, to make you this offer. Divorce Fumi. Let me marry her instead. The $5 million you gave her, which she gave to me, will be returned to you. Use it for whatever you want. A new house, cars, women. He shrugs. Put it all into your campaign if you like, though my sources tell me you're almost guaranteed to win.
My heart thuds dully in my chest. A low siren whines in my ears.
This is bigger than you, Counselor, Takato says quietly. Far bigger. This is about me recouping what is mine to recoup. It's about collecting the last remnants of power of the Morikai under my house, with the daughter of Hideo Mori at my side.
It takes everything I have not to put my fist through the asshole's face.
I am who she should be married to, Gabriel. She should be married to whomever she wants. He chuckles. Really, Counselor? Says the man who paid her $5 million to marry him? He shakes his head, smiling coldly. Don't insult me, Mr. Black, and don't make the mistake of crossing me or doubting my resolve with this or any other matter. He slips a card into my jacket pocket. I'm flying back to Japan tonight. You have 48 hours to make this right. If what I hear whispered on the wind about what you've dug up on Governor Hall is true, you'll win the election at this point even without the fake wife by your side. So, he cocks his head. Do the smart thing. Don't cross me, Mr. Black. He growls, stepping closer. I've taken down far bigger than New York governors before.
I watch in silence, bristling with rage, as Takato strides away.
I don't do threats from fuckheads like him.
The second he's out of sight, I yank out my phone and dial a number. Ares, Kratos' oldest brother and the head of the Dracos family, answers with a chuckle.
You know I'm actually at the fundraiser right now, yeah? Where the fuck are you?
I need to call in a favor. Ares is a smart man, and he gets my tone of voice instantly.
Give me a sec. Let me get somewhere we can talk.
There's some scuffling, then he clears his throat.
Okay. What's going on, Gabriel?
Do you still have connections with certain 3-letter government agencies? A brief pause.
I do.
I need someone put on the no-fly list into the U.S. A Japanese national, Takato Ito, but I need it only to go into effect tomorrow. After Takato leaves the U.S. and lands back in Japan, Ares absolutely knows who Takato is, but God love him, he doesn't question any part of it.
Consider it done,
Ares growls. Thank you. And you can consider my retainer to be 50% off for the next month. He chuckles.
Pfeh, don't worry about it. I'll save any favors for when you're living in the governor's mansion.
After I hang up, my pulse thuds as I storm back to the gala. My wife and I need to have a very serious talk. I'm just rounding a bend near some indoor potted trees and a Jackson Pollock when I stop cold.
Felix, stop it.
My jaw grinds. It's Fumi's voice. My brow furrows deeply as I move closer to the plants.
Fumi, come on. You have to hear this. Felix, I really don't. And definitely not here. I can't stop thinking about you.
What the fucking fuck?
Felix, you're drunk. I can't stop thinking about that night.
Rage explodes in my chest, and a lethal, vicious, fiery fury engulfs me.
The taste of your lips.
Felix screams, literally screams, when I explode from around the corner. Both he and Fumi go absolutely white, Felix almost falling backward off his feet as he scuffles away from me.
Mr. Black?
He stammers. If you value your life, you will run the fuck away right the fuck now, Felix. My voice isn't even raised. It's just icy steel with a honed edge. Felix doesn't hesitate. Instantly he's turning and almost tripping over his feet as he sprints to the door. And you, I growl. Fumi gasps, whimpering as I grab her arm and yank her to me, my eyes burning into her frightened dark ones. You're coming with me. Chapter 24. Gabriel. Fumi gasps as I yank her through a set of doors and away from the main hall. She stumbles in her heels, my hand tight on her elbow as I storm down another hallway and into a dark boardroom of some kind. I kick the door shut behind us before Fumi wriggles out of my grip and backs away.
What the fuck is your problem?
That motherfucker is my problem, I roar, jabbing a finger back in the direction that Felix went running. Her mouth falls open, her brows knitting as she barks out a cold laugh.
Are you serious? You think me and Felix?
She chokes as I surge into her, my hand wrapping around her throat and backing her up against the wall of windows overlooking Fifth Avenue. I want you to tell me right the fuck now what there is or ever fucking was between you and that little fucker, I snarl. Fumi stares at me.
You're insane. Do you know that?
Answer the fucking question, I hiss. Did he ever once?
No,
she snaps.
Not that it's any of your business.
Oh, believe me it is.
Like hell it is.
She fires back, her eyes flashing.
But no, we kissed.
She gasps as I pin her hard against the glass, my teeth bared. Fumi swallows, her throat bobbing unsteadily as her eyes lock with mine. It's not fear on her face. It's not that she's afraid I'm going to snap and do something awful to her. She's getting a peek at my monster. And I know damn well she likes it.
We kissed, she blurts. Once, for literally 3 minutes. I was drunk.
How drunk? She bites her lip, her eyes sliding away for a moment before coming back to me.
Not that drunk. Not like, he didn't.
She swallows.
I was in control, okay? It was just stupid.
Any more boyfriends I should know about? I growl. Her face flushes scarlet.
No.
What about skeletons in the closet?
No, Gabriel,
Not even the kinds of skeletons that come from notorious Yakuza families who changed their names after they got to the U.S.? Her face pales and her throat bobs again heavily as her eyes go wide with panic. Fuck you, I snarl, whirling away from her. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm running for Governor Fumi, not captain of some pickup basketball team.
I know.
Do you? I roar, whipping back to her. Because I'm now chained to a woman whose father is the Al fucking Capone of Japan. Fuck you, she throws back at me. You're the one who what, Fumi? I roar back. Who coerced you into cheating your way through an interview so you could swing a focus group in your favor? Oh, fuck off. Like you didn't want me. She laughs coldly. Like you wanted anyone else. She sneers at me. You're the one who wanted a willing little whore on her knees. Your words. I flinch when her palm slaps my face hard. Instantly she pales in horror when she realizes what she's done. Gabriel, try that again, I hiss, and we'll find out exactly how well those knees of yours work. Fumi's face blooms, and she raises her hand as if to slap me again, but this time she whimpers when I grab her wrist with one hand and her throat with the other, pinning her hard against the glass. The whimper isn't fear. She's not scared I'm going to hit her. It's need, lust, deviant, depraved desire. Fumi shivers as I move closer, my lips curled, my teeth bared. My submissive little whore, Gabriel, any other skeletons? I growl. She shakes her head. No. Any other men? I rasp. Her lips quiver. No. Whose are you? She shudders. It's a shudder as if I've just run my tongue over her clit. Like I've just pinched and twisted one of the nipples I do so love to torment. Tell me, I snarl. Yours, Fumi chokes, her eyes bulging and her chest rising and falling. I'm all yours. Show me. Fuck me. The look in her eyes. It's the one I fell for that very first night at Venom. Her full submission so perfectly on display in her eager eyes that I almost can't bear it. That look is a fucking drug, and my monster is goddamn addicted to it. Show me, kitten, I growl. Show me how mine you are. Wordlessly, Fumi drops to her knees. I groan as I look down at her kneeling there, my gaze on her full, pouty lips, her dark eyes, her pale, moon-like skin, and the plunging neckline of her gown. Take out my cock, kitten. Fumi moans softly as her eyes land on the obscenely tinted front of my slacks. She reaches up, her hands shaking as she undoes my belt, then the button of my pants, then the zipper. She peels my slacks and my boxers down together until my heavy, swollen cock bobs right in front of her face. She whimpers, her little pink tongue darting out to wet her lips as she stares at my cock. Open your mouth, I growl, and show me just how good a girl you are. She takes my enormous dick in her little hand, stroking me as she leans close. Her eyes lock on mine as she laps at the base, her tongue teasing at my heavy balls and making me groan before she drags it up and up and up the underside. When she gets to my crown, her lips part. The velvety, soft smoothness of them envelops my head, making me groan as she sucks me into her mouth. Fucking hell. I growl deeply as Fumi swallows me right into the back of her throat. Her lips stretch obscenely around my fat cock, her little mewling moans vibrating through my body as she eagerly sucks. Her tongue dances across the underside as she hollows her cheeks, sucking hard and whimpering softly, jerking me off with her hands. Such a good girl, I groan. Such a good little cocksucker, kitten. She whimpers more eagerly, sucking me harder and faster as she bobs her mouth up and down my dick. I grab a fistful of her hair, which only makes her moan louder and get even more aggressive with my cock.
She takes me deep in her throat, gagging a little before doing it again and again, gagging and making little choked whimpering sounds that make me want to explode all over her tongue. She pulls away, looking up at me with lust-filled eyes, a strand of pre-cum hanging between her bottom lip and my dick.
Please fuck my mouth,
she moans quietly.
sir. Make me.
She chokes when I grab her hair and stuff my dick back into her mouth. I start to fuck her face with hard, rough strokes, relishing the way she takes me so deep and tongues my cock as I move in and out. Spit and pre-cum drip from the corners of her lips, dripping down her chin before I pull away with a groan. "Good girl," I rasp, yanking her to her feet. She whines as I pin her to the glass and crush my mouth to hers. Then suddenly I'm pulling away and spinning her around to face the glass. I doubt these are tinted windows, but it's nighttime and the conference room we're in is dark. Fumi moans as I grab her gown and roughly yank it up and over her hips. My palm cracks hard against her tight little ass, making her choke out a whimper of pleasure as I spank her over and over. My fingers hook into the back string of her tiny black thong. I yank it down her thighs, letting it drop to tangle at her knees before I spank her again. My hand slips between her legs and I groan at how unbelievably fucking wet she is. "Please," she moans. "Does my kitten's messy little pussy need to get filled?" I growl. "Does she need to get fucked like a good little slut?" Fumi chokes out a moan against the glass, clawing at it desperately as I rub my head against her swollen lips. In one hard thrust, I ram all the way into her, sinking my thick cock into her sweet little cunt. Fumi cries out, arching her back and moaning as I plunge deep. I pull out, only to shove right back in. My hips start to pound against her ass, her wet little pussy stretched tight around my cock as I fuck into her. She gasps when I yank down the front of her gown, spilling her tits into my hands. I pinch, twist, and brutalize her nipples until her legs are shaking and she's whining in pleasure. One hand drops to rub her clit as I fuck her hard, feeling her dripping and leaking all over my balls as I pound into her like a demon. Fumi screams into the glass, her entire body shaking and wrenching as she comes all over my dick. I bite down hard on her shoulder, which only makes her cry out louder, and her pussy clamp even tighter around my cock as she floods my balls with her cum. I'm not even close to being done with her yet. She's still panting against the glass as I slowly pull my throbbing cock out of her pussy. Then my teeth rake across her earlobe. "Reach back, kitten," I growl. "Reach back and spread your ass for me." Fumi's breath catches. I can see her eyes going wide as a little whimper escapes her throat. "Gabriel?" "No talking back," I growl. I need her to remember one fucking thing. She's mine. All mine. Only mine. "Do as you're fucking told, kitten," she moans. "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Yes, sir." Fumi whimpers, her breath fogging up the glass in front of her. Her hands slide back, her fingers splayed on her cheeks as she pulls herself open for me. I groan, dipping my swollen head back into her sweet pussy to get it nice and slick. Then I drag the head back and let it rub against her puckered little asshole. Fuck me. She's so goddamn small and tight, and I'm so big. Her little hole winks and clenches against my swollen head as I rub her own arousal against her tight ring. Nice and fucking wide, I rasp into her ear. I'm going to have to work it in, kitten. I'm going to have to squeeze my cock into your slutty little back hole. I start to press. Fumi winces, choking out a moan and a gasp as her back arches. I keep pushing, feeling her ring slowly open more and more as I try to work my thick cock in. I want to punish her for even thinking about another man before she met me. That's the level of my addiction to this woman, the depth of my depraved obsession, the price she'll pay for captivating my monster. I want to punish her. I want it to hurt. I want it to hurt so fucking good. Fumi gasps sharply, moaning a guttural primal sound as my head slips past her puckered ring. Good girl, I growl. I bite down on her shoulder, relishing the way her asshole is clenched like a vice around my cock. Let me in, kitten, I groan, reaching around to rub her clit as I start to sink into her. Let me in so that I can own you. My cock slides deeper and deeper, her whines and moans of pleasure and pain mingling with my low animalistic grunts. Her ass gradually swallows my dick, inch by thick, swollen inch, until finally I'm buried to the hilt inside her. And then I make that ass mine, just like the rest of her. Fumi howls in pleasure, writhing between the glass and my body as I start to fuck her with deep, slow strokes. My finger rolls her clit, feeling her leaking all over my hand as I fuck my cock into her ass over and over. She stumbles at one point, her heels coming off as her toes curl against the floor. Impaled on my dick, she rakes her nails down the glass as it fogs up with her panted breaths. Take my cock like a good little slut, kitten, I groan, letting go of her hip. I keep one hand on her pussy, the other grabbing a hank of her hair and tugging hard. Fuck my cock with your slutty ass. Wildly, her face contorted with pain, pleasure, and pure submission, Fumi starts to rock her hips back, sliding her ass up and down the length of me. Her tight ring milks me, swallowing me deep with every stroke until my balls are tight and my pulse is burning like napalm in my veins. I rub her clit faster and faster, letting go of her hair to reach around and maul her tits and punish her nipples, because I know her, and I know that it's not just the pleasure that does it for her, it's the pain too. The sour and the sweet, the dark and the light, mixing together and swallowing us both whole. I feel her body spasm and wrench. Her scream comes raw and broken from some dark, primal place inside her as she begins to explode. Just as she starts to come, I bite down hard on her shoulder again as I pinch and twist her nipple. Gabriel! I can't hold off any longer. With a groan, I bury my cock to the hilt in her little hole and let go, feeling my balls throb and my cum spill deep into her ass. I grab her jaw, twisting her face around as my mouth slams onto hers, swallowing her moans, her breath, her everything. Once upon a time, I was in control. Once upon a time, I knew what I was doing with her. Now I realize I've lost all control, and I'm not sure I ever want it back.
Chapter 25. Fumi. Let me guess. I grin across the table at Gabriel. Despite it being a 3-star Michelin restaurant, with food being prepared by one of the best chefs in the world, and, if I may be so bold, with him being in terrific company, he looks straight up glum. Like he's at a funeral, not a date. But I know him. That's exactly why he's got that grumpy, gruff look on his face. You don't do dates, do you?
Is it that obvious?
Does the Pope work Sundays? If we want to split hairs, he's still not really doing a date. I mean, yes, we're at Le Bernardin, eating together as husband and wife, but we're only here because Meredith set it all up as a photo op. isn't it romantic? Currently, as we smile over the top lovey-dovey smiles across the table at each other, with Gabriel's campaign manager directing us, media photographers carefully chosen by her are camped outside, snapping away with their telephoto lenses. Yes, I know it's staged. Doesn't mean I can't allow myself to enjoy being out with Gabriel, right? I mean, just because he doesn't do dates, it doesn't mean that I don't. So I make a big show of laughing uproariously when he mutters something about needing to finish something at work. When our next course arrives, I make a hugely dramatic yum face before reaching across and extending my fork with a delectable bite to him, as if I need him to join me in this culinary ecstasy. "You're terrifyingly good at this," Gabriel says with a wider-than-wide smile on his face for the benefit of the photographers outside. "Good at what?" I shrug. "Faking it." "Oh, believe me, you have no idea." I'd be interested in seeing how much you faked it if I bent you over this table right here and right now and fucked you hard while you gagged on your panties." Outwardly, I'm still smiling benignly. Inside, my core explodes with heat as my thighs clench together under the table. "Is that a promise?" "You know it." He lifts his eyes to mine, his lips curling dangerously as he stabs a bite of food with his fork. "Kitten." He teases up my spine as I try to compose myself. This is the back-and-forth banter we've fallen into. To the world, obviously, we're husband and wife. But in private, things are changing. Twisting. Getting more complicated. Most of the time, we're still basically roommates who happen to work at the same office. We don't do dates, unless it's a publicity thing. We sleep in separate bedrooms. At other times, though, we're explosive. Like the times when he chases me through the house, catches me, and fucks me brutally. The times when he calls me into his office at work, draws the blinds, and then fucks my mouth until cum and spit drip down into my cleavage and I have to change my blouse before going back to work. Or the times I'm making breakfast and he walks up behind me, pins me to the counter, and devours my pussy from behind while spanking my ass until my legs don't work. If those were the only two sides of this coin, I would get it. Outwardly, we're playing a role, and privately, we use each other to explore the dark, vicious kinks we both have. But recently, slowly, a third facet of this has emerged. Take, for example, an evening like this. Even though there are cameras present, we're moving past just for show and into something that feels a whole lot like flirting for real. Growing closer, blurring the lines between contractual marriage and real couple. Genuinely enjoying each other's company. It's an evolution that scares me a little. Honestly, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy it before that happens. The waitstaff clears our plates and brings out the next course. Gabriel makes a big show of drawing out a loud with his eyes closed ecstatically as he takes a bite. "Your turn," he growls through a 1,000,000-watt smile. He forks a huge bite of his filet mignon with red wine shallot reduction and grins as he reaches across the table with it. I smile, genuinely and for the cameras, as I take a bite. As I do, some of the phenomenal sauce drips off my chin and splatters down the front of the light blue and white dress I'm wearing. I hiss under my breath and reach for a napkin, but Gabriel's already up and out of his seat. He dips his own napkin in his water glass and starts to dab at the stain on my dress. It takes us both a second to realize that he's basically pawing my breasts right in front of the cameras. He doesn't stop. He just turns and grins, shrugging with the expertly practiced, sheepish but charming look I've seen him use on judges and juries. Outside, the paparazzi eat it up. Because paparazzi. Only Gabriel could turn helping me into basically feeling me up and then make it look cutely and cheekily chivalrous to the cameras. "Why don't you come to the ladies' room with me, Fumi?" I blink, turning rapidly to see Meredith standing there. "I'll help you get cleaned up." I glance at Gabriel, who nods and sits back in his seat. Yeah, okay, sure. I frown as I follow Meredith through the restaurant toward the ladies' room. It's not that I don't like her at this point. It's just that literally every encounter we've had since I've met her indicates that she, sure as shit, doesn't like me. Whatever. So I'm curious and maybe a little suspicious when we step into the bathroom and she starts tapping away on her phone. You can go ahead and take the dress off. The replacement will be here. There's a knock at the door. When Meredith opens it, another woman from her team smiles as she passes her a garment bag. Meredith turns back to me and unzips the bag to reveal an identical dress to the one I just spilled the sauce on. Really? I'm impressed. She shrugs as I take the bag and slip into one of the stalls to change. It's dinner. Things happen. Thank you, I call through the door as I slip out of the stained dress. I mean, I know it's your job, working for Gabriel, but I know you don't really... I actually really like you, Fumi. I pause, my brows lifting. What? Like, a lot. I slip on the new dress and open the stall door. Meredith lifts her shoulders dismissively as I look at her curiously. I know I'm cold and harsh sometimes, but I have to be. You don't survive in this job unless you are, especially as a woman. Her lips curl a little at the corners into what I realize with shock might be Meredith's version of a smile. I know you probably don't think so, but I really like you, Fumi, and I like you with Gabriel. Because the focus groups approve? I grin. She smirks. Well, yes, but so do I. You compliment him. You're smart and think on your feet, and you keep him on his toes, which keeps him sharp, which in turn will get him elected. Well, thanks. I smile, my face burning a little. I appreciate it. You're welcome, she replies crisply. Quite honestly, you're one of the best things that could have happened to his campaign and to him. I grin. Shall we? I nod as she gestures for the door, walking over to open it. Just don't go falling in love with him. I flinch, swallowing as her words roll over my back like ice water. Oh, yeah, no. Although, if you did... Meredith steps into my peripheral vision, moving in front of me and meeting my eye. She winks. I'd be your biggest cheerleader. A big grin spreads over my face. Gabriel frowns. Both of us stopped at the steps up to his townhouse's front door. Half the lights in the building are on, with Taylor Swift blaring from inside, loudly. Expecting company? No, he growls, his jaw set. I'm not. Inside, the music only grows louder. We follow the sound of it and girls' voices laughing and yelling and wander into the kitchen. 4 teenaged girls with their backs to us hoot and holler as they flail their hair to the music and sprinkle toppings on pizzas they appear to be making. Please, make yourself at home, Maeve. I've only met Maeve, Gabriel's 18-year-old aunt, by way of Gabriel's, Alistair's, and Tempest's asshole grandfather and his much, much younger trophy wife. Yes, I know, it's a mindfuck. A few times. But I instantly recognize the dark-haired, blue-eyed girl who whirls at his voice. Oh, hi, she chirps, reaching over to turn down the music coming from the Bluetooth speaker. She blushes as she turns to smile at me. Hey, Fumi. So, Gabriel lifts a brow at the pizza party. Maeve winces as she grins. Sorry, I totally should have called ahead, but we were in the neighborhood and I still have a key. It's fine, Gabriel smiles. You know you're always welcome here. A few months ago, Gabriel and Alistair removed Maeve from a bad situation where she was living with their grandfather, Charles, and his awful wife, Carolyn. Never mind Charles's criminal connections and his meddling in the firm, it had also come to light that he and Carolyn were being pretty abusive to Maeve. After they got her out of that mess, she lived here at Gabriel's for a few months while she finished high school. Now she's got her own apartment with some friends and is starting college in the fall. I mean, you do have a pizza oven, she giggles. Me pizza, Sue pizza. Hi, Mr. Black, one of Maeve's friends chirps with a friendly wave. Guys, for the last time, he sighs. It's just Gabriel. I grin as I turn to him. I'm going to go change out of this dress. He nods. Maeve's face goes a little pale before she rushes over. She follows Gabriel and me out of the kitchen, her lip twisting in her teeth. The girls want to stay over. She gives Gabriel a sheepish look. I mean, they love this house, but the problem is... Sleeping arrangements? Gabriel growls. She makes a face. Yeah, I mean, Dominique called dibs, so she's in my old room with me. But then Amber and Natasha decided to take the guest room. Shit. Gabriel's house has been heavily remodeled since he and his siblings were growing up in it. Of the original 5 bedrooms, only 3 are still used for that. His master suite, Tempest's old room, which became Maeve's room, and a guest room, which is where I've been sleeping. I mean, I couldn't tell them that you sleep there. She winces at me. You know, 'cause... It's fine, Maeve. Gabriel smiles. Don't worry about it. Maeve is obviously privy to the real nature of our relationship, but her friends aren't. Of course they wouldn't see a problem wanting to use the guest room. They'd obviously assume I sleep in Gabriel's room. I don't, though. Never have. I could dig out some old sleeping bags. Not necessary. Gabriel grunts. We'll take care of it, Maeve. She glances at me nervously. I paste an easy smile that I really don't feel onto my face as I wave her off. Yeah, no big deal. Put them in the guest room. Okay, great, she beams. Thanks. Oh, and pizza's going in soon if you're hungry. Upstairs in the guest room, I change into sweatpants and a hoodie, pull my hair back into a loose ponytail, and head back downstairs. Right before I get into the kitchen, the sound of voices in the library makes me pause by the door. I don't think so, Amber. Gabriel's voice growls. Aw, come on. Maeve's friend Amber coos in a voice that is way too flirtatious for my liking. My teeth grind. Please, Mr. Black. She purrs his name in a way that makes my blood boil. Amber, it's a flat no. Come on, Gabriel. You know I can go out to any bar I want and get a guy to buy me a drink. Maybe so, he grunts. But you're 18, and you're in my house. You're not helping yourself to any alcohol while you're here. I roll my eyes. I'm about to head back into the kitchen to get in on the pizza action, which smells amazing, when I hear it. What if I showed you these? Amber! Maeve's little friend almost jumps out of her skin, yanking her shirt back down as I stroll into the room. Hi, she blurts, her face white. Hi, Amber. I smile warmly at her while my eyes rip her in two. Then I completely ignore her and walk over to an amused-looking Gabriel, grab him by the back of the neck, and yank his mouth down to mine. I kiss him deeply, letting my tongue explore his mouth as I coil against his body. I even reach around and squeeze his firm ass before I slowly pull away, nipping his lip as I do so. I turn back to smile mildly at Amber. I think the pizza's ready, kiddo. She turns scarlet, her eyes dropping to the floor as she nods and scurries out of the room. The second she's gone, I whirl to glare at Gabriel. What the fuck was that? I snap. He snorts, his brows arching. I believe that's what they call my wife marking her territory out of extreme and misplaced jealousy. But I'm not certain of the exact term. I purse my lips. Believe me, that was not jealousy. Of course not. The prick actually looks amused. She's 18, I snap. I'm aware, which is why. You're married. I gasp as he suddenly grabs my ass, pulling me hard against his body. His hand slides up to grab my ponytail in his fist, and I whimper at the ferocity with which he yanks my head back, exposing my throat, before he lowers his mouth, his breath teasing over my neck. I'm very aware. He growls darkly. Then suddenly, he crushes his lips to mine in a punishing kiss. Maeve insists on us joining them for pizza and more Taylor Swift. Amber avoids looking me in the eye the rest of the night, but she also stays the fuck away from Gabriel. I am not jealous. Not one bit. Come bedtime, the girls take Maeve's room and mine. We explain my stuff still being in the guest room and adjoining bathroom as just being force of habit, and say with a laugh that we're still working out how to find room for my wardrobe in Gabriel's walk-in closet. It's not until I'm standing in my pajamas at one of the 2 sinks in Gabriel's master bathroom, brushing my teeth, that it hits me just how weird this is. Not bad weird, just new weird. I've been in here before, of course. He's fucked me in his bed, on his floor, and against this very sink. But I've never spent the night in his bed, just like he's never spent the night in mine. Neither of us says a word as we finish getting ready. It doesn't even come up until I start pulling back the covers.
Actually, that's my side.
I smirk. You have a side?
I do.
You don't sleep in the middle of the bed? He shrugs.
No.
You're a very strange man, Mr. Black. I grin as I walk around to the other side and climb in. He kills the lights and slides in next to me. Silence drapes the bedroom. It's a very weird and very foreign feeling, being in a bed with this man and not having his hand on my throat as he savagely fucks the hell out of me. But that's not happening tonight. Not when Maeve and 3 of her friends are. I gasp when Gabriel suddenly slides right against my back, his chiseled body hard and warm. Then I jolt when his hand slides into the waist of my sleep shorts, grabbing them and my panties and yanking them both down my legs. I whimper softly when I feel how hard he is. Maeve and her friends. I moan, my eyes bulging when he stuffs my lace panties into my mouth. Behind me, his cock slips from his boxers, throbbing hot and hard against my ass.
Don't think that just because we have house guests, I'm not going to fuck you until you break, kitten.
Chapter 26. Gabriel.
Oh, and can you pick up some baby bok choy on the way home?
Jesus. I'm so domesticated, it almost fucking hurts. 4, I frown. For food? Fumi says over the phone. I'm cooking dinner tonight. You can cook? She laughs, the sweet sound making something swell inside my chest. Yes, I've somehow gotten into the habit of calling Fumi, randomly, for no real reason. This time it was just to let her know I'm on the way home from the interview I just gave to the Times over coffee. And now I'm heading to the house I share with this woman who is apparently cooking us dinner, for which she needs baby bok choy. Yeah, so fucking domesticated it's almost painful. And yet, I wouldn't change a goddamn thing. Life is good, like really good. Not only am I somehow juggling my work at the firm with all my election obligations, I'm crushing it in the polls. It's not in the bag yet, but Governor Hall is slowly dropping, and I seem to be on the rise, and I haven't even used my secret weapon yet. Then there's the home front. Fumi. For years, I've known that there are 2 sides of me, the dark and the light. At times over the years, those 2 have been snarling, bitter enemies. Other times, there's a frosty truce. But right now, for the first time ever, somehow those 2 sides of me are in perfect balance. She's done that. Because with Fumi, I've allowed myself finally to be completely at peace with both parts of me. She knows the golden Gabriel who charms juries and wins cases. But she knows the monster as well. She knows my darkness as well as my light, and she doesn't just accept both. She wants both, and she encourages both sides of me to come out. She wants both Jekyll and Hyde.
Yes, I fucking cook, jerkface. Dinner's in 45 minutes, don't be late.
Is it cereal?
You're an asshole.
My lips curve dangerously. Such language.
Do I need to punish that mouth when I get home? Fumi's breath catches. Maybe, she whispers, her voice suddenly husky. My dick throbs as I get into the back seat of the town car. See you soon. Trevor pulls away from the curb as I hang up. Do you know where to buy baby bok choy? He frowns, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Sir? The vegetable that's used in a lot of Asian cuisine. You know what, hang on. I'll figure out where we can stop. Just then my phone rings. I glance down and my jaw tightens. It's Jason, Judge Meyer's clerk. Trevor, could I have a minute? You got it, Mr. Black. He raises the partition between us as I answer the phone, grinning. Tell me you've got good news. Jason chuckles. That I do. I'm on the move, so I haven't had a chance to look at the goodies myself. But the unredacted files hit the judge's desk an hour ago. I just sent them by courier to your house. I glance at my watch. Fantastic. I'm on the way there now. Thanks, Jason. Really, I owe you. Yeah, you do, he chuckles. You agree to hear my idea for cash bond reform when you're in the governor's mansion, and we'll call it even. You bet, and thanks. I'm just stepping out of the car outside my place when the guy on the bike rolls up. Fuck it. I can get bok choy later. These require my signature and mine alone. I sign for the documents and immediately rip open the sealed bag, sitting on the steps of my building as I yank the documents out and start paging through my nuclear weapon. Fucking hell, it's good. There are details about the campaign staffer Governor Hall had the affair with, and the fallout of after she threatened to go public. Internal emails between Hall and his campaign manager about paying her off, discussing how much to give her. There's even a really fucked up exchange where his campaign manager starts questioning the legitimacy of her parents' immigrant status. One particularly vile exchange jokes about having her taken care of by a professional. I mean, fuck me. Hall is going down for this shit. A dark, devious smile crosses my face. This is it. The atom bomb that's going to destroy Hall's re-election campaign. I'm going to win. A warm, smug feeling washes over me. Then I flip to the last page, where the allegations against Hall are completely dismissed, and the female staffer in question is officially fired from the campaign. My eyes drop to the bottom of the page, where this woman who had the affair with Governor Hall willingly signed her own dismissal. And my whole world crumbles. It's a signature I've signed my name next to as the lead attorney on a dozen cases. It's the signature next to mine on my fucking marriage license. The teenage campaign staffer was Fumi. Hey! The way she smiles at me as I charge into the kitchen almost rips me in two. But it also brings to the surface a fury that turns my skin to napalm, turning to ash whatever happy little domestic thoughts I had in my head just 20 minutes ago. Those are all gone now. There's only burning anger and hatred remaining. It's not just that she had an affair with that motherfucker. It's not just that every shred of evidence in the file in my hands points to her trying to shake Hall down when he tried to end things. I mean, yes, obviously cheating on your wife with a 19-year-old employee makes you a piece of shit, but it's not illegal. Lying about being assaulted sure is, though. So is asking for money in exchange for your silence. It's called blackmail. I stare fixedly at the back of Fumi's head as she hums to herself and stirs something on the stovetop. Fuck me. I want so badly to tell myself that I'm angry right now because she lied, or because she broke the law, or because if this gets out now, it'll be a troubled past that made him a stronger man for Hall, and it'll be an embarrassing punchline for me as the candidate who went and married Hall's old fling. But that's not really it. I'm angry because all I can think about is Fumi with another man, and it's making me want to destroy the world. Did you manage to pick up bok choy? She tenses when she turns and sees the poisonous look on my face. Gabriel? My jaw grinds as I start to move toward her. Fumi shivers.
a look of fear spreading across her face as she backs away from me.
You're scaring me.
Yeah, I snarl, surging into her. She gasps, shuddering as my hands slam past her, gripping the counter behind her on either side, boxing her in.
Gabriel?
You fucked him? I hiss. Her face pales. What? Did you fuck him? Fumi's throat bobs.
What are you talking?
I'm talking about you and fucking Hall. I snarl viciously. I'm talking about you playing Monica fucking Lewinsky with my goddamn opponent. Her face cracks. I'm talking about, I roar, the fact that you neglected to mention your fucking fling with the very man.
It wasn't a fucking fling.
She suddenly screams at me, her face shattering as tears begin to tumble from her eyes.
I was drugged and raped by that fucking man.
The kitchen goes utterly silent.
What you're talking about, Gabriel?
She chokes, sobbing as she starts to break down completely.
Was the most horrible experience of my life.
And then she crumbles. It's like she's a marionette and someone's cut her strings and she's falling into a pile. But she doesn't make it to the floor, because I catch her first and pull her into my arms. At first she's still screaming and hitting me, but I don't move away or let go or stop myself from hugging her tight to my body. Slowly her screams and her anger fall away, and all I'm left with is her sobbing into my arms as she clings to me for dear life. Fumi's sipping on some tea, sitting on the sofa in the living room. She's staring at the file folder sitting on the coffee table in front of her that I won't allow her to touch. Letting her read all those filthy lies would be cruel. She slowly shakes her head, her shoulders still shaking as she breathes.
Whatever's in that,
she murmurs softly, glaring death at the file.
It's all bullshit.
Her lip retreats between her teeth. Slowly, her eyes lift to mine.
I was 19, Gabriel. I didn't know I was going to go into law yet. I was going to be a political science major. I wanted to work on campaigns and be a part of the democratic process, you know. I mean, I wanted to help bring about change.
She looks down at her tea.
It was rape, not a fucking affair.
She hisses bitterly. I nod, slowly folding my arms over my chest. I lean against the bookshelf behind me, watching her carefully. Tell me whatever you can. She takes a deep breath.
At first, it was just little things. Like he'd get flowers for a bunch of the female staffers as a show of appreciation, but they'd all get lilies and I'd get roses. Or he'd leave little trinkets on my desk.
Her brow knits as she glares into her mug.
I was so stupid.
Fumi.
I was naive, Gabriel. I thought he was just being nice, you know. I mean, he's like 35 years older than me. It never once occurred to me that he was flirting with me or grooming me or whatever. He was older than my dad, for fuck's sake, and fucking married.
Her shoulders shake as she takes a breath.
He started having me work directly with him, and I was so starstruck I thought it was a promotion. I mean, I was working right alongside the guy who was going to be the next governor of New York. How fucking amazing would that look on a resume? So when he had me stay late more and more frequently, I just went along with it, because that's the job, right? When he started having dinner brought in for just the two of us on those late nights at the office, I thought he was being kind. I felt like his protege or something. When he told me he and his wife were divorcing, but that no one knew, I felt honored that he trusted me enough to confide in me.
Her mouth twists with nausea as her head shakes slowly side to side.
God, I was fucking stupid.
My teeth grind just hearing it, but she has to get it all out, like poison from a wound.
One night, when it was just the two of us after we'd finished dinner, I was about to go when he stopped me.
She grimaces.
I should have said no. I wanted to. But I mean, he was a congressman and my boss, and he'd been so nice to me, and he was going to be governor.
Her face darkens as she stares at the floor.
He kissed me, and I froze. I didn't say no.
Fumi. She shivers, looking up at me with haunted eyes. I nod gently for her to keep going, and after a moment, she nods back.
Finally, I pulled away and said I had to go. I went home and freaked out for a while, then decided I had to stop whatever this was. So I did. The next night, same thing. Dinner finished, we were alone again. He made a move, and I told him I couldn't. God, I even blamed the fact that he was married, because I was too scared to tell him it was him.
The monster inside me is awake and demanding blood. It wants to kill. Slowly.
Fumi continues. I thought he'd lose his cool, but he was totally fine with it. He told me he understood, that he was sorry for making me feel pressured. I mean, he was so good about it. He poured us 2 glasses of this really expensive scotch and told me he was excited to see where my career would go. We even toasted to it.
Her whole body shakes violently.
It goes fuzzy after that. The next thing I remember, my shirt was pulled down, and I was on my knees in front of him. He was sitting at his desk, and
When she breaks, the roar of the monster inside of me almost drowns out everything else. I want to scream. I want to destroy all the beauty in the world. I want to kill until warm blood trickles through my fingers and the universe knows my rage. But I don't, because this isn't about me. This is about the woman I've fallen for and the pain that's shattering her in two. Fumi flinches as I wrap my arms around her. Then she melts, clinging to me and sobbing into my chest.
I hated every moment, she cries. I hated it so fucking much. And then, when he was done, he told me to stand up and make myself presentable. I was still so fucking out of it that I just did what he said. I didn't go to work the next day, but in the evening the asshole came to my house. She chokes bitterly. He wanted to make sure we were on the same page about what had happened. When I told him I was going to go to the police, he just left without saying a fucking word. An hour later, there were lawyers at my door threatening to destroy my life if I didn't sign all of these NDAs, a termination report, and a signed statement full of lies about how I'd tried to shake that fucker down for money. She sucks in air, clinging to me tightly. And before you ask me why I didn't go to the police anyway,
I wasn't going to. I growl quietly. You don't need to explain shit. She barrels on.
I was the daughter of an immigrant, Gabriel. My dad was still trying to cement his citizenship, and Hall's fucking lawyers told me they'd make sure it was derailed if I said anything. Then later, after more than a year had gone by and my dad did have a citizenship, I just wanted to leave it behind me, pretend it never happened. I figured if they could screw up someone's citizenship application, who knew what else they could do?
She starts to shake as she cries softly against my chest.
I'm so sorry, she whispers.
My jaw clenches tight as all the different emotions slam into me. Hatred and anger toward the man who hurt her, fury at the system that let her down, a fierce need to shield her from anything and everything in the world that wants to hurt her from this moment on. She has nothing to apologize for, but he sure as fuck does.
So now you know what I really am,
she blurts miserably. Looking away as she hugs herself.
Fumi, now you know I'm
perfect, I growl, cupping her face and leveling my eyes with hers. What you are, Fumi, is fucking perfect and fucking mine. She's still shaking a little as I kiss her fiercely, bruising her lips with mine, holding her, being her rock. Her everything. I kiss her until our lips go numb. Then I hold her until she falls asleep in my arms. Now I know. I don't just have to beat Preston Hall. I have to fucking kill him.
Chapter 27. Gabriel.
Sir? Excuse me, sir.
I ignore the secretary that launches to her feet as I storm toward the double doors to the office.
Sir, I'm going to have to call security if you don't.
Her eyes suddenly go wide when she recognizes me.
Mr. Black?
No need for security. I flash her my best winning smile. I'm just here to drop out of the race, and I wanted to tell him in person. Her brows shoot up.
Oh, well, let me just buzz the governor.
No need. I push past her, barge into the room, and kick the doors shut behind me. Preston Hall looks stunned as he glances up from his desk. "Gabriel!" he blurts as I storm toward him. "What the hell are you—" He flinches when I slam a file folder down on the desk in front of him. "You're done, Preston. Out. You bow out of the race fucking today." I tap the file folder on his desk with a finger. He blinks as the room goes silent. "I'm sorry, what?" "Gabriel, you can't just barge—" "Open it." He looks at me confusedly. "What the fuck is this?" "Open it." He bristles, but he reaches for the file and flips it open, shaking his head. "This had better be your official statement dropping out of the—" His face turns pale as his shoulders tense. He blinks rapidly, his throat working before his eyes slowly drag up to mine. The file I've just given him contains copies of the unredacted documents I got unsealed by Judge Myers. It also has a statement sworn by Fumi this morning, detailing exactly what happened that awful day. I watch, my lips slowly curling into a vicious, thin smile as Preston's face turns gray. It's not a silver bullet. At best, even with a sworn statement, it's hearsay. But the point is to force Preston's hand. I want him terrified that this will get out. Because if it does, hearsay or not, he's fucking done. "As I was saying, Preston," I growl, "you bow out today. You suspend your campaign. Don't spend another dime on ads. Quietly finish up your term and fade the fuck away, or this all goes—" He starts to laugh. My eyes narrow on him as he shakes his head and stands, sighing. "You're a great attorney, Gabriel. I'll give you that. But you're new to politics, so I guess I need to explain how this stuff works. If you think I'm bluffing— Oh, I don't think you're bluffing, Gabriel, but you're not going to use that." I laugh coldly. "Well, famous last words. Enjoy your office while you can." I turn to leave. "If you use this, Gabriel, she'll be all over the news." I stiffen. Slowly, I turn to him. "What?" "She'll be the star here, not me." He shakes his head again. "When you've been in the game as long as I have, you've heard everything, every allegation, every rumor, every—" "This is proof." "No, it's he said, she said." He grins darkly at me. "We both know that. Who do you think the media will focus on? Me?" He shrugs. "Please. I'm just an old politician. I've been at this so long, the public has already seen my name dragged through the mud for a dozen unfounded things over the years. But Fumi," he grins, "the pretty, plucky new wife of the up-and-comer. The press and the public will devour her. Really, they'll rip her apart, Gabriel." He grins as my jaw grinds tightly. "You release that?" He shrugs. "And yeah, it may cause some problems at home for me, but Deborah's heard 100 allegations of affairs, and I've talked her down from every one of them." He smirks. "If you put all that out there, yeah, I may come off looking a little sleazy." "You'll look like a criminal." He shakes his head. "I'll look like a stud." Every muscle in my body tenses as I level a cold look at him. "Careful, Preston." He grins. "The public gets wind of that story. You know how it'll play out in their heads. Like I knew your wife. Like I cocked you." My eyes draw to slits. Preston grins widely. "Angry, Gabriel? Frosted that before you even met her, I had your wife on her knees, fucking her teenage whore mouth." He goes down with a wail, tumbling backward into the credenza as I slam my fist into his mouth. I am nowhere close to done. I'm on him in a second, seeing pure red, snarling as my monster bursts free. I sit astride him, holding him by the collar, punching him in the face over and over, until I feel arms grabbing mine and yanking me off the bloodied little shit, screaming on the floor. You should probably get an attorney. I raise a sharp brow at my brother through the bars of the holding cell. Alistair grins a little. That was supposed to be a joke. Yeah, I don't hear laughter. My comedy is often sorely misunderstood. Could we please focus on the issue at hand? Alistair smiles wryly and clears his throat, nodding. You want to get down to brass tacks? Fine. Gabriel, you beat the shit out of a governor. Yeah, I know. I was there. Yeah? Alistair growls. Were you also there the day they covered 18 U.S. Code Section 111 in law school? Assaulting a government employee is a fucking felony, dipshit. My jaw grinds. He's not wrong. But there's a reason I'm not in police custody, and I'm just sitting in a holding cell of the security department in the basement of the governor's offices. And Alistair and I both know it. My threat to Preston hit harder than he wants to admit. You know why you're down here, right? I nod. Because he's got 24 hours to hold me before either releasing me or filing an official assault charge. Bingo. So whatever the fuck you said to him, it's about Fumi, I say quietly. My brother's quiet for a moment. His chin tips up and down slowly. Look, I know you like to keep your personal life quiet, but, Alistair, she matters to you, he growls. I'm not blind, Gabriel, or stupid. She's not just a prop anymore, is she? I look away. My head shakes slowly. No, she's not. She's the equal I never, ever expected to find. You obviously don't have to tell me, Gabriel, but it'll help me help you if I know what prompted. A decade ago, she worked on that fucker's first gubernatorial campaign. He reeled her in, drugged her. A fury, almost matching the rage in my chest, sparks in Alistair's eyes. He assaulted her, Alistair. Motherfucker, he snarls. His lip twitches. Should have kept hitting him. I should have killed him, I mutter. Alistair blows out of breath. Well, how strong is the evidence? My silence makes him scowl. Fuck. And double fuck, I nod. They buried it, and masked it enough with so much bullshit that it's hearsay at best. The court of public opinion would burn him at the stake, though, Alistair growls. You release that and Preston is as good as... I'm not releasing it. I look away, rage clouding my vision. That fuck was right. I can't use this. Yes, maybe it hurts him and costs him the governor's seat. Maybe. And maybe it doesn't. The one guaranteed casualty if I release this, though, is Fumi. The world is a fucked up, unfair place, and the public hates women, especially women who challenge powerful men. This will dog her career and destroy her life. Maybe I have a silver bullet aimed at Preston's head, but it goes through Fumi's heart first, and I will not let that happen. Gabriel, I'm not releasing it, Alistair. It was a scare tactic, and it didn't work. The man put you in a holding cell. I think it's fair to say it worked. You know what I mean, I growl. The point was to get him to back down, and he didn't. You know what happens if I put that out into the world. His mouth twists. She'll take the brunt of it, I nod. Well, Alistair sighs. Then we need to switch gears and fast. Because if Hall is 100% sure you won't release what you have on him, in 24 hours, sure as shit, he'll be charging you with assault.
Chapter 28. Fumi. Hey, Fumi, it's me. I look up from the files I've been going over at the kitchen counter at the sound of Maeve's voice. Hi, I smile at her. Then my eyes turn cold when Amber walks into the kitchen behind her. At this point, any attitude I give her is less because I'm still mad at her for trying to flash Gabriel, and more because it's just so much fun to watch her squirm when I give her this look. Amber, I say icily. She smiles awkwardly at me before turning to Maeve, who clearly doesn't have a clue that her friend tried to show Gabriel her tits. I'll go upstairs. Cool, be right there. Maeve walks over to the fridge and pulls out a couple of seltzers. We're going over some of the prerequisite reading for this fall. She and Amber are both going to be freshmen at NYU come September. Sorry, I'll be out of your hair in a few. I need to head to the office anyway. She snorts. Dude, it's your house. For some reason, that makes me pause. Slowly, a smile creeps over my face. It's not just that she's technically right. This is my house because I live here and I happen to be married to Gabriel. It's that it really does feel like I belong here now. It's not just a technicality anymore. Something's changed in the last 2 weeks. Ever since the night Maeve and her friends stayed over and I slept in Gabriel's room. He and I never talked about it, but after that night, I just never moved back into the guest room. The next night, I slept in his bed, and the night after that. The third day, I came home from work to find all my things removed from the guest room and sorted neatly into his master bedroom and walk-in closet. No words exchanged, no big talks, just our new reality. And I like that. A lot. There's a knock at the front door. I'll get it, Maeve chirps, skipping out of the room. I hear her open the front door, then a cheery, familiar greeting. A second later, she walks back into the kitchen with Taylor and Meredith in tow. Hey, I was just about to head into... I trail off, my stomach dropping when I see the grim expressions on their faces. What's going on? Maeve is filled with the righteous indignation only attainable by an outraged 18-year-old. He can't just hold him there, she spits after Taylor and Meredith fill us in on what's going on with Gabriel. I blink, my throat dry. It was incredibly reckless of Gabriel to barge into Preston Hall's office like that. But what really has my pulse thudding in my chest is that I know why he did it. Me. That's why Gabriel stormed into the governor's office, fists up and swinging, and it's also why he's sitting in a holding cell with building security for the next 24 hours. They can, actually, I mutter, glancing at Maeve. They've got until tomorrow to either charge him or let him go. Maeve glowers. Will they just let him go? Taylor purses her lips. Would you, if your primary political opponent walked into your office and decked you? Maeve angrily shakes her head. But why? Why the hell would he do that? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Meredith groans, tapping furiously at her tablet. I look past her, catching Taylor's eye. Can I talk to you for a second? Taylor follows me out the kitchen door and into the back garden of Gabriel's townhouse so we're alone. I tell her everything. The campaign I worked on, staying at the office late with Hall and all his special attention on me. When I get to the night he drugged and assaulted me, her face goes downright livid. Then she's blinking back tears as she grabs me and hugs me fiercely. I'm so fucking sorry, Fumi, she says quietly as I hug her back. I shake my head, squeezing my eyes shut. It's in the past. I'm fine. A small, private smile twists my lips. Because I am fine, actually. I mean, it's a scar that'll always be there, and I've told myself I'm fine for years now. But for the first time, finally, I know I'm not lying to myself when I say it. It's Gabriel who's pulled me out of that place and allowed me to heal. He and his monster, as he calls it. His darkness. He's allowed me to explore that part of myself and those needs while knowing there is always a way out. Knowing that even when I'm on my knees, utterly submitting to him, I am always in control with a safe word I've never once had to or wanted to use with him. So, I can assume that's why he went in there with guns blazing? I nod. Taylor's mouth twists into a wry smile. Interesting. My brows knit. What? It's just... She looks at me curiously. You know he wouldn't do that for just anyone, right? I roll my eyes. I don't know if that's true. He's like Mr. Hero... Fumi, she says softly. While I doubt I know Gabriel as well as you do, I do know him quite well, and have for a while. She smiles. We both know the Mr. Hero routine is armor, and for the record, there really aren't many people he'd do that for. Tempest and Alistair, sure, maybe for me. She arches a brow quizzically. You know, your fake husband might actually love you. My face heats as my top lip retreats between my teeth. Does Gabriel have proof of what Hall did? I look away. Well, yes and no. I explain to her what Gabriel has, and I watch the wheels begin to turn inside her head. Shit, she mutters. That's hearsay at best. And if Hall has a halfway decent attorney, and I know he does, it would never stand up in court. But it could speak to character and motive if there was other, harder evidence against him. She frowns. I wonder if Meredith has any ideas. That girl is a fucking pitbull when she wants to be. Back in the kitchen, though, they seem to be at as much of a standstill as we are. So, here's where we are. Taylor sighs. Gabriel has some evidence against Hall regarding... Her eyes barely meet mine before she smoothly continues. A past instance of sexual assault. It's not provable, and it wouldn't hold up in court, but it could be circumstantial evidence toward character if you catch him getting handsy. We all turn to see Amber standing in the doorway to the kitchen. She glances at Maeve and grimaces. Like Mr. Porter. Maeve makes a face. My brows arch. Wait, who? Mr. Porter. Maeve exhales, scowling. He taught chemistry at our school. Everyone knew he was a creep, Amber adds. Like, girls just knew not to be alone with him, but no one could ever get anything concrete. Until this one girl, Evelyn Carter, busted him. She set up a bunch of phones recording in his classroom while he was out, and then dropped by after school one day alone. She got him on tape offering to bump up her grades if she came over to his house some night. They finally fired him. My nose wrinkles in disgust as I glance at Maeve. Okay, first of all, Gabriel and I need to have a serious talk with your old school's administration about some basic fucking protocols. But second, I turn back to Amber. You're suggesting someone should go into Hall's office and deliberately bait him? That's not a crime, Taylor murmurs quietly, eyeing me. Unlike, say, sexual assault and battery. Would it work? Amber says. Taylor nods. If someone were to get Governor Hall on tape committing a crime like sexual misconduct, assault, harassment, anything like that, then yes, it could be used in conjunction with the evidence of his other crime. But who would? Me, Amber says flatly. I would. My eyes snap to hers. No, Amber, yes. A pause. Can I talk to you? She mumbles, glancing at me. Alone? When I follow her into the living room, she turns to eye me, chewing on her lip. I was really, really disrespectful the other day, she says quietly. To Gabriel, to Maeve, definitely to you, and I want you to know that I'm sorry. It was stupid and shitty, and I felt like such an idiot after I did it. I smile wryly, putting a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. Apology accepted. I sigh. Believe me, I did some stupid, embarrassing shit when I was 18 too. She grins. But I'm still not going to let you walk into that man's office as bait. Fumi, I can do this. I don't doubt that, but you're not. Governor Hall... I swallow the bile in the back of my throat. Look, the circumstantial evidence of assault they have on him? My lips thin. It was me he did that to. Amber's mouth falls open a little. Holy fuck. Fumi. It was a long time ago. I exhale. The point is, he's a dangerous man. He has a history of doing this, and I don't want you walking in there. Yeah, no. Now I'm definitely doing it, she mutters, her eyes locked with mine. Let's bring the fucking asshole down. By that night, Kratos and his hacker friend have entered Amber into the governor's office database as a volunteer staffer. The next morning, wearing a skirt that's maybe a touch short for a government office, a top with one more button undone than perhaps appropriate, and thick-rimmed glasses that conceal a microphone, speaker, and 2 cameras, Amber walks into the governor's headquarters and makes a beeline for Preston's private office. In the car parked outside, I watch through the view screen that Kratos' friend has set up on Meredith's laptop. My heart pounds and my throat tightens as Amber navigates Preston's secretary and then slips, alone, into the governor's private office. I start when a hand lands on my arm. "She'll be fine," Maeve says quietly. "She takes jujitsu." Maybe so, but if Hall tries anything serious with her, I'm going in there and cracking a bat over his fucking head. "Here we go," Meredith mutters quietly. We all hold our collective breath as Governor Hall grins salaciously at Amber, as he makes a comment about her legs, as she giggles and laughingly protests that he would never be interested in a girl her age. It takes a lot for me not to puke. Taylor has to physically grab my hand and hold tight when Hall offers Amber a drink. When she shyly says no, she shouldn't, he suggests waiting until after work, when she could come see his penthouse in Soho. Then comes the bullet.
Or, how about this? You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen in this office, Amber.
Hall grins, one of Amber's cameras catching it all.
And, this office locks from the inside. It's soundproof, too.
Oh, Governor,
How about you show me what's under that pretty little skirt, and I'll show you how fast you can turn this internship into a serious career.
I inhale sharply, my hand tightening in Taylor's. "Governor Hall," Amber giggles. Christ, she'll be a fantastic actress if that's what she wants to do with her life. I'm too shy." He chuckles.
Really? You're too shy for this?
Suddenly, he's undoing his pants. Instantly, I grab the headset attached to Meredith's laptop, which has a direct connection to the tiny speaker in Amber's glasses. "Get the fuck out of there, now!" "Maybe next time, Governor," she blurts, turning and bolting from the room. My face is grim as I turn to lock eyes with Taylor. "Yeah? Yeah," she mutters. "Yeah, that'll do it." 10 minutes later, after giving myself a pep talk in the ladies' room and thinking of Gabriel, I blast straight past Hall's secretary and into his office. His brows shoot up a little when he sees me, but then his mouth twists into a salacious, evil smile.
Well, well, well,
he murmurs, undressing me with his eyes.
I was wondering if it'd be you who waltzed in here trying to save.
You gonna show me how fast you can turn my internship into a serious career, Governor? His smirk shatters. Hall knows he's fucked the second I say it, and it is fucking sweet to watch his whole world crumble in front of my eyes. The governor goes pale as I walk over to him, my gaze eviscerating him as I plant my knuckles on the edge of his desk.
Look, Miss Yamaguchi.
Shut the fuck up! His skin turns gray as I snarl the words, and his eyes widen in terror. You raped me, I hiss.
Now, Miss Yamaguchi, we don't want to get into a he said, she said.
Yes, well, the she in this scenario said no, and the he said, I don't care, and went ahead and did it anyway. His bottom lip quivers.
Miss Yama,
in case my husband wasn't clear enough when he tried to have this discussion with you the first time, let me make myself crystal clear now. I snarl at him. You are done, you disgusting fuck. Finished. You resign today, you leave the race, and you dis-a-fucking-peer. Permanently. You let Gabriel out of that holding cell, and obviously you do not press charges against him. Hall's mouth flapping open and shut like a toad is deeply satisfying to see.
Do
it now, or I release the recording my young friend just made in here. I smile coldly. You know, the pretty girl you just tried to expose yourself to. You and your minions managed to bury what you did to me under so much shit that it's hearsay, but taken in conjunction with this, I don't think there's a judge in the city who wouldn't reopen those files and take a closer look. I turn and march for the door.
And what exactly is stopping me from bringing you down with me?
Hall snaps at my back.
I can make sure the press tears you limb from fucking limb. Do you know how easily I can spin what happened in my favor? Do you know how many girls walk into this office dying to get on their knees and—
And do you, Governor? I say thinly, turning to face him. But before you do you know how old I am? He frowns. More to the point, do you recall how old I was when you assaulted me? I was 19, but from the sheer terror on his face, I'm guessing he's suddenly realizing he has no idea how young I was. You have 1 hour to announce your resignation and get my husband out of that cell, you piece of shit, I growl. Oh, and it's not Ms. Yamaguchi. It's Mrs. Black, fuckwad. Without another word, I turn and march out the door. Hall is still standing there, looking like he's about to piss himself. Taylor answers the second I call her. He's got 1 hour to make good, I mutter. If he doesn't resign and release Gabriel by then, leak Amber's footage to the press. With pleasure, Taylor mutters. And if he does do as he should? My lips curl dangerously. Leak it anyway. Taylor laughs. That's my girl. Chapter 29. Fumi. At the end of the day, it's up to you if you want to look away from your fears or face them head on. For years, I found a middle ground. I buried my fear and just ignored it in hopes that it would one day fade away. But then, I married Gabriel. A man who brings out the wild fierceness in me I've never really known how to express. A man who lets me run through the dark and explore the blackest parts of my soul without any judgment or shame. A man who's taught me how to look my fears in the eye and not back down. So I haven't. 3 weeks ago, exactly 58 minutes after I walked out of his office, Governor Hall resigned, citing personal health issues. Less than half an hour later, he was eating those words when the press got copies of the recording of him propositioning an 18-year-old staffer and almost pulling his dick out on camera. Then, it all snowballed, and I finally decided enough was enough. Mr. and Mrs. Black, it is so good to have you on the show with us today. I smile at Jen, the insanely perky morning show host, as the bright studio lights blaze down on us.
Thank you for having us, Jen,
Gabriel says with one of his trademark jury-charming winning smiles. It used to freak me out how he could so seamlessly switch from one persona to the other. How he could be so charming and smooth by day and this dark, vicious monster by night. It doesn't freak me out anymore. I know it's not that there are 2 Gabriels inside of him. It's just all part of who and what he is. A man who makes me feel like I've never felt before. A man who makes me come alive in ways I never have. A kindred spirit that I never thought I'd find. Well, Gabriel, or I suppose we should just start calling you Governor.
Jen, Gabriel chuckles. Let's not be too hasty. The election is still a few weeks away.
That may be, Jen laughs. But I'm sure you don't need reminding that you're running unopposed. He is, too. In the 3 weeks since Preston Hall resigned and was then publicly shamed and dragged through the mud, his lieutenant governor, Rupert Cleef, has taken over the position. But Cleef isn't seeking the office permanently, and the only other candidate in the race just bowed out a week ago, throwing her support behind Gabriel. Pending an utter catastrophe, the seat is Gabriel's. Well, Gabriel, though I do suppose we'll talk about you eventually. The live studio audience laughs. So does my husband. First, we need to talk about your superwoman of a wife. I cringe as most of the audience jumps to their feet and starts applauding, but I remember Meredith's coaching and wave with a humble smile. I never intended to be a hero. I never wanted to be the push that gets a ball rolling. But something snapped at me that day when I stormed into Preston's office unafraid and angry. Then, when Amber's footage was leaked, a woman came forward with a similar story of Preston exposing himself to her in a conference room. Another woman, a few days later, accused him of rape. After that, I was done being silent. I added my voice to the mix, and since then, a dozen more women have come forward. Now the Attorney General for the state is opening a criminal investigation. Preston Hall isn't just out of office. There's a real chance he'll go to prison. Believe me, Gabriel smiles, turning to me. There is no one I'd rather talk about. That, of course, gets another round of applause from the crowd. He reaches over and takes my hand, squeezing it tightly as our eyes lock. You must be so proud of her. I am, Jen, Gabriel says. Too often, people in power are allowed to step all over those considered beneath them. In my administration, that's going to stop. We're going to have full transparency, full accountability. The audience cheers. And I can't wait to do all of that for this great state with my wonderful wife at my side. Even Jen stands and applauds when Gabriel turns to cup my face and kiss me on national television. Together, we're unstoppable. One of our unspoken rules is that at work, we're completely professional. We frequently drive to the office in the same car and ride the elevator up together. But once those doors open to the Crown and Black offices, the PDA between us stops entirely. Not, of course, that I don't want to put my hands all over him every minute of the day, but it would be very unprofessional to do so. And one of the things I love about Gabriel is that he values professionalism as highly as I do. Today, though, after the morning show interview, I gasp when the elevator doors to the Crown and Black reception area slide open and Gabriel's hand grabs mine again. The breath leaves my body as he spins me, pulls me into his arms, and kisses me hard. I'm flushed and panting when we finally break apart, our eyes locked. What was that? That, he growls with a sly grin as he pulls me close again, was me kissing my wife. I chew on my lip, trying not to blush. Have a good day, dear. He growls into my ear. We still on for dinner tonight? Yeah, I grin. His hand tightens on my waist as his teeth rake delicately over my earlobe, making me tremble. And still on for dessert? He means chasing me through the house, pinning me down, literally ripping my clothes off, and fucking me savagely until I'm bruised and sated. Yes, I breathe. Then I pull away with a sharply arched brow. Unless someone skips out on me again. He sighs, rolling his eyes when I mentioned the night before, when he slipped out of the house just as I was falling asleep. I'm sorry, it couldn't wait. I slap at him playfully. It's not like the motion could be filed with the court until this morning anyway. Yeah, he shrugs. But you know me. I do, and I love that I do. Hey, girl. I grin at Cassidy as I walk into the break room to grab a coffee. A few weeks ago, after the shit went down with Preston, she and I finally got together and smoothed over whatever rockiness had been going on with us over cocktails. Basically, she'd been blindsided by my romance with our boss and felt embarrassed that she'd been shit-talking Gabriel or talking about banging him without knowing he and I were a thing. Which we weren't, but that's beside the point. After that, she just felt awkward about how badly she'd reacted to the news. And given I was so wrapped up in trying to figure out Gabriel and me, we drifted apart more than we should have. Thankfully, all that's behind us now. You look so good on TV. I groan. I don't know. It felt so staged, you know? She rolls her eyes as I pour myself a coffee. It's scripted TV, Fumi. Anyway, she shrugs. I thought you killed it. Well, thank you. I grin. Oh, shit. Speaking of killed. I frown as she pulls closer to me. Did you hear about Dwayne Halbertson? I grimace, remembering the piece of shit who walked on a technicality after raping and killing Casey Cruz. What about him? He's dead. I blink. Seriously? Yeah, murdered. Cassidy grimaces. In his own apartment, too. I hope they catch whoever it was so that they can give him a medal. I mutter. Cassidy clinks her coffee mug to mine. Cheers to that. When was all this? Last night. Something flickers in the back of my mind. Anyway, I gotta run and get these deposition transcripts to Alistair's office. Later, TV star. Yeah, I say quietly. Later. I'm shaking a little as I walk back to my office and quietly close the door. I sit at my desk, my pulse thudding dully in my ears as I open my laptop. You're crazy. I have to be. And yet, no matter how many times I tell myself that, it doesn't stop the little alarm blaring quietly in the back of my head. That alarm gets a little louder when I Google Dwayne Halbertson's name. It swells to a jangling wail when my eyes land on the address. Please, no. My heart is racing as I copy Dwayne's address from the article into Google Maps and then click on Street View, showing me images of the building and its surroundings. And my hand flies to my mouth. Oh God. That's the curb where my cab driver dropped me off. That's the alley I walked down where I was stalked by that creep with a knife who then disappeared into thin air except for a pool of blood. Holy fucking shit. That was Dwayne's apartment. I've spent 2 months telling myself the man I followed that night was just a man I thought was Gabriel. That my husband really did just go to the office that night, as he sometimes does. That the man I followed into Brooklyn was some random guy. What if it wasn't? My heart pounds harder in my chest. My throat constricts, the small of my back growing clammy and slick. What if that really was Gabriel going to Dwayne's apartment that night? And if so, what possible reason would he have to be there? My tongue feels too big for my mouth as I swallow. My mind starts to flip through disjointed memories of Gabriel boasting about his near-perfect win record, of his disdain for the system that allows men like Dwayne Halbertson to walk on a technicality after committing heinous crimes. What if there's even more to his darkness than you know? What if there's more to it than I want to know about the man I married? The man who gets off on chasing me through the dark? The man who's far stronger, deadlier, and more agile than you'd ever guess seeing him in that Tom Ford suit with the $300 haircut? The man who knows how to hunt and stalk his prey? How to use a knife? I'm going insane. I have to be. There's no way. I shake my head. But suddenly, another thought blinks into my mind. No, not a thought. A name. My hands shake as I Google Salvatore Avella, the disgraced administrator at a well-known private elementary school here in Manhattan who turned out to be a predator. Crown and Black represented a number of the victims and their families in that case pro bono. If I remember correctly, the case got screwed royally because of a technicality involving mishandled evidence, and the arrest paperwork being filed incorrectly too, I think. Salvatore walked. And then, a month later, he was murdered, gruesomely. I shiver as I remember Cassidy telling me about the bizarre crime scene where he'd been choked to death, a crime scene which included fingerprints and hair samples of celebrities, which you can buy from weirdos on eBay, I've checked, that made it all into one big black inside joke about strangulation and child predators. I feel numb as I bring up the internal Crown and Black files on the case, though I already know what I'm going to find. Even so, when I read with my own eyes who the lead attorney was, I can feel the color drain from my face. It was Gabriel. Same as with Dwayne. What the fuck? For a second, I almost stop. I should slam my laptop shut, take a breath, and go outside to touch grass or something. Because I must seriously be losing my shit. But I don't stop. I pick up my phone and dig deeper. Hey, Chase. It's Fumi.
Hey,
The firm's resident tech support guy mutters.
what's up?
We keep a record of all company phones, right?
Yep.
He grunts. Does that include GPS data?
Please. It includes the shit people look at in incognito mode.
I take a deep breath. Okay, well, do you think I could get the data dump from every company phone for a certain time frame on a certain date? 20 agonizing minutes later, I get the file in my inbox. I'm still shaking as I export it to a spreadsheet which I sort by active status. Not everyone is using their company cell phones all the time, so that gets rid of half the firm right there. Then, I sort by phones that pinged data towers in Brooklyn in the specified time frame. My heart thuds. Now I'm down to 20 phones. I breathe harder as I copy those phone locations into a map. I zero in on Salvatore's address, zooming in closer and closer, weeding out more and more numbers. 20 drops to 10, to 5, to 3. Then it's just 1, and my heart drops through the floor. Just one Crown and Black cell phone was at Salvatore Avella's exact address the night he was killed. Holy fucking God. Gabriel's. Gabriel, who was lead prosecutor on that case and was livid when Salvatore walked. Gabriel, who was also lead on Dwayne Halbertson's case. Gabriel, who I'm now sure was the guy at Dwayne's apartment the night I followed him. Gabriel, who went out last night without much explanation and then returned near the crack of dawn, on the very night Dwayne was killed. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. What say we blow off work and... I almost jump out of my skin when I hear his voice. I whirl, my face still white, my eyes wide. Instantly, my heart turns to ice. Because Gabriel's looking past me, right at the screen of my laptop, which has Dwayne and Salvatore's files and articles about their deaths open, as well as GPS maps with cell phone data. What are you doing? My mouth goes bone dry. I stare at him in horror, almost unable to form words. Fumi. Nothing, I choke. He pulls his gaze past me again. When his brow furrows and a vein begins to throb in his neck, my legs shake. Why are you... Suddenly, it clicks for him. Suddenly, I see it as his mask falls away. Darkness throbs in his eyes as they narrow like twin blades on the screen behind me. Slowly, his gaze drags back to mine. Fumi, he growls quietly. You need to listen to me. It's not... What? I whisper in a choked, weak voice. It's not what, Gabriel? What it looks like? Let's have this conversation somewhere else. I'm not going anywhere with you. He shuts my office door behind him. My pulse vaults through the fucking roof as naked fear stabs into me. Gabriel? Fumi, I need you to listen to me. Open the door, I whisper. His jaw grinds. You know what Dwayne was. You know what fucking Salvatore was. His teeth are bared as his lips curl. They were fucking monsters, Fumi. Worse, they were monsters that justice turned a blind eye. Tell me it wasn't you. I breathe. My eyes plead with him as my face numbs. Gabriel? Fumi. Tell me, I hiss, lurching to my feet and scrambling back against my desk. Tell me that this wasn't you. His jaw ticks. I can't do that. Oh, God. My legs tremble and my heart shatters. I can't lie to you, Fumi. My hand flies to my mouth, my eyes bulging wide. Fumi, listen. No, I croak, shrinking back against my desk. My hand fumbles behind me and closes around something heavy. I whip it out in front of me, brandishing it like a weapon. A motherfucking stapler. Stay the fuck away from me! His lips draw to a line. Fumi. He takes a step toward me, and I shudder. Don't fucking come near me, I blurt. Don't fucking touch me, Gabriel! God damn it, he barks. Listen to me! I flinch as he suddenly surges into me, plucking the stapler from my hand and tossing it away. You knew what I was, he growls. My head shakes violently. No, You did, kitten, he snarls. Somehow, him using that name right now really hurts. Sit down and let me fucking explain. Get out of my way or I'll fucking scream.
You know I love it when you...
Gabriel! I roar, my pulse hammering in my ears and my whole world spinning. Please! I choke out. His eyes land on the tear trickling down my face. I watch his brow furrow deeply, his jaw clenching tightly. Wordlessly, he steps aside. In a daze, I shove past him to stumble out of the office. Just as I make my move, his arm shoots out, a powerful hand wrapping around my arm. I gasp sharply as he pulls himself right up next to me, towering over me as he leans down to let his lips brush my ear.
You fucking know me, Fumi.
He growls darkly.
You know I would never hurt you.
My pulse skips.
Remember that.
His hand drops from my arm. A second later, I'm stumbling out the door of my office and blundering toward the elevators.
Chapter 30. Gabriel. I'm not typically one for day drinking, but today I'm fucking day drinking. My fingers clench the crystal rocks glass in my hand tightly. The 1964 Glendronach 50-year-old is perfect smoke, peat, and sweetness on my tongue as my gaze stabs out the window over Midtown Manhattan. I built all this. Crown and Black, that is. Alistair, Taylor, and I were young, ambitious, and fucking good when we laid the first stone of what would become this empire. None of us was handed shit. None of us was given a leg up or an easy road. We built this place with our blood and sweat. Today, for the first time ever, I wonder if I'll lose it all. I look at Fumi's computer after she stormed out. It's bad. Not silver bullet to the heart bad, but any freshman attorney with the ink still wet on his license to practice could take what she has to court and destroy me with it. Part of me is actually listening for sirens, waiting for the police to storm out of the elevator, screaming at me to drop the $3,000 glass of booze and kiss the floor. But an hour later, I'm still a free man. 2 hours later, I'm confused and maybe a little worried. By hour 3, I'm done fucking waiting, and I'm definitely done giving Fumi whatever space she needs. She doesn't need space, she needs me. And today I come with a side order of the truth. All of it. Every gritty, gory detail. I've already opened myself up to this woman in ways I'd never dreamed I'd be able to. She stood at the very fucking edge of my black abyss and stared longingly into it. She's met my monster. She's been intimate with him. She's fucked him hard and begged for more. Perhaps realizing that I've killed people is a shock. But discovering the true nature of my savagery and my full capacity for viciousness shouldn't be that much of a stretch for her, given what she does know about me. But now she needs to know the why, the how, and she needs to hear it in my own words from my own lips. She needs to know all of me in a way not a single person ever has. That thought doesn't fill me with dread or fear. It doesn't concern me that I know I need to rip myself open to this woman, because she already has ripped me open and crawled inside. She just needs to be made aware of what she already is. Everything. But Fumi isn't home when Trevor drives me there. Tate, the nurse I hired to take care of Hideo, who may or may not also be a former Green Beret and surveillance expert, confirms that she's not over there either. She's not at any of her go-to restaurants or bars, nor at the bookstore on 5th and East 79th I know she loves to lose herself in. She's not with any of her friends, her phone is off, and when I ask Chase, the tech guy at work, to trace her company's cell, it's back in her office. My pulse starts to pound as my nerves begin to fray. It's not that I'm worried she's going to turn me in. She would have done that by now if she was going to. But I'm worried. I'm really fucking worried. My teeth grind as I wait for Ares Dragos to answer my call.
Gabriel, he says casually. What can
I need to know if that travel ban we spoke about a few weeks ago is still in effect. I growl curtly. And I need to know yesterday. Ares knows when it's not a time to fuck around.
Give me an hour or so. I'll call you back as soon as I know. Please, come in.
Hideo bows as he welcomes me into his apartment. I return the gesture, slipping my shoes off before stepping in.
Can I get you a drink?
I shake my head.
Have a seat.
I sit on the couch as Fumi's father sinks into a chair by the window. The same chair he favored back at their old place, which he's had moved here.
You look troubled.
I'm not about to tell this man that I've chased away his daughter, nor am I going to let him know why exactly she's hiding from me. Truth be told, I'm not actually sure why I'm here. Maybe it's because this is the closest to Fumi I can get right now. And maybe that means more than I realize. I smile wryly at him. I was about to lie to you. I was going to tell you it was a work thing, but I spread my arms. It's more of a your daughter thing. He grins.
My daughter is a force to be reckoned with when she wants to be.
That's one way to put it.
Did you fight?
No, I frown. Sort of.
Do you know the very first thing my Bella, Fumi's mother, said to me when we met?
I shake my head.
Stop bothering me.
I chuckle, and damn, it feels good to have a different emotion aside from anger, confusion, and worry right now.
That woman was tenacious, just like our daughter is tenacious. Believe me, he says, arching a brow. Marriage is hard. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar.
Or maybe just a good lawyer, I smirk. Hideo smiles back, nodding at me. Mr. Yamaguchi, I know you're aware of the circumstances surrounding my relationship with you.
Do you love my daughter, Mr. Black?
I could stall. I could ask for a court recess or force a delay or slap up some roadblocks. But this isn't court. This is my life. Yes. I don't have to think about it. I just know it. As surely as I know the sun rises in the east. Yes, I growl. I love your daughter. Hideo smiles.
Good. Then let me tell you a few things I've learned about you.
My brow cocks as he steeples his hands.
You're a good man, Gabriel.
I scoff. I think that might depend on your perspective.
I don't think perspective enters into it. It's a fact. Look what you did for me.
Let's be honest, Hideo. I needed your daughter,
but you didn't need to move her old cancer-ridden father into a multi-million-dollar penthouse with a live-in nurse and bodyguard.
I arch a brow. Hideo sighs.
Which brings me to my next argument, counselor. You know who and what I am.
I shake my head slowly. Your past doesn't...
Yes, but it could have. Maybe it should have. You're running for governor, Gabriel, and your father-in-law was a Yakuza Oyabun, which, by the way, is how I know Tate is more than just a nurse with some army training.
He stares long and hard at me.
Taking care of me, even keeping me in the picture at all, was a huge risk for you. And yet,
he shrugs.
Here we are.
I nod slowly, turning to stare out the window.
You don't need to tell me precisely what's bothering you,
Hideo says quietly.
But I'm going to tell you one other thing I know about you.
When I turn back to him, he's eyeing me coolly.
You're a wolf, Mr. Black.
I stiffen. Excuse me?
A lone one, without a pack.
Mr. Yamaguchi.
And once a wolf.
His eyes lock with mine, and I realize the man is more of an equal than I could ever have dreamed.
Always a wolf.
The room goes silent.
And the thing about lone wolves, Mr. Black.
My fucking phone chooses that moment to go off. I scowl as I glance at it. Mr. Yamaguchi, I'm terribly sorry. Hold that thought. I need to take this.
Of course.
I stand walking to the doorway into the kitchen area before answering Eri's call.
Takato Ito is still on a non-entry list into the U.S. His passport is still showing him as being in Japan.
I exhale slowly. Thank fuck. It means she's not in the danger I was worried about. She's just hiding. Well, she can hide as much as she wants. I'll always find my kitten. Thanks, Aries, I say, my shoulders relaxing. I owe you one.
Don't worry about it. Oh, there is one other thing my guy mentioned. I don't know if it's important. Although Takato himself is in Japan, a private jet registered to Ito Enterprises took off from Westchester Airport outside New York 6 hours ago.
My whole world turns to ice. My face freezes and my muscles clench as something vicious snarls in my chest, rattling the bars of its cage and demanding to know if Fumi was on that plane. I end the call. Slowly, I turn to Hideo, whose face is as stoic as mine as our eyes lock. What was it you were saying? I growl. About lone wolves. His lips curl darkly.
They're excellent hunters. Because they don't kill for the pack, or to mark their territory, or to feast.
He pauses a moment, making sure his words sink in.
They kill because it is necessary for them.
I nod. Mr. Yamaguchi, I growl quietly. I need you to tell me everything you know about Orochi Ito. The Hotokai have enough local authorities bribed that Fumi's passport didn't ping once Orochi's private plane touched down in Kyoto. But it did register as leaving the U.S. via the Westchester Airport, and the smart camera outside my front door that recorded a van pulling up and yanking Fumi into it would highly suggest she didn't do so willingly. It also suggests that I'm about to spill the blood of everyone who had a hand in taking her. Taylor is standing with her arms folded in front of the helicopter that'll take me to the private airfield when I step out onto the roof of Crown and Black. My head shakes side to side, my jaw grim as I storm toward her. Don't even fucking think about trying to dissuade. Do you love her? She eyes me. I don't mean for what she does for your campaign. I mean, do you love her, Gabriel? If you made me choose between you, Alistair, and her, I growl, I'd pick her every time. I love her. Slowly she grins. Good. She steps aside, gesturing to the chopper. Then go fucking get her. Chapter 31. Gabriel.
You're a wolf, Mr. Black.
Tonight, I move like a shadow. It's not like I've spent every weekend of my adult life killing in the name of correcting justice. My executions are few and far between, and I reserve them for extreme miscarriages of justice. Still, over the years, I've become quite good at what I do, remaining unseen, leaving no trace, killing silently if need be. Dressed all in black, my face masked with a balaclava, I drop down silently from the wall and into Orochi Ito's compound on the outskirts of Kyoto. I would assume his guards are usually much more attentive, and under normal circumstances, I'm not so sure I could pull this off. But these are not normal circumstances. I've prepared Orochi's men for my arrival. During my flight here, I had several packages and guests arrive at the front gates of Orochi's stronghold. The first was a children's party clown who handed out candy to the men on the front gate. The second was a delivery of beer. For the third act, I hired 3 women to streak past the front gates, blowing kisses to the guards and throwing their panties at them. Now, hours later, let's just say the mood amongst Orochi's men is elevated. They're having a good night. They're relaxed. They know someone's playing pranks, but it's all obviously in good fun. It's exactly what I want them to think. I want them to be at ease. I want their guard down. I want them thinking of that beer the guard captain probably confiscated, or the 3 pairs of tits they just had giggling past them. I want them unprepared for when the wolf slips past them. I hug the shadows at the base of the wall as I draw from its lacquer scabbard the sword Hideo gave me before I left his apartment. It's his from his time in the Yakuza. Japan has very strict gun control. As such, the leaders of the underworld here use older ways of enforcing their will or waging war on their enemies. Simple, honed steel. Something dark and sinister ripples like fire through my veins as the etched blades of Hideo's elegant curved samurai sword catches the light of the full moon. Tonight, I'm not just a wolf. Tonight, I'm death. I'm vengeance personified. I'm a man who's willing to soak the ground in blood to take back the woman who was stolen from him. My wife. My love. The dark heart that completes mine. I move quickly, keeping to the base of the wall as long as I can, before I dart across an open area into the black embrace of a Japanese maple tree. There's an almost medieval feel to the old city of Kyoto, and I breathe it in like a samurai going to war before I continue toward the main house. So wa dare desu ka? Who was that? But the guard whose attention was pulled by the rustle of maple branches against my arm doesn't even see me before my blade slits his throat. He falls to the ground, wide-eyed and gurgling as he drowns in his own blood. A second armed guard also falls to Hideo's sword before I scale the lattice work at the side of Orochi's mansion. I slip onto the balcony on the second floor, prowling as silently as I can around the perimeter of the traditional-style home. Another of Orochi's men dies in silence before I stop at a set of open soji screens. The light from inside floods out onto the blue-black inky darkness of the perimeter walkway. I glance inside and smile. Orochi is alone, sitting on a sofa watching soccer on TV, his back to me. I slip inside silently, vengeance in my heart, viciousness in my eyes, and Japanese steel in my hands. He tenses when he feels the edge of the blade against his jugular. Konbanwa, Ito-san. To his credit, Orochi doesn't panic. He doesn't scream or beg for mercy or offer me money. He just sits there, still and quiet, slowly breathing in and out.
Good evening to you too,
he finally growls.
American?
I ignore his question. Fumi Yamaguchi, I hiss. You have her. I want her. He nods carefully, so as not to nick his throat.
She's not here.
Where? His eyes drop slightly, his brow furrows.
I know that blade,
he says quietly.
Or at least I used to.
His hands raise.
I am unarmed.
Slowly he turns his head, letting his gaze focus on mine. I keep the blade against his throat.
You're the husband,
he murmurs.
The lawyer.
You have exactly 15 seconds to tell me where.
She's getting married.
I flinch and pull off the balaclava, letting my eyes stab into him. Excuse me. Orochi smiles benignly.
Married, Mr. Black. Surely you know what blood she has flowing in her veins.
Neither she nor her father has anything to do with...
You don't simply walk away from the Yakuza, Mr. Black,
he growls.
Blood carries much weight in our world, and your wife's blood holds the weight of an empire.
My jaw grinds.
Let me tell you a story, Mr. Black. Years ago, I thought I'd beaten my competition, Your father-in-law. I had his wife killed. I chased him from his world, exploiting his weakness for family. But when the king was in exile, his subjects didn't take the knee as expected.
I smile coldly. You mean the men and families loyal to him didn't kiss your ass after you tried to kill the entire Mori family?
You could put it that way.
His lip curls.
But as I said, blood carries weight in our world. Specifically, in this case, the blood of Hideo Mori's only heir. And when my nephew, Takato, marries Fumi, the scattered remains of the Mori Empire will take the knee and bow to the Ito clan.
There's the small issue of her already being married, I spit. To me. Orochi smiles, lifting a shoulder.
Yes, well, we have ways of negating that.
The hell you do, I hiss.
Mr. Black, your entire marriage to Fumi is built on fraud.
It's built on a deal, I growl. One, I might add, that resulted in you making millions of dollars and settling whatever beef you still thought you had with Hideo. Orochi doesn't blink.
We are in agreement, Mr. Black. It was indeed built on a deal. But a deal that you dishonor by not fulfilling your end of it is no deal at all.
He snarls, anger rising in his eyes. I scowl. I didn't dishonor.
You've insulted me, Mr. Black. Orochi hisses. You ignored my nephew's warning. You have him banned from entering your country.
He smiles a mirthless smile.
Taking Fumi was the last way I could think of, to make you see how poor a choice it is for you to disrespect me.
I haven't.
Then where the hell is my money, Mr. Black?
He snarls darkly. The wheels grind to a halt in my head. Hang on. You were paid, Mr. Ito, I growl. As agreed, $5 million.
And yet I wasn't.
Then I suggest you look again, I hiss. Because I was there when the transfer went through. The money left one of my shell companies, was deposited into one owned by my wife, and was then immediately, I might add, transferred to your accounts. I literally saw it all happen with my own eyes. So, Mr. Ito, I snarl, pressing the edge of the blade against his neck. Where the fuck is my wife?
Your wife,
he snaps back,
is up there right now.
He jabs a finger past me, at the mountains rising over the further outskirts of Kyoto.
Marrying my nephew and cementing my dominion over the remains of the Morikai.
Suddenly, it hits me so obviously it almost knocks me off my feet. Orochi is a proud man, and old school, steeped in the traditions and the honor system that the old guard of the Yakuza, much like any organized mafia, is built on. It wouldn't just be weird and against his honor for him to lie about not getting that money. It literally would not happen. Which means he's telling the truth about never having received it. And in a flash, I think I know where it went. One of the reasons I've won as often as I have in court is that I can put myself in the headspace of whoever is sitting across the room from me. I can see their motives, read their thoughts, anticipate their next moves before they even think of them, because I'm in their fucking heads. That's how it suddenly hits me. Now, for the first time, I allow myself to get inside Takato's head, and very quickly, I realize what I've missed in all of this. Mr. Ito, do you want to keep your empire? His face is expressionless as his eyes lock with mine and he doesn't answer. I'll ask again. Do you?
Of course I do.
Then I'm going to need your help. He looks confused when I pull the sword away from his neck. Mr. Ito, your nephew Takato is stealing from you at best. At worst, which is much more likely, he's plotting to overthrow you and take all of it. the Ito Empire and the Morikai remnants for himself. I was there in the room when that money was transferred. But it was transferred by Takato's men, and now it's Takato who is attempting to marry Fumi to bring the Morikai under his own control. Something twitches in Orochi's eye. You know there's truth to what I'm saying, I growl. He's been making big purchases recently, hasn't he? Orochi is silent, his jaw tight as an iron band. Yeah, that was a guess, but his reaction means I'm right. So, Ito-san, I smile grimly. These are your options. You can sit here watching TV while your traitorous nephew steals your throne out from under you. Or you can help me, and you have my word that I will make sure that doesn't happen. I've done what I'm about to do in court 100 times, but in those instances, handing over control to a witness or the accused was always metaphorical. This time, it's an actual sword I flip in my hands and offer handle first to Orochi. Criminal as he may be and as pissed at me as he is, Orochi is also a man who exists in a world built entirely on honor. Or at least, I'm betting pretty heavy that he is. But when he pushes it back toward me, I know I've won this round. Takato is mine, he growls quietly as he stands. Mr. Ito, you have a deal.
Chapter 32. Fumi. You can't do this.
Shut up!
I wince as Takato yanks me after him through the torii gate and up the stone steps to the shrine. The pair of armed men we drove up the mountain with follow us. The last day has been a nightmare. I remember the floor dropping out from under me when I came face to face with the hard reality about what Gabriel is. I remember running from him, my heart breaking into 100 pieces. I remember going home and then realizing I couldn't be there at all and going for a walk. Then there's the shuddering flashback of the black van roaring up next to me, of hands in black gloves grabbing me and yanking me into the darkness before putting a bag over my head and driving away. 17 hours on a plane later, it was Takato who smiled darkly at me as he yanked that bag off me. And now, my fate is sealed. No matter how much I protest, no matter how much I scream that I'm already married and he can't do this, he can, and he will. In a legal sense, no. Takato can't invalidate my marriage to Gabriel, but in the eyes of the Yakuza, he absolutely can. Something cruel and cold snarls inside of me as I flash back to a few hours ago when I finally met Orochi Ito face to face. The man who had my mother killed. The man who laughed when I tried to lunge at him as if to tear him apart with my bare hands. The man who told me exactly how this is all going to go down. The clans here are excruciatingly old school. To them, honor and power are more important than following the law. To the other Oyabun, I'm the heir to the Morikai throne, and my marriage to Gabriel has no meaning. Not back here in Japan, when Takato tells them it was a marriage for money and to a gaijin who wasn't even part of the Yakuza. My relationship with Gabriel means less than nothing in this world. So legally binding or not, when Orochi forces me to marry his nephew, it'll be for keeps. An empire hangs in the balance, and these people are not letting something as insignificant as U.S. marriage law stand in the way of that. The shrine we're at is 300 years old, built high on a ridge looking down over Kyoto. Under any other circumstance, it would be incredible to look down at the place I lived as a small child and have the chance to explore the city that I left when I was 5. But today, when I turn to glance back at the view of Kyoto before Takato yanks me into the interior of the shrine, I see only a prison. Orochi and Takato have both told me as much. The Hatokai clan has the local government in its pocket, and through them, they have connections to national agencies. The plans have already been set in motion. I'll be given permanent resident status, then fast-tracked for citizenship. Papers bearing my signature will be filed, forfeiting my U.S. citizenship and resigning from my job. And here I will stay, locked away like a prize while Takato and his uncle greedily gobble up the crumbs of the empire my father built. But the worst part is going to be leaving Gabriel. I know he thinks I hate him. I'm sure all he sees is the way I looked at him like he was a monster. Perhaps I was blinded by the way he ripped me out of myself and forced me to embrace a darkness I was still a little scared of. Perhaps I just saw the man who likes to chase and punish and dominate until I'm gasping for more, and that blinded me from seeing the true monster he is until now. But he's my monster, and deep down, I understand what he's done and why. You knew what I was. I did. I've always known. Even if I chose to only focus on the aspects that made me scream for more as he wrenched a dark pleasure from my soul. But if I forced the self-honesty, I know that when I saw that darkness and lethality in his eyes, I knew I was looking at more than just a man who likes to play rough in the bedroom. And I still said yes. I still asked for more. I still craved him. I still do today.
This way,
Takato snaps, yanking me across the interior of the shrine. The whole place is being restored, and stone dust covers everything. Scaffolding is erected on one side of the room. A cement mixer stands in another corner. Though the majority of Japan practices Shintoism and Buddhism, in modern times, most people marry in Western-style ceremonies with a minister and rings and all that. But the Yakuza are steeped in old-world tradition, and this particular Shinto shrine is, apparently, where all the men of the Hatokai leadership have been married for the last 100 years or so.
Go get him.
Takato barks at his men as he drags me kicking and thrashing toward the altar at the front. One of his men disappears from the main room and then returns a minute later with the Shinto priest in his white robes. Let go of me! I try to wrestle out of Takato's grip on my arm, but his hand is like iron on my skin, and he doesn't budge as he drags me through toward the priest. The man in white bows respectfully at me, but Takato snaps at him impatiently.
Begin,
he growls. My teeth grit as I turn to glare at him. I know what you're doing. I've known since we met with Orochi, who made a snide comment about Gabriel not paying my debts. After that, it all clicked into place. Takato is making a power play, and he's using me along with Gabriel's money to make it. That $5 million never did make it to Orochi. I'm sure Takato kept it and told his uncle that Gabriel reneged on the payment, and he's using me to consolidate what remains of the Morikai and then use that power to overthrow his uncle and take everything. From the hard glare on his face, I can tell I'm right.
I only need you to have a pulse until the last men loyal to your father acknowledge my claim to his empire and take their oaths of allegiance to me.
He smiles thinly.
You would be wise to remember that.
I glare at him, shaking my head. You have no idea what you've done. Takato laughs.
I know exactly what I've done, little princess.
He growls. He'll come for me. He grins.
Who? Your fake husband? I doubt it. He'll simply find another pretty whore to help sell his campaign of bullshit, like every other lying politician.
You have no idea what he is or what he's capable of. Takato snorts.
If I need an American lawyer, I'll be sure to call.
That's not what I mean. Takato frowns as I step closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear. He's a monster, I hiss quietly. And you never, ever steal things from monsters. The room is silent for a second. Takato eyes me through his frown. Slowly, his lips curl.
Well,
he mutters.
I suppose I'll take my chances.
He nods to the priest.
Gishiki o hajimera.
Begin the ceremony. My skin turns clammy as the priest turns and begins to purify the altar laden with fruit and sake. As is tradition, he rings a bell, calling for the attention of the kami spirits before turning to address Takato and me. which is exactly when the lights go out. My heart rate spikes as Takato swears next to me, barking orders at his two men. He's here. He came for me. Somehow I can feel Gabriel's presence even though the whole room is pitch black. Like that cold spot you swim through when doing laps. Like the night air at the tail end of fall when it teases the hairs on the back of your neck. Like a blade dragged lightly over your skin. One of Takato's men yells. A shot rings out, then another, then 5 more from 2 different directions. I drop to the floor, covering my head and curling into a ball as yelling and gunshots fill the sacred space. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed. My throat closes as I'm yanked to my feet, panic exploding through my system like fiery napalm. I whirl, hissing as I kick out with my heel, hoping to hurt Takato so he releases his grip. But suddenly, I'm gasping as my leg is caught in a strong hand, twisted and pulled up hard against a muscled hip. Powerful, strong, familiar hands grab my body and draw me against a rock-hard chest.
Run, kitten.
He rasps into my ear before his teeth nip sharply at the lobe.
Run like I'm chasing you.
I do. The whole place is still dark, but I can see the lights of Kyoto through the cracks around the doorway. I sprint for that, choking on a scream when I hear another gunshot, then a grotesque gurgling sound.
Fumi!
I swerve right, away from the sound of Takato snarling my name. Sprinting forward, I grip my teeth as I use my shoulder to slam open a door to the outside. It's a side door that leads out to a little terrace at the edge of the cliff and some stairs. I skitter to a stop, my heart lurching as I grip the railing of the terrace, almost going over. There are no stairs, just rotted wood pylons where stairs used to be. I start to turn, desperate to find another escape. Hands grab me from behind. I scream as my heart climbs into my throat, whirling with every intention of jamming my thumb into Takato's eye. Except when I turn, I go stock still as my eyes lock with Gabriel's. My husband's. The hazel green eyes of the man I'm completely in love with. I collapse into him, pressing myself against his firm chest as his powerful arms surround me.
We need to get out of. Stop!
I gasp, and Gabriel stiffens at the sound of Takato's voice behind us.
Turn around, slowly.
Gabriel's hand tightens against the small of my back. For the first time, I realize his other hand is holding a sword, and it's one that I recognize. It used to hang above my dad's bed, and I always thought it was just something to remind him of Japan. Now, seeing it gripped in Gabriel's powerful hand and dripping with blood, I know what it really is.
Drop your weapon, Mr. Black.
Takato growls, leveling a gun at us.
Now.
Gabriel's jaw grits, but he slowly squats and lays the sword on the ground.
Kick it over here.
Gabriel glances at me, then glares at Takato, and does it. The steel skitters across the stone terrace. Takato grins as he stops it with his foot before shoving it behind him.
You came a very great distance just to die, Mr. Black.
He growls.
And you've gone to great lengths to hide the fact that you stole from your own family and want to overthrow your uncle.
Gabriel spits back. Takato's lips curl.
What of it? It's my time, Mr. Black. This is how things work in my world. My uncle has had his time, and now it is my time to...
His words are abruptly choked off. His eyes bulge wide as a rasping sound tumbles from his lips, followed by a trickle of bright red down his chin. My hand flies to my mouth as I take in the gleaming steel protruding from his abdomen. With a horrible, wet sound, the blade is pulled from his body. Takato drops to his knees, choking on the blood dripping from his mouth as he turns to look over his shoulder. Orochi slowly shakes his head.
It is not your time,
he growls.
It will never be your time, you ungrateful, dishonorable rat.
I gasp, and Gabriel's arm tightens around me as Orochi rams my father's sword through Takato again. The younger Ito's eyes glaze over as he tumbles sideways to the ground and is still. The terrace is silent as Orochi kneels, closes his nephew's eyes, then wipes the blade clean on Takato's jacket. He lays the sword on the ground and stands, his eyes holding ours steadily.
Mr. Black, we had an agreement, and you have honored your end of it.
He bows.
Now, I will honor my end.
His gaze turns to me alone.
Our business is concluded, Mrs. Black. You will not be bothered in New York, and I would suggest you make this your last trip to Kyoto. Now, let us consider this whole matter settled. We are now even.
He turns to leave. He's wrong. This is not settled. It could be that Gabriel's darkness has rubbed off on me, or it could be that it's always been there, hiding deep within me, and it's taken finding my equal in Gabriel to bring it to the surface. Either way, when I make my move, it's without any hesitation, without a second thought, without mercy. I lift the sword, feeling its strange lightness in my hands as my fingers curl around it even as my lips curl at Orochi's back. We're not even. He stops, his shoulders rising and falling with a sigh.
Mrs. Black,
he says as he turns back to me.
We...
Orochi chokes out a bleeding groan of pain as I ram the point of my dad's sword through his chest. You ruined my family, I snarl. You killed my mother, chased me and my father from our home, and then a few days ago, you had me kidnapped. Orochi's eyes bulge as I sink the blade deeper into him and step closer. But you know what really gets me? I hiss. You fucked with my husband. Orochi cries out in pain as I twist the blade without mercy, watching the blood leaking out of the corners of his lips and his face turning white. Now we're even. I yank out the blade. Orochi stumbles to the side before his legs give out. His eyes roll back as he topples forward onto the stone and then lies still. I don't realize I'm shaking until Gabriel comes up behind me, gently pulls the sword from my hand, and then wraps his arms tightly around me. I twist in his embrace, looking up into his eyes as he reaches up and cups my jaw. You... I swallow as I shake my head incredulously. You came.
Surely you figured it out by now. There's no place you could go,
he mutters quietly.
and no place you could run where I wouldn't catch you, kitten.
I melt against him as he leans down close.
I love you.
Gabriel growls. I love you too. His mouth slams to mine in a brutal, punishing, possessive kiss that curls my toes and makes my pulse race. When he pulls away, I'm no longer trembling. He takes my hand, and I follow him back through the shrine, stepping over the bodies of Takato's men. There's no sign of the priest, but that's probably a good thing. We step out the front doors into the moonlight. Then, suddenly, we both feel it at the same time, a presence behind us, and we whirl at the same time. The man is unarmed, tall and handsome. Looking at him in the moonlight, it appears that he's Japanese, but definitely with some other heritage too, possibly Nordic. He also looks strangely familiar. My brow furrows as Gabriel tenses next to me.
We're leaving, Gabriel growls. Watashi tachi wa shubatsu shimasu.
The man, who seems to be somewhere between my age and Gabriel's, cocks his head to the side with a slightly amused smile on his lips.
My English is perfectly fine, Mr. Black, he says mildly, though you didn't get a chance to hear it last time.
Suddenly, it hits me. You, I whisper. You were Takato's bookkeeper. You came to the firm that day to help with the transfer. He smiles.
Very good memory, Fumi. Make your choice, Gabriel growls at him. You can walk away and forget all of this, or you can try and stop us, in which case, I'm going to kill you. You have 5 seconds to pick. You mistake my intentions, Mr. Black, the man says. I'm not trying to stop you at all. I merely want to speak with your wife.
Gabriel frowns savagely next to me.
And why exactly would you like to do that?
He snaps.
Because
The Japanese and Nordic Viking of a man smiles as his gaze slides to me.
we have something in common.
Who are you? I murmur quietly, eyeing him. I'm unable to shake this weird feeling about him, and it's freaking me out.
My name is Kenzo,
He murmurs. And what do we have in common? He smiles.
Hideo Mori is our father.
Epilogue. Gabriel. 2 months later. I've always wanted to make a course correction, fix the scale, restore balance, and 2 months after Kyoto, that's exactly what we have. Balance, restoration, peace. As I'm sworn in on the steps of Tweed Courthouse, the same steps where I stood with Fumi at my side and announced my candidacy months ago, I reach down and take her hand in mine. With both Takato and Orochi dead, the Hatokai Yakuza is unraveling, but the Morikai is beginning to stir awake again, with Kenzo at its helm. The whole thing is complicated, and that's putting it mildly. But slowly, Fumi has been reaching out to her newly discovered half-brother. There's no saying where that relationship will go yet. Time will tell. Time, like me, tends to correct courses that have temporarily gone astray. Like Hideo, for instance. His cancer is now in remission after aggressive treatment with Dr. Jalisco. I've returned his sword, which is now back on the wall behind his bed. Another course correction would be the fate of the former and disgraced Governor Hall, who is having his first day in court next week when the first of his several criminal trials kicks off. I happen to know the DA leading the prosecution. Preston is fucked. But today isn't about correcting the past. It's about moving forward and the future. It's about Fumi and me. I clear my mind as I turn to grin at her. She grins back, her hand squeezing mine. I finish repeating the oath of office. With a smile on my face and the woman I love at my side, I turn to face the crowd and the cameras as the applause thunders throughout Lower Manhattan. In front of everyone, I turn and pull my wife into my arms. I cup her cheek, lifting her chin as my eyes lock on hers. "Congratulations, Governor Black," she grins. "Why, thank you, Mrs. Black." Her lips suck between her teeth, then I lower my mouth to hers. "I love you, monster," she whispers. "And I love you, kitten." My lips crush to hers as the clouds part and the sun shines down, bleeding out the poison, chasing away the shadows, and lighting our path to forever. This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but we love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Poisonous Kiss, Book 3 of Venomous Gods, produced by Troy Odie, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Emery Erickson and Walker Williams. Text copyright 2024 by Jagger Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.